Avid presents The City by Dean Koontz, read by Corey Jackson and directed by Angel Morality Dotson. The author opens with a quote from The Beloved Returns by Thomas Mann. Hold every moment sacred. Give each clarity and meaning, each the weight of thine awareness, each its true and due fulfillment. And now, the city.
Prelude. Malcolm gives me a tape recorder. He says, "You've got to talk your life." I'd rather live the now than talk about the was. Malcolm says, "Not all of it, just the, you know." I'm to talk about the you know? Malcolm says, "People need to hear it." What people? Malcolm says, "Everybody. These are sad times." I can't change the times. Malcolm says, "It's a sad world. Lift it a little." You want me to leave out all the dark stuff? Malcolm says, "No, man, you need the dark stuff." "Oh, I don't need it, not me." Malcolm says, "The dark makes the light stuff brighter." "So when I'm done talking about the you know, then what?" Malcolm says, "You make it a book." "You going to read this book?" Malcolm says, "Mostly. Parts of it I wouldn't be able to see clear enough to read." "What if I read those parts to you?" Malcolm says, "If you're able to see the words, I'd listen." By then I'll be able. Talking it the first time is what will kill me. Chapter 1. My name is Jonah Ellington Basie Hines Eldridge Wilson Hampton Armstrong Kirk. From as young as I can remember, I loved the city. Mine is a story of love reciprocated. It is the story of loss and hope, and of the strangeness that lies just beneath the surface tension of daily life, a strangeness infinite fathoms in depth. The streets of the city weren't paved with gold, as some immigrants were told before they traveled half the world to come there. Not all the young singers or actors or authors became stars soon after leaving their small towns for the bright lights, as perhaps they thought they would. Death dwelt in the metropolis, as it dwelt everywhere, and there were more murders there than in a quiet hamlet, much tragedy and moments of terror. But the city was as well a place of wonder, of magic dark and light, magic of which in my eventful life I had much experience, including one night when I died and woke and lived again. Chapter 2. When I was 8, I would meet the woman who claimed she was the city, though she wouldn't make that assertion for 2 more years. She said that more than anything, cities are people. Sure, you need to have the office buildings and the parks and the nightclubs and the museums and all the rest of it. But in the end, it's the people and the kind of people they are who make a city great or not. And if a city is great, it has a soul of its own, one spun up from the threads of the millions of souls who have lived there in the past and live there now. The woman said this city had an especially sensitive soul, and that for a long time it had wondered what life must be like for the people who lived in it. The city worried that in spite of all it had to offer its citizens, it might be failing too many of them. The city knew itself better than any person could know himself, knew all of its sights and smells and sounds and textures and secrets, but it didn't know what it felt like to be human and live in those thousands of miles of streets. And so, the woman said, the soul of the city took human form to live among its people, and the form it took was her. The woman who was the city changed my life and showed me that the world is a more mysterious place than you would imagine if your understanding of it was formed only or even largely by newspapers and magazines and TV, or now the internet. I need to tell you about her and some terrible things and wonderful things and amazing things that happened related to her, and how I am still haunted by them. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I tend to do that. Any life isn't just one story, it's thousands of them. So when I try to tell one of my own, I sometimes go down an alleyway when I should take the main street. Or if the story is 14 blocks long, I sometimes start on block 4 and have to backtrack to make sense. Also, I'm not tapping this out on a keyboard, and I tend to ramble when I talk, like now into this recorder. My friend Malcolm says not to call it rambling, to call it oral history. That sounds pretentious, as though I'm as certain can be that I've achieved things that ensure I'll go down in history. Nevertheless, maybe that's the best term, oral history. As long as you understand it just means I'm sitting here shooting off my mouth. When someone types it out from the tapes, then I'll edit to spare the reader all the you-knows and uhs and dead-end sentences, also to make myself sound smarter than I really am. Anyway, I must talk instead of type, because I have the start of arthritis in my fingers. Nothing serious yet, but since I'm a piano man and nothing else, I have to save my knuckles for music. Malcolm says I must be a closet pessimist, the way I so often say nothing serious yet. If I feel a phantom pain in one leg or the other and Malcolm asks why I keep massaging my calf, I'll say, just this weird thing, nothing serious yet. He thinks I'm convinced it's a deep vein blood clot that'll break loose and blow out my lungs or brain later in the day, though that never crossed my mind. I just say those 3 words to reassure my friends, those people I worry about when they have the flu or a dizzy spell or a pain in the calf, because I'd feel relieved if they reassured me by saying, nothing serious yet. The last thing I am is a closet pessimist. I'm an optimist and always have been. Life's given me no reason to expect the worst. As long as I've loved the city, which is as long as I can remember, I have been an optimist. I was already an optimist when all this happened that I'm telling you about. Although I'll reverse myself now and then to give you some background, this particular story really starts rolling in 1967, when I was 10, the year the woman said she was the city. By June of that year, I had moved with my mom into Grandpa's house. My mother, whose name was Sylvia, was a singer. Grandpa's name was Teddy Bledsoe, never just Ted, rarely Theodore. Grandpa Teddy was a piano man, my inspiration. The house was a good place, with 4 rooms downstairs and 4 up, 1 3/4 baths. The piano stood in the big front room, and Grandpa played it every day, even though he performed 4 nights a week at the hotel and did background music 3 afternoons at the department store, in their fanciest couture department, where a dress might cost as much as he earned in a month at both jobs, and a fur coat might be priced as much as a new Chevy. He said he always took pleasure in playing, but when he played at home, it was only for pleasure. If you're going to keep the music in you, Jonah, you got to play a little bit every day purely for pleasure. Otherwise, you'll lose the joy of it. And if you lose the joy, you won't sound good to those who know piano or to yourself. Outside, behind the house, a concrete patio bordered a small yard, and in the front, a porch overlooked a smaller yard where this enormous maple tree turned as red as fire in the autumn. And when the leaves fell, they were like enormous glowing embers on the grass. You might say it was a lower middle class neighborhood, I guess, although I never thought in such terms back then, and still don't. Grandpa Teddy didn't believe in categorizing, in labeling, in dividing people with words, and neither do I. The world was changing in 1967, though of course it always does. Once the neighborhood was Jewish, and then it went Polish Catholic. Mr. and Mrs. Stein, who had moved from the house but still owned it, rented to my grandparents in 1963, when I was 6, and sold it to them 2 years later. They were the first black people to live in that neighborhood. He said there were problems at the start, of the kind you might expect, but it never got so bad they wanted to move. Grandpa attributed their staying power to 3 things. First, they kept to themselves unless invited. Second, he played piano free for some events at St. Stanislaus Hall, next to the church where many in the neighborhood attended Mass. Third, my grandma, Anita, was secretary to Monsignor McCarthy. Grandpa was modest, but I won't be modest on his behalf. He and Grandma didn't have much trouble also because they had about them an air of royalty. She was tall, and he was taller, and they carried themselves with quiet pride, I used to like to watch them, how they walked, how they moved with such grace, how he helped her into her coat and opened doors for her, and how she always thanked him. They dressed well, too. Even at home, Grandpa wore suit pants and a white shirt and suspenders, and when he played the piano or sat down for dinner, he always wore a tie. When I was with them, they were as warm and amusing and loving as any grandparents ever. But I was at all times aware, with each of them, that I was in a presence. In April 1967, my grandma fell dead at work from a cerebral embolism. She was just 52. She was so vibrant, I never imagined that she could die. I don't think anyone else did either. When she passed away suddenly, those who knew her were grief-stricken but also shocked. They harbored unexpressed anxiety as if the sun had risen in the west and set in the east, suggesting a potential apocalypse if anyone dared to make reference to that development. As if the world would go on safely turning only if everyone conspired not to remark upon its revolutionary change. At the time, my mom and I were living in an apartment downtown, a fourth-floor walk-up with 2 street-facing windows in the living room. In the kitchen and my little bedroom, there were views only of the sooty brick wall of the adjacent building, crowding close. She had a gig singing 3 nights a week in a blues club and worked the lunch counter at Woolworth's 5 days, waiting for her big break. I was almost 10 and not without some street smarts, but I must admit that for a time, I thought that she would be equally happy if things broke either way. A gig singing in bigger and better joints, or a job as a waitress in a high-end steakhouse, whichever came first. We went to stay with Grandpa for the funeral and a few days after, so he wouldn't be alone. Until then, I'd never seen him cry. He took off work for a week, and he kept mostly to his bedroom. But I sometimes found him sitting in the window seat at the end of the second-floor hallway, just staring out at the street, or in his armchair in the living room, an unread newspaper folded on the lamp table beside him. When I tried to talk to him, he would lift me into his lap and say, "Let's just be quiet now, Jonah. We'll have years to talk over everything." I was small for my age and thin, and he was a big man, but I felt greatly gentled in those moments. The quiet was different from other silences, deep and sweet and peaceful, even if sad. A few times, with my head resting against his broad chest, listening to his heart, I fell asleep, though I was past the age for regular naps. He wept that week only when he played the piano in the front room. He didn't make any sounds in his weeping. I guess he was too dignified for sobbing, but the tears started with the first notes and kept coming as long as he played, whether 10 minutes or an hour. While I'm still giving you background here, I should tell you about his musicianship. He played with good taste and distinction, and he had a tremendous left hand, the best I've ever heard. In the hotel where he worked, there were 2 dining rooms. One was French and formal and featured a harpist, and the decor either made you feel elegant or made you ill. The second was an Art Deco jewel in shades of blue and silver with lots of glossy black granite and black lacquer, more of a supper club, where the food was solidly American. Grandpa played the Deco room, providing background piano between 7 and 9 o'clock, mostly American standard ballads and some friskier Cole Porter numbers. Between 9 and midnight, 3 sidemen joined him, and the combo pumped it up to dance music from the 1930s and 40s. Grandpa Teddy sure could swing the keyboard. Those days right after his Anita died, he played music I'd never heard before, and to this day, I don't know the names of any of those numbers. They made me cry, and I went to other rooms and tried not to listen, but you couldn't stop listening because those melodies were so mesmerizing, melancholy but irresistible. After a week, Grandpa returned to work, and my mom and I went home to the downtown walk-up. 2 months later, in June, when my mom's life blew up, we went to live with Grandpa Teddy full-time. Chapter 3. Sylvia Kirk, my mother, was 29 when her life blew up, and it wasn't the first time. Back then, I could see that she was pretty, but I didn't realize how young she was. Only 10 myself, I felt anyone over 20 must be ancient, I guess, or I just didn't think about it at all. To have your life blow up 4 times before you're 30 would take something out of anyone, and I think it drained from my mom just enough hope that she never quite built her confidence back to what it once had been. When it happened, school had been out for weeks. Sunday was the only day that the community center didn't have summer programs for kids, and I was staying with Mrs. Lorenzo that late afternoon and evening. Mrs. Lorenzo, once thin, was now a merry tub of a woman and a fabulous cook. She lived on the second floor and accepted a little money to look after me when there were no other options. Primarily when my mom sang at Slinky's, the blues joint, 3 nights a week. Sunday wasn't one of those 3, but Mom had gone to a big money neighborhood for a celebration dinner where she was going to sign a contract to sing 5 nights a week at what she described as a major venue, a swanky nightclub that no one would ever have called a joint. The club owner, William Murkett, had contacts in the recording industry too, and there was talk about putting together a 3-girl backup group to work with her on some numbers at the club and to cut a demo or 2 at a studio. It looked like the big break wouldn't be a steakhouse waitress job. We expected her to come for me after 11 o'clock, but it was only 7 when she rang Mrs. Lorenzo's bell. I could tell right off that something must be wrong, and Mrs. Lorenzo could too. But my mom always said she didn't wash her laundry in public, and she was dead serious about that. When I was little, I didn't understand what she meant, because she did too, wash her laundry in the communal laundry room in the basement, which had to be as public as you could wash it, except maybe right out in the street. That night, she said a migraine had just about knocked her flat, though I'd never heard of her having one before. She said that she hadn't been able to stay for the dinner with her new boss. While she paid Mrs. Lorenzo, her lips were pressed tight, and there was an intensity, a power in her eyes, so that I thought she might set anything ablaze just by staring at it too long. When we got up to our apartment, and she closed the door to the public hall, she said, "We're going to pack up all our things, our clothes and things. Daddy's coming for us, and we're going to live with him from now on. Won't you like living with your grandpa?" His house was nicer than our apartment, and I said so. At 10, I had no control of my tongue, and I also said, "Why are we moving? Is Grandpa too sad to be alone? Do you really have a migraine?" Instead of answering me, she said, "Come on, honey. I'll help you pack your things. Make sure nothing's left behind." I had my own bright green pressboard suitcase that pretty much held all my clothes, though we needed to use a plastic department store shopping bag for the overflow. As we were packing, she said, "Don't be half a man when you grow up, Jonah. Be a good man like your grandpa." Well, that's who I want to be. Who else would I want to be but like Grandpa? Not daring to put it more directly, what I meant was that I had no desire to grow up to be like my father. He walked out on us when I was 8 months old, and he came back when I was 8 years old, but then he walked out on us again before my 9th birthday. The man didn't have a commitment problem. The word wasn't in his vocabulary. In those days, I worried he might come back again, which would have been a calamity, considering all his problems. Among other things, he wasn't able to love anyone but himself. Still, Mom had a weak spot for him. If he showed up, she might go with him again, which is why I didn't say what was in my heart. "You've met Harmon Jessup," she said. "You remember?" "Sure. He owns Slinky's, where you sing." "You know, I quit there for this other job, but I don't want you thinking your mother's flaky." "Well, you're not, so how could I think it?" Folding my t-shirts into the shopping bag, she said, "I want you to know I quit for another reason too, and a good one. Harmon just kept getting way too close. He wanted more from me than just my singing." She put away the last t-shirt and looked at me. "You know what I mean, Jonah?" "I think I know." "I think you do, and I'm sorry you do. Anyway, if he didn't get what he wanted, I wasn't going to have a job there anymore." Never in my life, child or man, have I been hot-headed. I think I have more of my mother's genes than my father's, probably because he was too incomplete a person to have enough to give. But that night in my room, I got very angry, very fast, and I said, I hate Harmon. If I was bigger, I'd go hurt him. No, you wouldn't. I darn sure would. Hush yourself, sweetie. I'd shoot him dead. Don't say such a thing. I'd cut his damn throat and shoot him dead. She came to me and stood looking down, and I figured she must be deciding on my punishment for talking such trash. The Bledsoes didn't tolerate street talk or jive talk or trash talk. Grandpa Teddy often said, in the beginning was the Word, before all else, the Word. So we speak as if words matter, because they do. Anyway, my mom stood there, frowning down at me, but then her expression changed, and all the hard edges sort of melted from her face. She dropped to her knees and put her arms around me and held me tight. I felt awkward and embarrassed that I had been talking tough when we both knew that if skinny little me went gunning for Harmon Jessup, he'd blow me off my feet just by laughing in my face. I felt embarrassed for her, too, because she didn't have anyone better than me to watch over her. She looked me in the eye and said, what would the sisters think of all this talk about cutting throats and shooting? Because Grandma worked in Monsignor McCarthy's office, I was fortunate to be able to attend St. Scholastica School for a third the usual tuition, and the nuns who ran it were tough ladies. If anyone could teach Harmon a lesson he'd never forget, it was Sister Agnes or Sister Catherine. I said, you won't tell them, will you? Well, I really should, and I should tell your grandpa. Grandpa's father had been a barber, and Grandpa's mother had been a beautician, and they had run their house according to a long set of rules. When their children occasionally decided that those rules were really nothing more than suggestions, my great-grandfather demonstrated a second use for the strap of leather that he used to strop his straight razors. Grandpa Teddy didn't resort to corporal punishment, as his father did, but his look of extreme disappointment stung bad enough. I won't tell them, my mother said, because you're such a good kid. You've built up a lot of credit at the First Bank of Mom. After she kissed my forehead and got up, we went into her room to continue packing. The apartment came furnished, and it included a bedroom vanity with a 3-part mirror. She trusted me to take everything out of the many little drawers and put all of it in this small square carrier that she called a train case, while she packed her clothes in 2 large suitcases and 3 shopping bags. She wasn't finished explaining why we had to move. I realized many years later that she always felt she had to justify herself to me. She never did need to do that, because I always knew her heart, how good it was, and I loved her so much that sometimes it hurt when I'd lie awake at night worrying about her. Anyway, she said, honey, don't you ever get to thinking that one kind of people is better than another kind. Harmon Jessup is rich compared to me, but he's poor compared to William Murkett. In addition to owning the glitzy nightclub where she'd been offered 5 nights a week, Murkett had several other enterprises. Harmon is black, she continued. Murkett is white. Harmon had nearly no school. Murkett went to some upper-crust university. Harmon is a dirty old tomcat and proud of it. Murkett, he's married with kids of his own and he's got a good reputation. But under all those differences, there's no difference. They're the same. Each of them is just half a man. Don't you ever be just half a man, Jonah. No, ma'am, I won't be. You be true to people. I will. You'll be tempted. I won't. You will. Everyone is. You aren't, I said. I was. I am. She finished packing, and I said, I guess then you don't have a job. That's why we're going to Grandpa's. I've still got Woolworth's, baby. I knew there were times when she cried, but she never did in front of me. Right then, her eyes were as clear and direct and as certain as Sister Agnes's eyes. In fact, she was a lot like Sister Agnes, except that Sister Agnes couldn't sing a note and my mom was way prettier. She said, I've got Woolworths and a good voice and time. And I've got you. I've got everything I need. I thought of my father then, how he kept leaving us, how we wouldn't have been in that fix if he'd kept even half his promises. But I couldn't vent. My mom had never dealt out as much punishment as the one time I said that I hated him, and though I didn't think I should be ashamed for having said it, I was ashamed just the same. The day would come when despising him would be the least of it, when he would flat out terrify me. We had no sooner finished packing than the doorbell rang, and it was Grandpa Teddy, come to take us home with him. Chapter 4. The first time my mother's life fell apart was when she found out that she was pregnant with me. She'd been accepted into the music program at Oberlin, and she had nearly a full scholarship. But before she could even start her first year, she learned I was on the way. She said she really didn't want to go to Oberlin, that it was her parents' idea, that she wanted to fly on what talent she had, not on a lot of music theory that might stifle her. She wanted instead to work her way from one dinky club to another less dinky and steadily up, getting experience. She claimed I came along just in time to save her from Oberlin, and maybe I believed that when I was a kid. She'd taken a year off between high school and college, and her father had used a connection to get her an age exemption and a gig in a piano bar, because she was a piano man too. In fact, she was good on saxophone, primo on clarinet, and learning guitar fast. When God ladled out talent, he spilled the whole bucket on Sylvia Bledsoe. The bar was also a restaurant, and the cook, not the chef, the cook, was Tilton Kirk. He was 24, 6 years her senior, and each time she took a break, he was right there with the charm, which, as far as I'm concerned, he got from a different source than the one that gave my mom her talent. He was a handsome man and articulate, and as sure as he knew his name, he knew that he was going places in this world. All you had to do was say hello, and he'd tell you where he was going, first from cook to chef, and then into a restaurant of his own by 30, and then 2 or 3 restaurants by the time he was 40, however many he wanted. He was a gifted cook, and he gave young Sylvia Bledsoe all kinds of tasty dishes refined to what he called the Kirk style. He gave her me, too, though it turned out that taking care of children wasn't part of the Kirk style. To be fair, he knew she'd have the baby, that the Bledsoes would not tolerate anything else. He did the right thing. He married her. And after that, he pretty reliably did the wrong thing. I was born on June 15th, 1957, which was when the Count Basie Band became the first Negro band ever to perform in the Starlight Room of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City. Negro was the word in those days. On July 6th, tennis star Althea Gibson, another Negro, won the All-England title at Wimbledon, also a first. And on August 29th, the Civil Rights Act, proposed by President Eisenhower the previous year, was finally voted into law by the Congress. Soon thereafter, Ike would start using the National Guard to desegregate schools. By comparison, my entrance into the world wasn't big news, except to my mom and me. Trying to ingratiate himself with Sylvia's parents, well aware of Grandpa Teddy's musical heroes, my father chose to name me Jonah Ellington Basie Hines Eldridge Wilson Hampton Armstrong Kirk. Even all these years later, almost everyone has heard of Duke Ellington, Count Basie, Earl Father Hines, Lionel Hampton, and Louis Armstrong. Time doesn't treat all talent equally, however, and Roy Eldridge is known these days pretty much only to aficionados of big band music. He was one of the greatest trumpeters of all time, electrifying. He played with Gene Krupa's legendary band through the early war years, when Anita O'Day was changing what everyone thought a girl singer ought to be. The Wilson in my name is for Teddy Wilson, whom Benny Goodman called the greatest musician in dance music of the day. He played with Goodman, then started his own band, which didn't last long, and then he played largely in a sextet. If you can find any of the 20 sides that he recorded with his band, you'll hear a piano man of incomparable elegance. With all those names to live up to, I sometimes wished I'd been born just Jonah Kirk. But I guess because I was half Bledsoe, anyone who ever admired my grandpa, which was everyone who knew him, would have looked at me with some doubt that I could ever shape myself into a man like him. The day I was born, Grandpa Teddy and Grandma Anita came to the hospital to see me first through a window in the nursery, and then in my mother's arms when I was brought to her room. My father was there as well, and eager to tell Grandpa my full name. Although I was the center of attention, I have no memory of the moment. Maybe because I was already impatient to start piano lessons. According to my mom, the revelation of my many names didn't go quite like my father intended. Grandpa Teddy stood beside, nodding in recognition each time Tilton, who was cautious enough to keep the bed between them, revealed a name. But when the final name had been spoken, Grandpa traded glances with Grandma, and then he frowned and stared at the floor as if he noticed something offensive down there that didn't belong in a hospital. Now, you should know Grandpa had a smile that could melt an ice block and leave the water steaming. And even when he wasn't smiling, his face was so pleasant that the shyest of children often grinned on first sight of him and walked right up to him, a stranger, to say hello to this friendly giant. But when he frowned, and when you knew that you might be the reason he frowned, his face made you think of Judgment Day and of whatever pathetic good deeds you might be able to cite to balance the offenses you had committed. He didn't look furious, didn't even scowl, merely frowned, and at once an uneasy silence fell upon the room. No one feared Grandpa Teddy's anger, because few people, if any, had ever seen it. If you evoked that frown, what you feared was his disapproval, and when you learned that you had disappointed him, you realized that you needed his approval no less than you needed air, water, and food. Although Grandpa never put it in words for me, one thing I learned from him was that being admired gives you more power than being feared. Anyway, there in the hospital room, Grandpa Teddy frowned at the floor so long, my father reached out for my mother's hand, and she let him hold it while she cradled me in one arm. Finally, Grandpa looked up, considered his son-in-law, and said quietly, "There were so many big bands, swing bands, scores of them, maybe hundreds, no two alike. So much energy, so much great music. Some people might say it was swing music as much as anything that kept this country in a winning mood during the war. You know, back then I played with a couple of the biggest and best, also with a couple not as big but good. So many memories, so many people. Quite a time. I did admire all those names between Jonah and Kirk. I did very much admire them. I loved them. But Benny Goodman, he was as good as any and a stand-up guy. Charlie Barnett, Woody Herman, Harry James, Glenn Miller. Artie Shaw, for heaven's sake. The Artie Shaw, Begin the Begin, Indian Love Call, Back Bay Shuffle. There are so many names to reckon with from those days. This poor child would need the entire sheet of stationery just for his letterhead. My mom got the point, but my father didn't. But, Teddy, sir, all those names, they aren't our kind. Well, yes, Grandpa said. They're not directly in the bar and restaurant business like you are, but their work has put so many people in the mood to celebrate that they've had an impact on your trade, and they most surely are my kind and Sylvia's kind. Aren't they, Anita? Grandma said, "Oh, yes, they're my kind too. I love musicians. I married one. I gave birth to one. And, dear, you forgot the Dorsey brothers." "I didn't forget them," Grandpa said. "My mouth just went dry from naming all those names. Freddie Martin, too." "That tenor sax of his, the sweetest tone ever," Grandma said. "Claude Thornhill, the best of the best bands," she declared. "And he was one funny man, Claude was." By then, my father got the message, but he didn't want to hear it. He had a big chip on his shoulder about race, and he probably had good reason, probably a list of good reasons. Nevertheless, for the sake of family harmony, maybe he should at least have added Thornhill and Goodman to my name. But he couldn't bring himself to do that. He said, "Hey, look at the time. Gotta get to the restaurant." After he kissed my mom and kissed me, he hugged Anita, nodded at Grandpa Teddy, said, "Sir?" and skedaddled. So that was my first family gathering on my first day in the world. A little tense. The second time that my mother's life fell apart was 8 months later, when my father walked out on us. He said that he needed to focus on his career. He couldn't sleep with a crying baby in the next room. He claimed to have a potential backer for a restaurant, so he might be able to go from cook to chef in his own place. And even if it would be a hole in the wall, he would be moving up faster than originally planned. He really needed to stay focused, do his work at the restaurant, and pursue this new opportunity. He promised he'd be back. He didn't say when. He told her he loved us. It was always surprisingly easy for him to say that. He promised to send money every week. He kept that promise for 4 weeks. By then, my mom had gotten the job at Woolworth's lunch counter and her first singing gig at a dump called the Jazz Cave, so it was a difficult time, but only difficult. Nothing serious yet. Chapter 5. I'm not going to be able to talk my life month by month, year by year. Instead, I'll have to use this recorder as if it were a time machine, hop around, back and forth, so maybe you'll see the uncanny way that things connected, which wasn't apparent to me as I came to my future one day at a time. Here is where I should tell you a little about the woman who kept showing up in my life at key moments. I never once saw her coming. She was just always there, like sudden sunshine breaking through clouds. The first time was a day in April 1966, when I tried to hate the piano because I thought I'd never get to be a piano man. I was nearly 9, and Grandma Anita still had a year to live. The previous December, my father had come back to stay with us again in the walk-up. Mom never divorced him. She considered it, even though she knew and believed that marriage was a sacrament. But she claimed that when she sang in places like the Jazz Cave and Brass Tacks and Slinkies, she could more successfully discourage come-ons from customers and employees if she could honestly say, "I've got a husband, a baby boy, and Jesus. So as handsome as you are, I'm sure you can see I have no need of another man in my life." According to Mom, just husband or child or Jesus alone wouldn't have kept the most determined suitors at bay. With them, she needed the 3-punch. In the nearly 8 years he'd been gone, Tilton Kirk hadn't found a backer, hadn't opened his own place, but he had left the restaurant where he worked as a cook to take the chef position in a somewhat higher class joint. He was earning less because every year the owner compensated him also with 5% of the stock in the business, so that once he had accumulated 35%, he could buy the other 65 at an already agreed upon price, using his stock to swing the bank loan. With him at home again, my mom was more happy than not, but I was all kinds of miserable. The man really didn't know how to be a dad. Sometimes he was a hard-nosed disciplinarian dealing out a lot more punishment than I deserved. At other times, he'd want to be my best pal ever, hang out together. Except that he didn't know what kind of hanging out kids think is cool. Strolling the aisles of a restaurant supply store, obsessing over different kinds of potato peelers and pate molds, just doesn't thrill a child. Neither does sitting on a bar stool sipping a Coke while your old man drinks beer and swaps nagging wife jokes with a stranger. The worst was that by then, I wanted to take piano lessons, and my father refused to let it happen. I had noodled the keyboard at Grandpa Teddy's house, and I understood the layout on a gut level, the way Jackie Robinson could read a ball in flight. But Tilton said I was too little yet, my hands too small, and when my mom disagreed and said I was big enough, Tilton said we couldn't afford the lessons yet. Soon, but not yet, which meant never. Grandpa offered to drive me over to his place and back a few times a week and give me lessons himself. But my father said, It's too far to run a little kid back and forth all the time, Sil. And we don't have a piano here for him to practice between lessons. We'll get a house soon. And then he can have a piano and it'll all make sense. Anyway, honey, I'm not your old man's favorite human being. It breaks my heart how maybe he'll poison the boy's mind against me. I know Teddy wouldn't do it on purpose, Sil. He's not a mean man. But he'll be poisoning without even knowing it. Soon, we'll rent a house, soon. And then it'll make sense. So I was sitting on the stoop in front of our building, such a sullen look on my face that most passers-by glanced at me and at once away, as though I, only 8, might try to stomp them in a fit of mean. It was an unseasonably warm day for April. The air so still and humid that a feather, cast off by a bird in flight, sank like a stone in water to the pavement in front of me. As sudden as it was brief, a wind came along, lifted the feather, spun dust and litter out of the gutter, and whirled all of it up the steps and over me. I sneezed and spat away the feather that stuck to my lips. As I wiped at my eyes, I heard a woman say, "Hey, Ducks, how's the world treating you?" My mom had a couple of friends who were professional dancers in musicals that were always being talked about by people who loved the theater. And though this woman didn't look like any of them, she did look like a dancer. Tall and slim and leggy, with smooth mahogany skin. She came up the steps so easy with so little movement, you'd have thought she must be on an escalator. She wore a primrose pink lightweight suit, a white blouse, and a pink pillbox hat with a fan of gray feathers along one side, as though dressed for lunch in some place where the waiters wore tuxedos. In spite of her fine outfit and air of elegance, she sat beside me on the stoop. "Ducks, it's rude not to answer when spoken to, and you look like a young man who'd rather poke himself in the eye than be rude." "The world stinks," I declared. "Certain things in the world stink, Ducks, but not the whole world. In fact, most of it smells wonderfully sweet. You yourself smell a little like limes and salt, which reminds me of a margarita, which isn't a bad thing. Do you like my perfume? It's French and expensive." The sweet rose fragrance was subtle. "It's all right, I guess." "Well, Ducks, if you don't like it, I'll go straight home this minute and take the bottle off my dresser and throw it out a window and let the alley reek until the next rain." "My name isn't Ducks." "I'd be stunned if it was, Ducks. Parents saddle their children with things like Hortense and Percival, but I've never known one to name them after waterfowl." "What's your name?" I asked. "What do you think it is, Ducks?" "Don't you know your own name?" "I just sometimes wonder what name I look like, so I ask." She was pretty. Even an 8-year-old boy knows a pretty girl when he sees her, and beauty lifts the heart no matter what your age. Her perfume smelled all right, too. I said, "Well, I saw this movie on TV about these guys chasing after a treasure down in the Caribbean. This was way back when there were pirates. What they all wanted was this special pearl, see? 3 things made it really, really special. It was large, like as big as a plum. And it wasn't white or cream-colored or pink like other pearls. It was black. Pure, shiny black, but it still had depth, like the best pearls all do, so you could see into it. And it was very beautiful. So maybe, I think the name you look like is Pearl." She cocked her head and sort of smirked at me. "Young man, if you are already this smooth with the ladies, won't a one of us be safe when you're all grown up? I am Pearl. There's no other name I'd want to be. You call me Pearl, Jonah." Only hours later would I realize that I'd never told her my name. "You said there were 3 special things about this pearl in the movie. Its size and its color and..." "Oh, yeah. Well, they said whoever possessed it could never die. It was the secret to immortality." Black, beautiful, and magical? I love being Pearl. 2 years would pass before she told me that she was the soul of the city made flesh. So there you sit, Jonah, as gloomy as if you're still in the belly of the whale, when in fact, It's a fine spring day. You aren't being digested by stomach acid, and you don't need a candle to find your way back up the gullet. Don't waste a fine spring day, Jonah. There's not as many of them in a lifetime as you think there will be. What's dropped your heart into your shoes? Maybe she was easy to talk to because she talked so easy. Next thing I knew, I heard myself say, I want to be a piano man, but it won't ever happen. If you want to be a piano man, why aren't you at a piano right this minute, pounding the keys? I don't have one. That community center you go to when your folks are working and Donata isn't available, they have a piano. Donata was the first name of Mrs. Lorenzo, my sometimes babysitter, so I figured Miss Pearl knew her and was coming to visit. I never saw any piano at the community center. Why, sure there is. For a while, this man was in charge down there. He didn't have an ear for piano. It was all just noise to him. He didn't like loud birds either, or a certain shade of blue, or the number 9, or Christmas. He put the Christmas tree up on December 24th and took it down the morning of the 26th. And the only decoration he'd allow on it was a Santa Claus doll hung by the neck where a star or angel should have been at the top of the tree. He took the 9 out of the address above the front door and just left a space between the 8 and the 4, repainted all the blue rooms, moved the piano down to the basement. Some say he killed and ate Petey, the parrot that used to be in a cage in the card room, but he's gone now. He didn't last long. He was run down by a city bus when he jaywalked, but in a short time, he did a lot of damage to the center. They can bring the piano up in the freight elevator. Loud and belching fumes, a bus went by, and I wondered if it might be the one that ran down the parrot eater. When the street grew quieter, I said, they won't bring up the piano for a kid like me. Anyway, it's no good without a teacher. There'll be a teacher. You go in there tomorrow morning, soon after they open, and see for yourself. Well, this glorious day is slipping away, and I am all dressed up with some place to go, so I better get there. She rose from the stoop and went down the stairs, her high heels making no more noise than a pair of slippers. I called after her. I thought you came to visit Mrs. Lorenzo. Looking back, Miss Pearl said, I came to visit you, ducks. She walked away, and I went down to the sidewalk to watch her. With those slim hips and long legs, so tall in all that pink, she resembled a bird herself, not a parrot, an elegant flamingo. I waited for her to glance over her shoulder, and I meant to wave, but she never looked back. She turned left at the corner and was gone. I raised my hands to my face and sniffed them and detected the faint scent of the lemons that earlier I had helped my mom squeeze for lemonade. I'd been sitting in the sun, and the film of sweat on my arms tasted of salt when I licked, but I couldn't smell the salt. In the years to come, I would encounter Miss Pearl on several occasions. Now that I'm 57 and looking back, I can see that my life would have been far different and shorter if she hadn't taken an interest in me. The next morning at the community center, the piano was in the Abigail Louise Thomas room, which had been named after someone who'd done some good deed for the center back before I was even a gleam in Tilton's eye. The Steinway was polished and tuned, even prettier than the woman in pink. One of the center staff, Mrs. Mary O'Toole, was playing Hoagie Carmichael's Stardust, and just then, it was the loveliest melody I'd ever heard. She was a nice lady with lively blue eyes, freckles that she said had come all the way from Dublin to decorate her face, and a page boy cap of red hair shot through with white that an unskilled friend chopped for her, as she disdained beauty parlors. She smiled at me and nodded to the bench, and I sat beside her. When she finished the piece, she sighed and said, Isn't this a hoot, Jonah? Someone took away the spavined old piano in the basement and gave us this brand spanking new one and did it all on the sly. I can't imagine how. Isn't it the same piano? Oh, it couldn't be. The lid was warped on that old one, the felt on the hammers moth-eaten, some of the strings broken, others missing, The sostenuto pedal was frozen. It was a fabulous mess. Some awfully clever philanthropist has been at work. I only wish I knew who to thank. I didn't tell her about Miss Pearl. I meant to explain, and I started to speak. Then I thought, if I mentioned the name, it would be a spellbreaker. Come the next day, the Steinway would be back in the basement, as broken down as before, and Mrs. O'Toole would have no memory of playing Stardust in the Abigail Louise Thomas room. That day, I started formal lessons. Chapter 6. That same night, as I lay sleeping in my small room, someone sat on the edge of the bed, and the mattress sagged, and the box springs creaked, and I came half awake, wondering why my mother would visit me at that hour. Before I could fully sit up in the dark, a hand gently pressed me down, and a familiar voice said softly, "Go to sleep, ducks. Go to sleep now. I have a name for you. A name and a face and a dream. The name is Lucas Drachman, and the face is his." Strange as the moment was, I nevertheless settled to my pillow and closed my eyes and drifted down through fathoms of sleep. Out of the depths floated a young man's face, eerily uplit and starkly shadowed. He was maybe 16, 17, hair disarranged, forehead beetling over deep-set eyes open wide and wild in character, hawkish nose, a ripe and almost girlish mouth, blunt chin, pale skin glazed with sweat. Never before, and only once again in all my life, was a face in a dream so vivid and detailed. Lucas had an air of urgency and anger, but at first there was no nightmare quality to the moment. As a full scene formed around him, I saw his features were revealed by the backwash from a flashlight held low and forward. Lucas took necklaces and brooches and bracelets and rings from a jewelry box, diamonds and pearls, and dropped them into a cloth sack that might have been a pillowcase. In one of those fluid transitions common to dreams, he was no longer at a jewelry box, but in a walk-in closet, stripping currency and a credit card from a wallet that had been left there on a shelf. The Diners Club card had been issued to Robert W. Drachman. Then, Lucas was bedside, playing the flashlight beam over the body of a man who apparently had been shot to death in his sleep. Still, I was not afraid. Instead, a deep sadness overcame me. To the dead man, Lucas said, "Hey there, Bob. What's it like in hell, Bob? You think now maybe sending me away to a freaking military academy was really stupid, Bob? You ignorant, self-righteous son of a bitch." The flashlight beam found a 40-something woman who must have been awakened by the first rounds that Lucas fired. His mother. She could be no one else, for the possibility of Lucas's face could be seen in hers. She'd thrown aside the covers and sat up, whereupon she had been shot once in the chest and once in the throat. She'd fallen back against the headboard, blue eyes wide but blind now, mouth hanging open, though she probably never had a chance to scream. Lucas called her a vile name, a single word that I have never used and won't repeat here. A hallway. He walked away, and I didn't follow. The light dwindled with him, dwindled and faded. And then a desolate darkness prevailed, and a sadness so keen that tears filled my eyes. She who had conjured a piano into the Abigail Louise Thomas room spoke again. "Remember him, ducks. Remember his face and his hateful words. Keep the dream to yourself. Don't tell others who might question or even mock it and lead you to doubt. But always remember it." I think I was awake when she spoke those words, but I can't swear to that. I might have been asleep through all of it, might have dreamed everything, including her entrance into my room, her weight on the edge of the bed, the mattress sagging, the springs creaking. In the darkness, I felt a hand on my brow, such a tender touch. She whispered, "Sleep, you lovely child." And either I continued sleeping or fell asleep once more. When I woke with dawnlight at my window, I felt that the dream hadn't been just a fantasy, that it had shown me true things, murders that already had been committed somewhere, at some point in the past. Lying there as the morning brightened, I wondered and doubted and then banished doubt, only to embrace it again. But for all of my wondering, I couldn't answer even one of the many questions with which the experience had left me. At last, getting out of bed, for a moment, I smelled a certain sweetness of roses, identical to Miss Pearl's perfume, which she had been wearing when she sat beside me on the stoop. But after 3 breaths, that too faded beyond detection, as though I must have imagined it. Chapter 7. The next bit of my story is part hearsay, but I'm sure this is how it went down. My mother would fib to help a child hold on to his innocence, as you'll see, but I never knew her to tell a serious lie. I was just over a week away from my 9th birthday, and Grandma Anita had 10 months to live. I'd begun piano lessons thanks to Miss Pearl, and my father had been back with us about 6 months when he messed up big time. We were still in that 4th floor walk-up, and he wasn't bringing home much money because he was getting part of his salary in stock. Mrs. Lorenzo lived on the 2nd floor, but Mr. Lorenzo hadn't yet died, and Mrs. Lorenzo was thin and as pretty as Anna Maria Alberghetti. Anna Maria was a greatly gifted singer and a misused actress in films, and eventually a Broadway star, petite and very beautiful. She won a Tony for Carnival, and played Maria in West Side Story. Although Anna Maria wasn't as well known as other performers of Italian descent, anytime my mother meant to convey how lovely some Italian woman was, she compared her to Anna Maria Alberghetti. If she thought a man with Italian looks was especially attractive, she always said he was as handsome as Marcello Mastroianni. Anna Maria, yes, but I never understood the Mastroianni business. Anyway, Mr. Lorenzo didn't want his wife to work, wanted her to raise children, but it turned out he couldn't father any. So Mrs. Lorenzo ran a sort of unlicensed daycare out of their apartment, looking after 3 little kids at a time, and on occasion, me too, as I've said. When it happened, noonish on the first Tuesday in June, I was at St. Scholastica, on the last day of the school year, being educated by nuns but dreaming of becoming a piano man. My mom had left for Woolworth's lunch counter at 10:30. When she got there, she discovered there had been a small kitchen fire during the breakfast shift. They were shutting down for 2 days until repairs could be completed. She came home 4 hours early. Because my father worked late nights at the restaurant, he slept from 3 a.m. until 11. She expected to find him still asleep or at breakfast, but he had showered and gone. She made the bed, and as she was changing from her waitress uniform, she heard Miss Delvane rehearsing her rodeo act up in apartment 5B. Miss Delvane, blonde, attractive, a free spirit, had lived above us for 3 years. She earned a living as a freelance writer of magazine articles and was working on a novel. Sometimes from her apartment would arise a rhythmic knocking, maybe a little bit like horses' hooves, gradually escalating in a crescendo, as well as voices muffled and wordless but urgent. On previous occasions, when I wondered about it, my mom said Miss Delvane was practicing her rodeo act. According to my mother, Miss Delvane's first novel was going to be set in the rodeo, and because she planned eventually to ride in the rodeo as research, she kept a mechanical horse in her apartment to practice. I was 5 years old when Miss Delvane moved in, and only 8 when my mom came home from Woolworth's early, and although I had doubts that a rodeo act was the full explanation, I accepted the basic premise. When I asked about the low groans, my mom always said it was a recording of a bull, because you had to lasso bulls or even wrestle them if you were in a rodeo. And Miss Delvane played the record to put her in the mood when she rode her mechanical horse. I had more questions than a quiz show, but I never asked Miss Delvane one of them, because Mom said the poor woman was embarrassed about how long it was taking her to get her rodeo act together. Miss Delvane lived above us from mid-1963 through 1966, and though people in those days had a considerable interest in sex, the country hadn't yet become one gigantic porn theater. Parents could protect you and allow you to have a childhood, and even if you might have vague suspicions of forbidden secrets, you couldn't switch on a computer and go to 1,000 websites to learn that. Well, that Bambi hadn't been wished into existence by his mother, and neither had you. So there was my mom, changing out of her uniform, listening to the rodeo act overhead, and it seemed to her that the groans and the trumpetings of the recorded bull were familiar. During the more than 7 years when Tilton hadn't lived with us, Mom had seen him from time to time, and she had stayed married to him, and when he wanted to come back, she'd taken him. Now she didn't want to believe that it had been a mistake to let him through the door again. She told herself that all men sounded the same when playing the bull, when their cries of pleasure were filtered through an apartment ceiling. She told herself that it might even be Miss Delvane, whose voice had considerable range and could lower all the way to husky. By then, however, life had dealt Sylvia Bledsoe Kirk numerous jokers in a game where they weren't wild cards, where they counted for nothing. And she knew this joker because he had ruined her hand before. She threw his clothes and toiletries into his 2 suitcases and carried them out of the apartment. The building had front and back staircases, the second narrower and grubbier than the first. My mom knew that by his nature, Tilton would be prone to slipping out the back, even though he had no reason to think he'd be seen descending from the 5th instead of the 4th floor, or that the significance of that extra story would be obvious to anyone. That day, Mom had decided that Tilton wasn't just a skirt chaser and a pathological liar and a narcissist and a self-deluded fool as regarded his career. He was all those things because he was a coward who couldn't look at life head on and face it and make a right way through it, regardless of the obstacles. He had to lie to himself about life, pretend it was less hard than it really was, and then press forward by one slippery means or another, all the while deluding himself into believing that he was conquering the world. My mother would never have called herself a hero, although of course she was. But she knew she wasn't a coward, never had been and never would be, and she couldn't stand to live with one. She set the suitcases on the cracked and edge-curled linoleum on the back stairs landing between the 5th and 4th floors, and she sat a couple of steps lower with her back to them. She had to wait for a while, and with every minute that passed, she had less sympathy for the devil. Eventually, she heard a door close somewhere above, and a man slow whistling, "You've Lost That Lovin' Feelin'," which had been a hit for the Righteous Brothers back in February. Tilton was crazy about the tune and whistled it that afternoon without any sense of irony, although later he might have realized it wasn't the perfect track for that particular scene in the music score for the movie of his life. He opened the stairwell door and started down and stopped whistling when he recognized his suitcases. The man was an excuse machine, and I imagine at least 3 marginally believable and a dozen preposterous excuses flew through his mind before he continued to the landing. Of course, when he discovered my mom sitting a few steps down on the next flight, he stopped again and stood there, not sure what to do. He had always been quick with words and especially with justifications, but not that day. He was apparently unnerved by the way she sat in silence, her back turned to him. If she'd made accusations or started crying, he might have dared a lie, pretended he was innocent, but she merely sat there ready to bear witness to his departure. Maybe he thought she had a knife and would stab him in the back when he squeezed past her, encumbered by the suitcases. For whatever reason, Tilton picked up the 2 bags and instead of continuing down with them, he returned to the 5th floor. Sylvia got up from the step and followed. At the 5th floor landing, when my father glanced back and saw her coming slowly after him, he grew alarmed and stumbled over the threshold, knocking the luggage against the jamb and the door, against his legs, like those old-time movie guys, Laurel and Hardy, trying to maneuver a jumbo packing crate through an opening too small for it. As he hurried along the hallway, my mom followed, saying nothing, not closing on him, but not losing ground either. At the head of the front stairs, he lost his grip on one of the bags, and it tumbled down the steps, and he almost fell after it in his eagerness to retrieve it and get out of there. Expressionless, never taking her eyes off her errant husband, Sylvia followed flight by flight, and Tilton's hands were apparently so slick with sweat that the suitcases kept getting away from him, thudding against the walls. Because he couldn't resist glancing back in anticipation of the non-existent but expected knife, he misstepped a few times and careened from wall to wall as if the bags he carried were filled with bottles of whiskey that he'd spent the past few hours sampling. At the landing between the third and second floors, pursued and pursuer encountered Mr. Yoshioka, a polite and shy man, an impeccably dressed tailor of great skill. He lived alone in an apartment on the 5th floor, and everyone believed that this gentle man had some dark or tragic secret, that perhaps he'd lost his family in Hiroshima. When Mr. Yoshioka saw my father ricocheting downward with reckless disregard for the geometry of a staircase and for the law of gravity, when then he saw my stone-faced mother in unhurried but implacable pursuit, he said, "Thank you very much," and turned and plunged 2 steps at a time to the ground floor to wait in the foyer with his back against the mailboxes, hoping that he had removed himself from the trajectory of whatever violence was about to be committed. Tilton exploded through the front door, as though the building itself had come alive and ejected him. One of the abused suitcases fell open on the stoop, and he frantically stuffed clothing back into it. My mom watched through the window in the door until he repacked and departed. Then she said, "Lovin' feelin' my ass," and turned and was surprised to see poor Mr. Yoshioka still there with his back against the mailboxes. He smiled and nodded and said, "I should like to ascend now." She said, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Yoshioka." "The sorrow is all mine," he said, and then he went up the stairs, 2 at a time. The event, as I have just described it, was the version that my mom told me years later. After school that day, I walked to the community center to practice piano. When I got home, all she said was, "Your father's no longer living here. He went upstairs to help Miss Delvane with her rodeo act, and I wasn't having any of that." Too young to sift the true meaning of her words, I found the idea of a mechanical horse more fascinating than ever and hoped I might one day see it. My mother's Reader's Digest condensation of my father's leaving didn't satisfy my curiosity. I had many questions, but I refrained from asking them. Truth is, I was so happy that I would never again have to sit in a bar room listening to nagging wife stories, I couldn't conceal my delight. Right then, I told Mom the secret I couldn't have revealed when Tilton lived with us, that I had been taking piano lessons from Mrs. O'Toole for more than 2 months. She hugged me and got teary and apologized, and I didn't understand what she was apologizing for. She said it didn't matter if I understood. All that mattered was that she would never again allow anyone or anything to get between me and a piano, or between me and any other dream I might have. Hey, sweetheart, let's toast our freedom with some Coca-Cola. We sat at the kitchen table and toasted with Coca-Cola and with slices of chocolate cake before dinner, and all these years later, I can relive that moment vividly in my mind. She had moved on from brass tacks to slinkies by then, but that wasn't a night when she performed, so I had her all to myself. We talked about all kinds of things, including the Beatles, who'd hit #1 on the U.S. charts just 2 years earlier with I Want to Hold Your Hand and She Loves You, and 4 others. 4 more chart-topping songs followed in '65. Already in 1966, they'd had another tune reach #1. My mom liked the Beatles, but she said jazz was her thing, especially swing, and she talked about the big band singers from Grandpa Teddy's day. She knew all their work and could imitate a lot of them, and it was as if we had them right there in our kitchen. She showed me a book about that time, with pictures of those girls, Kay Davis and Maria Ellington, who sang with the Duke, Billie Holiday with Basie. They were all pretty, and some of them beautiful. Sarah Vaughan, Helen Forrest, Doris Day, Harriet Clark, Lena Horne, Martha Tilton, Peggy Lee. Maybe the most beautiful of them all was Dale Evans when she was in her 20s, the same one who later married Roy Rogers, who had a real horse. But even the young Dale Evans wasn't as pretty as Sylvia Bledsoe Kirk. And my mom could do Ella. She could scat so you thought for sure it was Ella, and your eyes were deceiving you. We made Campbell's tomato soup and grilled cheese sandwiches, and we played 500 rummy. Years later, I realized that was the third time when my mother's life fell apart. But in the moment, I didn't see it that way. When I went to bed, I thought that had been the best day of my life to date. The next day was better, magical. One of those days that my friend Malcolm calls a butter side up day. Trouble was coming, sure, but it's always coming. And meanwhile, it's best to live with a smile. Chapter 8. A butter side up day. Let's take a little detour here called Malcolm Pomerantz. He's a first-rate musician. He blows the tenor sax. He's something of a genius who, even at 59, can still play an entire tone scale. He's crazy, too, but mostly harmless. He's so superstitious, he'd rather break his back than break a mirror. And though he's not so much of an obsessive-compulsive that he needs to spend a few hours a week on a shrink's couch, he has routines that would make you crazy if you didn't love him. For one thing, he has to wash his hands 5 times, not 4, not 6, just before he joins the band on stage. And after his nimble fingers are clean enough to play, he won't touch anything with his bare hands except his saxophone, because if he does, he'll have to wash them 5 times again. The cleanliness of his hands doesn't concern him when he practices, only when he performs. If he wasn't such a superb musician and likable guy, he wouldn't have a career. Malcolm reads the newspaper every day but Tuesday. He will not buy a Tuesday newspaper, nor will he borrow one. He won't watch TV news or listen to a radio on Tuesdays. He believes that if he dares to take in the news on any Tuesday, his heart will turn to dust. He won't eat mushrooms, either raw or cooked, not in any sauce, even though he loves mushrooms. He won't eat any rounded cookie that reminds him of a mushroom cap. In a market, he avoids that end of the produce section where the mushrooms are offered for sale. And if the market is new to him, he avoids the produce section altogether, out of fear that he'll have a sudden fungal encounter. As for the butter side up day, each morning he makes 1 extra slice of toast with breakfast, lays it on his kitchen table, and in a contrived, casual way, he knocks it to the floor. If it lands butter side up, he eats it with pleasure, confident that the day will be good from end to end. If it lands butter side down, however, Malcolm throws the toast away, wipes up the butter, and goes about his day with heightened awareness of potential danger. On the first night of every full moon, Malcolm makes his way to the nearest Catholic church, puts $17 in the poor box, and lights 17 votive candles. He claims not to know why, that it's just a compulsion like the others with which he's afflicted. I am inclined to think that he really doesn't know the reason, that the 17 candles are a way of keeping his pain at bay, and that if he allowed himself to understand his motivation, the pain could no longer be relieved. For most of us, the wounds that life inflicts are slowly healed, and we're left only with scars. But maybe Malcolm is too sensitive to let the wounds fully close. Maybe his obsessive-compulsive little rituals are like bandages that keep his unhealed wounds clean and staunch the bleeding. Although I can't explain all of Malcolm's quirks, I know why never mushrooms, and why always full moon candles, and why never the news on Tuesday. We have been friends since I was 10. Back then, he was not as he is now. His sweet kind of craziness evolved over the years. Malcolm is white, and I am black. We aren't brothers bonded by blood, but we're as close as brothers, bonded by the same devastating losses. I respect his ways, odd as they are, of dealing with his enduring pain, and I will never explain to him the meaning of his rituals, because that might deny him the relief he gets from them. On one terrible day, each of us lost someone whom he loved as much as life itself. And some years later, again on the same day, we once more lost someone beloved. And yet again after that. I'm still an optimist, but Malcolm is not. Sometimes I worry about what might happen to him if I were to die first, because I suspect that his eccentricities will metastasize, and in spite of his talent, he will not be able to go on working. The work is his salvation, because every song he plays for those whom he loved and lost. Chapter 9. Because Woolworth's was still cleaning up from the kitchen fire, my mother didn't have to work the lunch shift. She wanted to come with me to the community center to hear what I learned of the piano, which I worried wouldn't be impressive to someone who could sing like Ella. You should have seen her that day. She dressed as though it must be an occasion, as if she were accompanying me to some concert hall where 2,000 people were waiting to hear me play. She wore a yellow dress with a pleated skirt and with black piping at the cuffs and collar, a black belt, and black high-heeled shoes. We walked a block and a half, and she was so gorgeous that people turned to look at her, men and women alike, as if a goddess had come down to earth to walk this skinny boy someplace special for some reason too amazing to imagine. Mrs. O'Toole was there, and I introduced them, and it turned out they had something in common. Grandpa Teddy. Mary O'Toole said, "My first husband played tenor sax with Shep Fields in '41. Shep's band was heavy with saxes, 1 bass, 1 baritone, 6 tenors, and 4 altos. And Teddy Bledsoe was the piano man part of that year before moving on to Goodman." Mary looked at me in a new way when she knew I was Teddy Bledsoe's grandson. She said, "Bless you, child. Now it makes perfect sense how you could come along so fast on the ivories." I had progressed quickly through the lessons, but what had excited Mrs. O'Toole was that recently I'd gotten to the place where I could listen to a piece of music and sit down and play it right away, insofar as my arms could reach and my fingers could spread. I had an eidetic memory for music, which is the equivalent of reading a novel once and being able to recite it word for word. If I was alone at the keyboard, I was able to play just about anything, regardless of the complexity or tempo, not a fraction as well as Grandpa Teddy could have played it, but still so you'd recognize the tune. I needed to have the bench to myself, because I had developed this butt slide technique, polishing the bench with the seat of my pants, slipping left, right, left as required without bumping my elbows or disturbing my finger placement, so I had good reach for a kid my age and size. My mom stood listening to me play, and I didn't dare look at her. I didn't want her to make nice and pretend I was better than I truly was, but I didn't want to see her trying to keep from wincing either. The second thing I played was a favorite of hers, an old Anita O'Day hit, and Her Tears Flowed Like Wine. I was but 3 bars into it when Mom started to sing. Oh man, community center acoustics don't measure up, but maybe that was still what those lyrics sounded like at the Paramount Theater or the Hotel Pennsylvania, back when O'Day was with Stan Kenton and was better than the band before I was born. I became aware that people were crowding into the Abigail Louise Thomas room, drawn by my mom's singing. I was so proud of her and embarrassed that she had no one more accomplished than me to accompany her. We were rolling toward the end, and she was better than great. Her tone and her phrasing, and just then, among the little crowd, I saw Miss Pearl. She wore the same pink outfit with the feathered hat that she had been wearing almost 3 months earlier when she sat on the stoop with me and called me ducks. She wiggled her fingers at me, and I smiled. I couldn't wait to introduce Miss Pearl to Mrs. O'Toole so that our benefactor could be thanked for the piano. I figured the shiny-as-new Steinway had been there too long suddenly to be dilapidated and in the basement again, with nobody to remember that it had been restored or replaced, which was the fear that had kept me from mentioning Miss Pearl on the first day I'd seen the piano glossy and black and beautiful. There you have the magical thinking of an 8-year-old boy, that when the miraculous happens, it soon can be undone by the whim of God. But if it isn't undone in a day or a week or a month, then it becomes permanent, and even God doesn't have the power to take it away. The truth is, to this day, I still pretty much operate under that assumption. If chaos plagues the world, and it does, and if there's any benign power that wants the world to survive, then stability will be encouraged and rewarded. Maybe not all the time, but most of the time. Anyway, we came to the end of "And her tears flowed like wine" when I stupidly added a concluding flourish that wasn't part of the number. Fortunately, the crowd of community center staff and patrons knew the song was over when my mom hit the last word, and they broke into applause that saved me from the embarrassment of them having heard the unnecessary flourish. A lot of the people who came there to play cards and socialize were older than Grandpa Teddy, and they knew the old tunes so well that they might have sung along if they hadn't wanted to hear Sylvia Bledsoe solo. They called for more, and I looked at Mom, and she nodded. The community center had some old records, and only a couple of days before I'd heard "It All Begins and Ends with You," sung by Mildred Bailey, backed by the Red Norvo Band. Without thinking to ask if my mom knew it, I ham-handed my way into it, and she sang along so beautifully that I sounded way better than I was. When I noticed that some of the gray-haired ladies had tears in their eyes, I understood for the first time why music matters so much, how it reminds us of who we are and where we came from, of all the good times and the sadness, too. When we finished, everyone wanted to talk to us. I didn't have much to say except, "Thank you." And they really had more interest in Mom than in me. They wanted to know where she performed. When she told them Slinky's, many hadn't heard of the place, and those who had heard of it looked disappointed for her. While they gathered around my mom, I went looking for Miss Pearl, but I couldn't find her anywhere. I asked several people if they'd seen this tall woman in a pink suit and feathered hat, but no one remembered her. From the center, my mother and I walked to the nearest park, which was her idea. It wasn't much of a park, some trees and benches, and a bronze statue of some former mayor or someone who would have been embarrassed to have his image in a park that had gone as crummy as that one, except that he was probably dead. There had been a plaque under the statue, telling who the bronze man had been, but vandals had cut it off the granite base. There were bare patches in the grass, and the trees weren't properly trimmed, and the trash baskets overflowed. My mom remembered a vendor's shack where you could buy newspapers and snacks and packets of little crackers to throw down for the pigeons, but it wasn't there anymore, and what pigeons still hung around looked too red-eyed and kind of strange. "What the heck?" she said. "Why not?" "Why not what?" "Why not make a day of it? Just you and me on a date." "What will we do?" "Anything we want, starting with a better park." We walked out to the main avenue, and we stood by the curb looking for a taxi. She hailed a couple, and finally one stopped, and a man named Albert Solomon Gluck drove us to a better park, to Riverside Commons. In those days, there weren't plexiglass shields between the front and back seats, because no one yet imagined a time when drivers would be in danger from some of their passengers. Mr. Gluck entertained us with imitations of Jackie Gleason and Fred Flintstone and Ernest Borgnine, who were all big on TV back then. And he said he could do Lucille Ball, too, but he made her sound just like Ernest Borgnine, which really made me laugh. He wanted to be in show business, and one joke after another flew from him. I had my mom write down his name, so when he became famous, I would remember meeting him. Years later, I had reason to track him down, and though he didn't become famous, I'll never forget the first or the second time we met. At Riverside Commons, he pulled to the curb, and before Mom could pay him, he said, "Wait," and got out of the taxi and came around to the rear curbside door and made a production out of opening it for us and presenting the park with a sweep of his hand, as if he had prepared it just for us. He was a portly man with bushy eyebrows and a rubbery face made for comedy, and everything about him suggested fun, except that I noticed his fingernails were bitten to the quick. When we were on the sidewalk and Mom paid him, he took the fare but refused the tip. Sometimes the quality of the passengers is the gratuity. But here's something I want you and your boy to have. From a pocket, he took a pendant on a chain. When my mom tried to refuse it, he said, If you don't take it, I'm going to yell, "Help, police," until they come running, and I'll make the most outrageous charges. And by the time we resolve the matter down at police headquarters, it'll be too late to have your day in the park. Sylvia laughed, shook her head, and said, "But I can't accept. It was given to me by a passenger 6 months ago, and she told me she wanted me to give it to someone, and I asked who, and she said I would know when I met the person. But now it turns out to be two people, you and your boy. It's luck on a chain. It's good luck, and if you don't take it, then it's bad luck for me. Good luck for you, bad luck for me. What, you want to ruin my life? Were my jokes that terrible? Have a heart, lady. Give me a break. Take it, before I scream for the city's finest." There was no refusing him. After he drove away, we found a bench and sat there to examine the pendant. It had been fashioned from two pieces of lucite, glued together and shaped into a heart, roughly the size of a silver dollar. Within the heart was a small white feather. It must have been glued there, but such an excellent job had been made of it that the feather looked fluffy, as though it would flutter inside the heart if you blew on the lucite. A small silver eye hook, screwed into the top of the heart, received a silver chain. "It must be really valuable," I said. "Well, sweetie, it's not Tiffany, but it is pretty, isn't it?" "Why did he give it to you?" "I don't really know. He seemed to be a nice man." "I think he likes you," I said. "Actually, Jonah, I believe he gave it to me to give to you." With something like awe, I took the pendant from her when she held it out to me. "You really think so?" "I'm sure of it." When I held the chain and allowed the dangling heart to turn back and forth, the polished lucite looked almost liquid in the sunlight, as if the feather floated in a great drop of water that cohered magically to the eye hook, or in a tear. "What bird do you think it's from?" I asked. "A pigeon?" "Oh, I expect it's from something more grand than a pigeon. Don't you think it must be from some kind of songbird, one with a particularly sweet voice? I do. That's what I think." "Then it must be," I said. "But what'll I do with it? It's a heart. It's like a girl's jewelry." "And you can't be seen wearing a girl's jewelry, is that it?" "I already get teased about being skinny." "You're not skinny, you're lean." She elbowed me in the side. "You're a lean, mean music machine." She always made me feel like more and better than I knew myself to be. I thought then that lifting a child's spirits was something every mother did effortlessly, but as the years passed, I saw the world more clearly and knew how fortunate I was to have been brought to life by the grace of Sylvia Bledsoe. There on the park bench, I said, "Mr. Gluck said it'll bring good luck." "Never hurts to have some." "He didn't say you could make a wish on it." "That's easy luck, Jonah. Easy luck always turns bad. You want the kind of luck you have to earn." "Maybe it'll be okay if I carry it in my pocket, instead of wearing it." "I'm sure that's fine." "Or keep it in a nightstand drawer. The important thing is to keep it safe. When someone gives you a special gift, never treat it lightly. If you treat it like a treasure, then it'll be one." When years later, I learned who had given it to the cabbie and what it meant, the pendant would indeed prove to be a treasure. Chapter 10. With the pendant in my pocket, it seemed that the cloud-free summer sky blazed bluer than ever. The day was warm, and this part of the city looked cleaner than the part that we'd come from. As noon approached, the trunk shadows shrank toward the trees, and the web of branch shadows spread equally in all directions, as if spooled out by spiders. The sun spangled the big pond, and through the quivers of light, we watched scores of fat koi that swam there from spring through autumn before being moved to indoor aquariums. Mom bought a 25-cent bag of bread cubes, and the fish ventured right up to us, fins wimpling, mouths working, and we fed them. I felt the most unexpected tenderness toward those koi. because they were so beautiful and colorful and, I don't know, like music made flesh. My mom kept pointing to this one and that one. How red, how orange, how yellow, how golden. And suddenly, I couldn't talk about them because my throat grew tight. I knew if I talked about them, my voice would tremble and I might even tear up. I wondered what was wrong with me. They were just fish. Maybe I was turning sissy, but at least I fed the last of the bread to them without embarrassing myself. Almost half a century later, I feel that same tenderness toward nearly everything that swims and flies and walks on all fours, and I'm not embarrassed. Creation moves and astonishes if you let it. When I realize how unlikely it is that anything at all should live on this world, spun together from dust and hot gases, that creatures of almost infinite variety should at night look up at the stars, I know that it's all more fragile than it appears. And I think maybe the only thing that keeps the earth alive and turning is our love for it. That day in the park, after the koi, we walked the paths through the groves of trees and through the picnic grounds and around the baseball field. There weren't as many people as I expected, probably because it was a work day. But when we started to talk about lunch, two guys, maybe 16 or 17, fell in behind us, walking close to us, moving faster if we moved faster, slowing when we did. They were talking about girls they dated the night before, how hot the girls were and things they did to them. They wanted my mother to hear. I didn't know all the words they used, didn't understand everything they were bragging about having done, but I knew they were being rotten. That kind of thing didn't happen often back then. It just didn't. People wouldn't tolerate it. People weren't so afraid in those days. I threw the two trash talkers a couple of mean looks, and my mother said, "No, Jonah," and kept walking toward the Kellogg Parkway exit from the Commons. But the braggarts talked filthier and started to comment on my mother's shapeliness. Finally, she stopped and turned to them, one hand in her purse, and said, "Back off." One of them was a white kid, the other a mulatto, which was a word we used back then, meaning half black, half white. They were cocky and grinning, hoping to terrify her a little if nothing else. The white one raised his eyebrows. "Back off. This here's a public park, sugar. Ain't it a public park, bro?" His friend said, "It's damn sure public. Man, the front view's even more righteous than her ass." My mom raised her purse, her hand buried in it, and said, "You have a death wish?" The white guy's grin went from Cheshire to shark. "Sugar, there ain't hardly any legal guns in this city, so what you've got in that purse is just a tampon." She stared at him as if he were a cockroach with pretensions, standing upright and talking, but a cockroach nonetheless. "Listen, shithead, do I look like some school teacher who cares what the law says? Look at me. You think I'm some hotel maid or dime store clerk? Is that really what I look like to you, asshole? What I've got is a drop gun, no history to it. I kill you both, throw down the piece, and when the jackboots show up, I tell them you pulled the heat. It was robbery, but you fumbled, dropped it. I snatched it. Thought you might have another one, so I used it. Either you walk away, or we do it now. I don't care which." All the wicked fun had gone out of their grins. They looked now as if they were wincing in pain, though there was cold fury in their eyes. I didn't know how it might go, even in bright sunshine with other strollers in view, but my fear was exceeded by an exhilarating amazement. Sylvia's performance had been so convincing that she almost seemed to be someone other than my mom, who never used bad language and who was likely to be carrying a gun as I was likely to have earned a black belt in karate. The two creeps salvaged their pride by insulting her. "Bitch," and "skank," and worse. But they backed off and turned away. We stood watching them until we were certain they wouldn't come back. My mother said, "Just because you heard me use a couple of nasty words doesn't mean you ever can." I was speechless, but for different reasons from the one that had rendered me silent by the koi pond. "Jonah, did you hear me?" "Yes, ma'am." "Then tell me what I said." "Not to use nasty words." "Do you understand why I use them?" You faked out those guys. I did, didn't I? You faked them out big time. She smiled and took her hand out of her purse and zippered the purse shut and said, "How do you feel about lunch?" "I'd like some." Surrounding Riverside Commons were fancy homes, but we had to walk only 10 minutes or so to some shops and other businesses. We had gone about a block when I asked, "What's a tampon?" "That guy said you didn't have a gun, all you had was a tampon." "It's nothing, just a kind of sponge." "You mean like the one on the kitchen sink drain board?" "Not exactly like that." "Like the ones they use at the car wash over on 7th Street?" "No, not that big." "Why would he think you had a sponge in your purse?" "Well, because I do. Women do." "Why do you carry a sponge in your purse?" "I like to be prepared." "Prepared for what? You mean like if you spill something?" "That's right." "Have you ever needed it?" "Sometimes." "You're a very neat person," I said. "I try to be neat too." We were passing a bus stop, and she said she needed to sit down on the bench. And when she sat there, she started laughing so that tears came to her eyes. Sitting beside her, looking around but seeing nothing hilarious, I said, "What's so funny?" She shook her head and took a Kleenex from her purse and blotted her eyes. She tried to stop laughing but couldn't. And finally she said, "I was just thinking about those two idiot delinquents." "They weren't funny, Mom. They were scary." "They were scary," she agreed, "but silly too in a way. Maybe I'm just laughing with relief. Neither of us was hurt." "Boy, you sure faked them out," she said, "and you kept your cool." When she finished blotting her eyes and blowing her nose, she tossed the Kleenex in a waste can beside the bench. I said, "Are you sometimes able to fool idiots like them because the tampon sponge is shaped like a gun?" That started her laughing again. I decided she had a case of the giggles, like when something strikes you a lot funnier than it really is, but then for some reason, everything seems funny until finally the giggles go away, sort of like hiccups. Between giggles, she said, "Honey, tampon isn't a nasty word, but you shouldn't use it anyway." "I shouldn't? Why?" "It's not a word little boys should use." "How old do I have to be to use it?" 25, she said, and just the number made her laugh harder. "Okay, but is it still all right to say sponge?" And there she went again. Soon some people came along who were waiting for the bus, and we got up and let them have the bench and continued toward the shops. Walking seemed to cure my mom, and I was glad for that. I'd worried that the two delinquents might show up, because I was certain Mom wouldn't fake them out again if she was unable to stop giggling. We couldn't afford to dine out often, and when we did dine out, we always went to the lunch counter in Woolworth's, because as an employee, Sylvia got a discount. That day, however, we went to a real restaurant, which she said was French, and I was relieved when it turned out they spoke English. The place had a holding bar with a scalloped canopy and a big mirror at the back, a black and white checkerboard floor, black tables and chairs with white tablecloths, and black booths with black vinyl cushions and white cloths. The salt and pepper shakers were heavy and looked like crystal, and I was afraid to use them because if I broke one, it would probably cost a fortune. They had a few items for kids, including a cheeseburger, so of course I ordered that with fries and Coca-Cola. My mom had a green salad with sliced chicken breasts on top and a glass of Chardonnay. And then we had what I called the best pudding in the history of the world, and what Mom called creme brulee. We were waiting for that dessert when I leaned across the table and whispered, "How can we afford this?" She whispered, "We can't. We aren't paying." Clutching the edge of the table, I said, "What'll they do to us when they find out?" "We're not paying. Your father is." Alarmed, I said, "He's not coming back." "You know that quart mayonnaise jar he puts his pocket change in every night? When I packed his things for him, I didn't pack that." Maybe he'll come back for it. He won't, she said with conviction. But isn't it wrong to take his money? No, it's his security deposit. His what? Landlords make you put down a security deposit, some hard cash, when you move in. So if you damage the apartment before you move out, they already have the money to cover it and don't have to chase you for it. Your father never paid his share of rent since he moved back in, and he did some damage yesterday. He sure did some damage. So I kept his jar of change as a security deposit, and now he's buying us a fancy goodbye lunch. Years would pass before I had creme brulee again, and could learn if it really was the best pudding in history or if it just tasted so good because of the circumstances. Nothing could have been better, after all, than the gift of an expensive goodbye lunch from my father without him there to ruin it. That afternoon, we saw a funny movie starring Peter Sellers, and that evening I spent with Mr. and Mrs. Lorenzo, where I fell asleep on their sofa with Mr. Gluck's pendant held tightly in my right hand. Sometimes I half woke and thought I could feel the feather fluttering softly. When my mother came home after midnight, following a 4-hour set at Slinky's, Mr. Lorenzo carried me up to our apartment, and I was so sleepy that Mom tucked me in bed in my underwear rather than make me get into pajamas. She wanted to put the pendant safely in a nightstand drawer, but I held fast to it. I dreamed of a great white bird, as big as an airplane, and I rode on its back with no fear of falling. The world sparkling below, forests and fields, and mountains and valleys, and seas where ships sailed. And then the city, our city. People looked up, and they pointed and waved, and I waved back at them. And it was only when the bird began to sing that I realized it wasn't as big as an airplane anymore, and wasn't in fact a bird anymore, but was instead my mother dressed all in flowing white silk, with wings more beautiful than those of a swan. Carried safely upon her back, I could feel her heart beating, her pure heart beating so steady and strong. Chapter 11. The following Sunday, June 12th, Grandpa and Grandma drove downtown in their 1946 black Cadillac Series 62 Club Coupe, which they'd bought 19 years earlier and which Grandpa had maintained in as-new condition. It was a big boat of a car, yet sleek, with enormous bullet-shaped fenders front and back and fast-back roof lines. Cadillac never made a car as cool thereafter, especially not when they went finny. Teddy and Anita took us to their place for an early celebration of my birthday, which turned out to be memorable. They were amazed by my eidetic memory for music, which matured in me only as I had learned the piano from Mrs. O'Toole. On his piano in the front room, Grandpa Teddy played a number he was sure that I couldn't have heard before, Deep in a Dream, written by Will Hudson and Eddie DeLange, who had a band together for a few years in the 1930s. He played it superbly, and when he finished, I played it with my limited skills and strained reach, but though I could hear the difference between us, I was thrilled to be able to follow him at all. He tested me with a couple of other pieces, and then we sat to play together. He took the left hand of the board plus the pedals, and I took the right, which was a trick, but one that worked. And we ran through a tune I already had heard often, Hudson and DeLange's Moonglow, and didn't make one mistake in tempo or chords or melody, sweet and smooth to the end. We might have sat there for hours, but what I think happened is that I was preening too much, and nobody wanted to indulge me if healthy pride in accomplishment might be souring into conceit. My grandparents had taught my mother, and she had taught me, that when you did anything, you should do it well, not for praise, but for the personal satisfaction of striving to be the best. I was young and only now discovering my talent, and I was exhilarated and prideful, and probably getting obnoxious. Grandpa Teddy abruptly stood up from the piano and said, "Enough, it's my day off. Jonah and I are going for a little walk before lunch." The day was warm but not suffocating. The street maples, which would be scarlet by October, were green now, and the faint breeze trembled the leaves, so that on the sidewalk, patterns of light and shadow quivered like dark fish schooling in sun-spangled water, reminding me of the koi in Riverside Commons. Grandpa Teddy towered over me, and he had a deep voice that made me sound like a chipmunk. He was as stately in his bearing as a grand ocean liner, while I was a bouncing little boat with a buzzing outboard motor, but he always made me feel that I belonged with him, that there was nowhere else he would rather be. We talked about all kinds of things as we walked, but the purpose of that stroll was what Grandpa Teddy had to say about my father. "Your mother gave you a new apartment key?" "Yes, sir, she did." I took it from a pants pocket and dangled it, sunlight winking off the bright brass. "Do you know why the locks were changed?" "Tilton." "You shouldn't call your father by his first name. Say, my father." "Well, but it doesn't feel that way." "What way doesn't it feel?" "I mean, it doesn't feel like he's my father." "But he is, and you owe him some respect." "You feel more like my father." "That's sweet, Jonah, and I give thanks every day that you're in my life." "Me too. I mean, that you're my grandfather." "Your father isn't the easiest man to keep your equilibrium with." "You know equilibrium?" "Yes, sir. Like balance." "It isn't easy to keep your balance with him, but you always have to walk a line of respect because he's your father." As we progressed, we passed people sitting on their porches, and they all called out to Grandpa Teddy, and he called back to them and waved. Sometimes drivers of passing cars tooted their horns, or passengers shouted his name, and he waved to them, and we met a few people walking their dogs or just out for some fresh air, and they had to talk with him and he with them. In spite of all that, he kept coming back to the subject at hand. "You have to walk a line of respect, Jonah. But you also have to be cautious. What I'm going to say to you isn't meant to make you think any less of your father. I would feel terrible if it did. But I would feel even worse if I didn't say this and then had reason to regret holding my tongue." I understood that whatever he told me would be something I must take as seriously as anything that I had heard in church. That's what it felt like, as if Grandpa was churching me not on the meaning of a psalm or the story of Bethlehem, but on the subject of my father. "Your mother is a wonderful woman, Jonah." "She's perfect." "She just about is. None of us is absolutely perfect in this world, but she's but a breath away from it. She and I were once miles apart in our estimation of your father, but now it's an inch or two. But it's an important inch or two." He stopped and looked up into a tree for a long moment, and I looked up too, but I couldn't see what interested him. There wasn't a squirrel up there or any bird or anything. When we started walking again, he said, "I hope this is the right way to say it. Your mother's current assessment of your father is that he's basically a good man, means well, wants to do what's right, but he's damaged by some bad things that happened to him as a child, and he's weak." I agree with the weak part. There's no way to know if what he says happened to him as a boy actually happened. But even if it did, bad things happen to all of us, and that doesn't mean we can hurt others just because we ourselves have been hurt. Are you with me so far? "Yes, sir, I think so." "Your father's going to divorce your mother." I almost broke into a dance. "Good, that's good." "No, son. Divorce is never good. It's sad. Sometimes it might be necessary, but never good." "Well, if you say so." "I do. And these days it's no fault. If there's no property to split, and there isn't, and if he doesn't want custody of you or even visitation rights, which he doesn't, then it's not even necessary for your mother to agree. She should agree. It'll happen just the same. Anyway, when marriages fall apart, some people sometimes get bitter. They get very angry." "Not my mom." "No, not her. But sometimes people can get so angry, they do foolish things. Sometimes the fight in court is about the children, one of them trying to punish the other by taking away the children. Alarmed, I halted. But you said he doesn't want me. And if he does, he can't have me. I won't go. Never. Grandpa Teddy put a hand on my shoulder. Don't worry, son. No judge in this city would take you away from a woman like Sylvia and give you to your father. Really, you're sure? I'm sure. And he says he doesn't want you, but he's a man who says all kinds of things he doesn't entirely mean. Sometimes people do reckless things, Jonah. They don't want to leave it to a court. They take matters into their own hands. Could he do that? How would he do that? We had walked almost to St. Stanislaus, and Grandpa said, "Let's rest a bit on the church steps there." We sat side by side on the steps, and he took a pack of juicy fruit gum from a pocket and offered me a stick, but I was too scared to want any. Maybe he was a little scared too, because he didn't want any chewing gum either, and he returned the pack to his pocket. Let's say you're walking home from the community center one day, and your father pulls to the curb in a car and wants to take you somewhere. What should you do? Where would he want to take me? Let's say it was somewhere you'd like to go, maybe to a movie or for a milkshake. He wouldn't take me anywhere like that. He never did before. Well, maybe he wants to make things right with you. Apologize for things he's done by taking you out for some fun. Would he? I don't think he would. He might. He might even have a present for you, wrapped in on the passenger seat. You just have to get in the car and unwrap it while you go to the movie or for that milkshake. The air was warm and the steps were warm from the sun, but I was cold. I've got to walk the line you talked about. Give him respect. So what should you do? Well, I'd have to ask Mom. Was it all right to go with him? But your mother isn't there. Then he'd have to come back later, after I talked to her. But even if Mom said it was all right, I wouldn't want to go. 3 crows landed on the sidewalk and hopped along, pecking at grains of rice from a wedding the day before, each of them studying us warily with glistening black eyes. We watched them for a while, and then I said, Would my father ever hurt me? I don't believe he would, Jonah. There's an emptiness in him, a hollow place where there shouldn't be. But I don't think he'd hurt a child. It's your mother he might hurt by taking you away from her. I won't let that happen. I just won't. That's why I wanted us to talk, so you wouldn't let it happen. I thought about the 2 trash-talking delinquents in Riverside Commons a few days earlier. Boy, it's always something, isn't it? That's life. Always something. More good than bad, but always interesting if you're paying attention. He offered me the gum again, and I took a stick, and so did he. He took the paper and foil from me, and he folded them with his paper and foil, and he put them in his shirt pocket. After we chewed the juicy fruit for a minute or two and watched the crows at the rice, I thought of Mr. Gluck's pendant and took it from my pocket and showed it to Grandpa. Isn't that a marvelous piece of work? He took the pendant and dangled it in the sunlight and asked where I'd gotten it. When I told him, he said, Son, that is a classic story of the city if I ever heard one. Just classic. You've got a lasting conversation piece. What kind of a feather do you think it is, Grandpa? He gently twisted the chain between his fingers so that the lucite heart turned back and forth. I'm no expert on feathers, but there's one thing I can say with complete confidence. What's that? It's not an ordinary feather. It's extraordinary. Otherwise, no one would have gone to the trouble of sealing it in lucite and shaping the lucite into a heart. He frowned at the pendant for a moment, then smiled. I feel comfortable saying it's not a bit of juju. What's juju? A religion in West Africa, full of charms and curses and lots of gods, good ones and bad ones. In the Caribbean, they mix it up with some Catholic bits and call it voodoo. I saw this old voodoo movie on TV. It scared me, so I had to turn it off. Nothing to be scared about, because none of it's true. In the movie, the voodoo wasn't on some island somewhere. It was right in the city. Don't give it a bit of thought, Jonah. This piece the taxi driver gave you, it's too well meant to be anything dark and dangerous. Whatever feather this might be, you should figure it was so important to someone that they preserved it. You should keep good care of it. I will, Grandpa. Returning the pendant to me, he said, I know you will. We got up, and the crows squawked into flight, and we walked back to the house, where lunch would soon be ready. The little talk we had about your father is just between you and me, Jonah. Sure, we don't want to worry Mom. You're a good boy. Well, I don't know. I do. And if you stay humble about it and remember talent is a gift you didn't earn, then you're going to be a great piano man, if that's what you want to be. It's all I want to be. Under the maples, the black and white patterns of leaf shadow and sunlight didn't remind me of schooling fish in bright water as before. They sort of looked like piano keys, not all lined up in the usual order, but instead intersecting at crazy angles and shimmering with that kind of music that makes the air sparkle. What Malcolm calls banish the devil music. Chapter 12. During his off-the-rails period, when Malcolm was 22, he lost his way in grief. He began secretly using drugs. He withdrew into himself and went away and didn't tell anyone where he was going. Later, I learned that he had left the city, which was a mistake for a young man so suited to its streets. He had enough money for a year, and he rented a cabin by a lake upstate. He smoked pot and did a little cocaine and sat on the porch to stare at the lake for hours at a time. He drank, too, whiskey and beer, and ate mostly junk food. He read books about revolutionary politics and suicide. He read novels as well, but only those full of violence and vengeance and existential despair. And he sometimes was surprised to rise out of a kind of stupor, bitterly cursing the day he was born and the life in which he found himself. One night, he woke past 1 o'clock in the morning, at once aware that he had been talking in his sleep, angry and cursing. A moment later, he realized that he wasn't alone. Although faint, a foul odor filled him with revulsion, and he heard the floorboards creak as something moved restlessly back and forth. He had fallen asleep half drunk and had left the bedside lamp set low. When he rolled off his side and sat up, he saw a shadowy form on the farther side of the room, a thing that, to this day, he will not more fully describe than to say that it had yellow eyes, that it wasn't any child of nature, and that it was no hallucination. Although Malcolm is superstitious, neurotic in a charming sort of way, and undeniably eccentric, he recounts this incident with such solemnity, with such disquiet, that I've never doubted the truth of it, and I can't hope to convey it as chillingly as he does. Anyway, he knew that his visitor was demonic, and that he had drawn it to him by the acidic quality of his anger and by his deep despair. He realized that he was in grave danger, that death might be the least he had to fear. He threw back the covers and got out of bed in his underwear, and before he realized what he was doing, he went to a nearby armchair and picked up his saxophone, where he had left it earlier. He says that his sister spoke to him, though she was not there with him, spoke in his mind. He can't recall her exact words. All he remembers is that she urged him to play songs that lifted the heart, and to play them with all the passion he could summon, music that made the air sparkle. With the unwanted visitor circling him, Malcolm played for 2 hours, at first a lot of doo-wop, but then also many numbers written long before the rock and roll period. Isham Jones tunes like It Had to Be You and Swingin' Down the Lane. Lesser and Carmichael's Heart and Soul. Watson and Monroe's Racing with the Moon. Marks and Simon's All of Me. Glenn Miller's In the Mood. He looked only indirectly at the yellow-eyed presence, afraid that a direct look would encourage it, and after an hour of music, it slowly began to fade. By the end of the second hour, it had been dispelled, but Malcolm continued to play. Played passionately and to exhaustion, until his lips were sore and his jaws ached, until he was dripping perspiration and his nose was running non-stop and his vision was blurred by sweat and tears. Banish the devil music. If only it had worked as well on my father and those with whom he eventually became associated as it did on that yellow-eyed fiend in the lakeside cabin. Chapter 13. We heard the siren, but there were always sirens in the city. Police zooming this way and that, weaving through traffic in their cruisers. More sirens every year, so my mom said, as if something was going wrong with the country just when so many things had been going right. The worst thing to do when you hear a siren is to go see what it's about, because the next thing you know, part of what it's about might be you. It was Monday evening, 8 days after the talk I had with Grandpa Teddy. My mom didn't work Monday nights, and we were playing checkers at the kitchen table when the siren swelled loud and then wound down somewhere in our block. We stayed at the game, talking about just everything, so I don't know how long it was until the knock came at our door, maybe 20 minutes. We had forgotten the siren by then. There was a bell, but this caller rapped so lightly we wouldn't have heard it if our apartment hadn't been so small. We went into the living room, and the rapping came again, hesitant and timid. And Mom looked through the fisheye lens and said, "It's Donata." Mrs. Lorenzo stood at our threshold, as pretty as Anna Maria Alberghetti and as pale as Wonder Bread. Her hair disarranged, face glistening even though the evening was mild for late June. Body rigid, hands fisted and arms crossed over her breasts. She stood as though she had turned to stone the moment she'd finished knocking. Her face, her eyes were those of a woman lost, struck senseless and uncomprehending by some shock. She spoke as though bewildered. "I don't know where to go." "What's wrong, Donata? What's happened?" "I don't know where to go. There's nowhere for me to go." My mother took her by one arm and said, "Honey, you're like ice." The glaze on the woman was sweat, but cold sweat. Mom drew her into the apartment, and in a voice colored less by grief than by bewilderment, Mrs. Lorenzo said, "Tony is dead. He stood up from dinner, stood up and got this terrible look and fell dead in the kitchen." When my mother put her arms around Mrs. Lorenzo, the woman sagged against her, but her voice remained as before. "They're taking him now, they say, taking him for an autopsy, I don't know where. He was only 36, so they have to cut him open and find was it a heart attack or what. There's nowhere I can go. He was all I had, and I don't know where to go." Maybe she hadn't cried until then. Maybe the shock and terror had numbed her. But now the tears came in great wrenching sobs, pent up but released in a flood. She was racked by the kind of grief that is part horror, when the mourner suddenly knows death to be not just a profound loss, but also an abomination. And the wretched sounds that came from her made me tremble and raised in me a feeling of absolute helplessness and uselessness unlike anything I'd felt before. As usual, my mother coped. She brought Mrs. Lorenzo into our kitchen and settled her in a chair at the table and pushed aside the checkerboard. She insisted that Mrs. Lorenzo had to drink something warm, and she set about making tea, all the while commiserating not in a phony way, but with the right words that I could never have found, and with tears of her own. Mrs. Lorenzo was gentle and kind, and I couldn't stand watching her coming apart like that, or the thought of her widowed so young. I went to a living room window and looked out, and saw the ambulance still at the curb in the crimson twilight. I had to get out of the apartment. I don't entirely know why, but I felt that, were I to stay there, I'd start crying too. And not just for Mrs. Lorenzo or Mr. Lorenzo, but for my father, of all people, because he had that awful emptiness inside himself. And for myself, too, because my father couldn't ever be a father. Grandma Anita was still alive, and I'd never known anyone who died. Mr. Lorenzo had been a waiter. He often got home late, and he sometimes carried me up to our apartment when I was asleep, and my mom returned from work at the club. And now he was dead. I was glad my father moved out, but this was like two deaths close to each other. One the death of a neighbor, the other the death of my father-son dream, which I would have denied having if you'd asked me, but to which just then I realized I'd still been clinging. I ran out of the apartment and down 6 flights of stairs to the foyer, and outside to the stoop, and down more stairs to the sidewalk. The paramedics were loading the body into the back of the van ambulance. A sheet covered Mr. Lorenzo, or maybe he was in a body bag, but I couldn't see him, only the shape of him. Across the street, a crowd of 20 or 30 had gathered, probably people who lived in the apartment houses over there, and they were watching Mr. Lorenzo being taken away. Some kids were over there too, my age and younger. They chased around and danced and acted silly, as if the flashing beacons of the ambulance were holiday fireworks. Maybe if the death had occurred on the other side of the street, I'd be watching from here with different kids acting as foolish. Maybe the difference between horror and holiday was just the width of an ordinary street. At 9, I knew about death, of course, but not as an intimate truth, rather as something that happened out there in the world, in other families, nothing for me to worry about for a long time yet. But now people I knew were going away forever. If 2 could go in just 2 weeks, 3 others could go in just 3 more. Grandpa, Grandma, and my mother. And I would be like Mrs. Lorenzo, alone and with nowhere that I belonged anymore. It was crazy, a little kid panic, but it grew out of the undeniable realization that we're all so fragile. I thought that I should do something for Mr. Lorenzo, that if I did something for him, God would see and approve and not take anyone from me until I was much older. I guess if I hadn't been so crazy afraid, I might have gone to church and lit a candle for him and said a few prayers. Instead, I thought that I should play the piano for him, one of his favorite songs that he listened to on his stereo. The community center stayed open until 10:30 on Monday because it was bingo night. As one paramedic closed the rear doors of the ambulance and the other started the engine, I turned away and headed toward the Abigail Louise Thomas room. Perhaps in my peripheral vision, I saw him moving, paralleling me, but as long as I live, I will credit luck and the feather pendant in my pocket because I was in a distraught emotional state that made it unlikely that I would have picked up on clues glimpsed from the corner of my eye. My father must have been among the crowd across the street because now he paced me. When he realized that I had seen him, he didn't call out to me or wave, which would have been much less creepy. He only walked faster when I did and broke into a run when I ran. If I made it to the community center, he might come in after me. No one there knew that my mother had thrown him out or that divorce was imminent. Sylvia didn't wash her dirty laundry in public. They knew me at the center, and they didn't know him. And if I caused enough of an uproar, they would surely call my mom. But then I saw that he was glancing both ways along the street as he ran, checking on the traffic, looking for an opening, ready to dash across all 3 lanes at the first opportunity. The center was still more than a block away. His legs were longer than mine. I'd never make it there before he caught me. He wouldn't hurt me. I was his son. Grandpa Teddy said Tilton wouldn't harm me. Might snatch me and take me away, but wouldn't harm me. To snatch me, he needed a car, surely a car. You didn't absolutely need a car in the city, and Tilton hadn't owned one. Maybe he owned one now, but he would have to drag me to it, and I'd fight all the way, and he wouldn't want that. So maybe he meant to hurt me after all. At the corner, 1/3 of the way to the community center, I turned left, heading for the alleyway behind our building. I glanced over my shoulder and saw Tilton crossing the street, dodging cars as the drivers pounded their horns and brakes squealed. He looked wild. I wouldn't make it into the back street and half a block to the rear entrance of our building before he overtook me. Twilight slanted through the streets, fiery in the windows and painting ember glow across tenement walls, purple shadows swelling. But night already claimed the narrow alley. Not all the buildings had back entrances. Some had switchback fire escapes, and where there was rear access, the security lamps above the doors were often broken. On both sides, dumpsters rose, hulking shapes in the gloom, some lids up, some down, some stuck halfway. I climbed the side of a dumpster where the lids were open and dropped inside, landing on slippery piles of plastic garbage bags in a stink of rotting vegetables and God knew what else. I knelt with my back pressed to the metal wall, trying to be still, cupping both hands over my nose and mouth, not because of the stench, but to soften the sound of my breathing. His shoes slapped loud on the blacktop and on the bricks where the blacktop had worn off, and as he passed me, he was panting louder than I was. He came to a halt about where I figured the back door to our building must have been, and I listened to him muttering in frustration and making small noises for which I couldn't account. I began to wonder if I had done the right thing by fleeing from him. He was my father, after all. Not a good one, but my father nonetheless. Maybe I'd misjudged his mood and was mistaken about his intentions. When he began to curse, and when my name proved to be part of it, I stopped worrying that I'd been unfair. He rattled the knob and kicked the door hard. I didn't understand what had foiled him. The superintendent had cut new keys to our apartment, but Tilton still possessed the other key, the one to the back stairs, which, unlike the front entrance, was kept locked. He became increasingly agitated, cursing explosively, and when he repeatedly kicked a dumpster, not mine but one nearby, I figured he'd been drinking. The big trash bin gave off hollow drum-like beats that echoed along the alleyway. Boom, boom, boom. A man shouted from a high window, "Knock it off!" Tilton shouted back at him, cursed him out, and the man said as if he meant it, "I'm coming down there, you bastard!" My father hurried away then, but no one came down to look for him. Comparative quiet settled over the alleyway, disturbed only by the muffled sounds of traffic out on the main street and by music and voices from a TV channeled through an open window overhead. Suspicious, I waited a few minutes, but I couldn't spend the night in the dumpster, and finally I climbed out. I half expected a shadowy figure to break from cover and rush at me, but if there were rats in the alley, they were genuine rodents, nothing more. Above the rear door to our building, the lamp protected by a wire cage had not been broken, and by its light, I saw the bent key protruding from the deadbolt lock. In his eagerness to nab me before I got back to the apartment, my father evidently had inserted the wrong key, and when it wouldn't turn, he forced it, nearly breaking it off in the lock. I wiggled it, trying to extract it from the keyway. The key was bent not just at the shoulder, but also along the blade, and its serrations were wedged in the pin tumblers. In the morning, the superintendent would need to take the lock apart to remedy the situation. In the meantime, I could return to the building only by the front entrance. The blush of twilight had faded to maroon, but the street lamps hadn't yet brightened. Shadows filled doorways. The headlights of passing vehicles flared off the parked cars, revealing or conjuring sinister figures inside them. It was impossible to tell which. I expected my father to throw open a car door and scramble after me, or to rise up from between cars. But I made it to our building and pelted up the steps and into the foyer, almost knocking down Mr. Yoshioka. He said, "Is it true? Is the poor man dead? It cannot be true, so young." For a moment, I thought he was referring to my father, but then I remembered, and I assured him that Mr. Lorenzo had died. "I am so entirely sorry. He was a nice man. Thank you very much." I said he was welcome, although I didn't know what he might be thanking me for, and I ascended 6 flights to the 4th floor. I didn't dare to race up because maybe my father was waiting for me around one turn or another, but neither did I proceed slowly, because maybe he would suddenly appear on the stairs behind me. Chapter 14. When I let myself into the apartment and closed the door and engaged both deadbolts, I'd been gone no more than 10 minutes. Mrs. Lorenzo still sat at the kitchen table with my mother, and she still wept, though the wrenching sobs had passed for now. Neither of them knew that I'd gone out. At one of the living room windows, I peered down at the swarming street as light bloomed in the frosted glass of the lamps, and they seemed to float like aligned and miniature moons in the early dark. Every pedestrian interested me, every driver of every vehicle, and though none of them proved to be my father, I didn't grow bored with sentry duty. If he had come back once, he would come back again, as though a bad juju penny rattled within the hollow space inside him, a penny with two heads and both of them my face, by its every clink and spin reminding him of me and of how my mother would be devastated if she lost me. After a while, my mom came to me and put a hand on my shoulder and said, "Are you all right, Jonah?" That didn't seem to be the best time to tell her about Tilton. Mrs. Lorenzo needed her. "Yeah, I'm okay." "It's awful, though. How's Mrs. Lorenzo?" "Not good. Tony was an immigrant. He has no family in America. Donata's father died when she was young, and she has no brothers or sisters, and I gather her mother's, well, difficult. There's nowhere she can go but back to their apartment, and she can't face that right now. Maybe tomorrow. I've asked her to stay the night with us. She can have your bed, and you can sleep in mine." I looked out at the street and then at the sofa, to which I pointed. "Can I sleep there?" "The bed would be more comfortable." "Well, sleeping with your parents, a parent, whatever, it's for scared little kids. It's little kid stuff." "When did it become little kid stuff?" I shrugged. "I don't know. A while ago. Weeks ago, maybe. I mean, I'm 9. Sometimes it seemed that she could look right into my head and read my thoughts, as if my forehead were glass and my brain a neatly printed scroll. "Are you sure you're all right, sweetie?" She never lied to me, but I didn't always measure up to her when it came to truth-telling, although this wasn't lying, not really. I intended just to withhold the truth from her for a few hours, until Mrs. Lorenzo gathered the courage to go downstairs to her apartment in the morning. "See, the sofa is cool, not kid stuff." I sounded so lame, and I could feel the blush burning in my cheeks. But one of the benefits of dark skin is that a blush can't give you away, even to your perhaps psychically gifted mother. "The sofa is like an adventure, you know? The sofa is righteous." "All right, Mr. Jonah Kirk, you may sleep on the sofa, and I'll lie awake all night worrying about how soon you'll want to drive a car and date grown women and go away to war." I hugged her. "I'm never going away anywhere. You go strip your bed and put on clean sheets for Donata. I've got to dash downstairs and get her pajamas and some other things she needs. She just falls to pieces at the thought of going back there, even if I'm with her." Here at the front of the building, they hadn't heard the ruckus in the alleyway, Tilton kicking the dumpster and cursing. "You shouldn't go there alone." When she gave me an odd look, I said, "I mean, not this late." "Late? It's 20 past 9 and it's just downstairs. If this was a work night, sweetie, I'd be coming home alone hours later. Just me with a pretend gun in my purse." "Well, but Mr. Lorenzo died down there." Although we were speaking softly, she glanced toward the kitchen and lowered her voice further. "He didn't die of disease or anything, Jonah. And in this family, we believe there's only one ghost this side of heaven, and it's the Holy One." Having committed myself to withholding the news of my father's return until Mrs. Lorenzo was able to go home, I felt that the manly thing would be to stay the course and not complicate the situation by dumping my fears onto my mom when she still had to help Mrs. Lorenzo get through the shock of being widowed. It made sense at the time. A great many things make sense when you're 9 years old that appear senseless years later. As justification, I can only say that during the eventful summer of 1966, I became concerned for the first time about behaving in a manly fashion, no doubt out of fear that if I didn't discipline myself, I might wind up like my father, a perpetual adolescent. "Now go change those sheets," Mom said, "and I'll be back in a few minutes." She left the front door ajar, and I ran to it and listened to her going down the stairs. When I heard her cross the first landing, I eased the door shut and, just in case Tilton was out there, locked it to prevent him from coming in behind my back. I hurried into my bedroom and tore the sheets off the bed and carried them to the hall closet where the laundry basket was kept and grabbed the spare set of sheets and raced back to my bedroom and made the bed. I returned to the front door and stood on my toes and barely managed to look through the fisheye lens. Nobody out there. And opened the door and stood on the threshold and waited for my mom. She seemed to be taking forever. I didn't believe there was a ghost in the Lorenzo apartment. And they had taken away the body, so there couldn't be a zombie like in the Voodoo in the City TV movie that I'd had to turn off. But Mrs. Lorenzo, confused and hurting, might have left her door unlocked. And maybe my father had gone in there for God knows what reason, and then my mother had walked in on him. The rest would be total horror movie. Maybe the manly thing would be to grab a butcher knife from the kitchen and go down to the second floor to check on my mother. But I couldn't imagine what I'd say to Mrs. Lorenzo, who was in the kitchen crying again, and when I burst in there and snatched the butcher knife out of the drawer. She might think I'd gone mad and meant to kill her, and that would be one shock too many. And she'd have a stroke, and then they'd haul me off to prison or the nuthatch or wherever they took crazed and dangerous boys. I heard footsteps ascending. They sounded like the footsteps of one person, and they didn't seem to be those of someone with a gun to her head or a knife to her throat. I stepped inside, eased the door almost shut as my mother had left it, and hurried to the window. When Mom came through the door, she had a little travel case in which she had packed Mrs. Lorenzo's things. She closed the door and locked both deadbolts. She said, "You better put on your PJs and brush your teeth, honey. It's getting late." "Okay, Mom." "You'll need a blanket for the sofa." "It's warm enough." "To protect the upholstery." "Oh, yeah, got it." Minutes later, I was lying on a blanket on the sofa, in my pajamas, with one of the pillows from my mother's bed. The front windows remained open because we didn't have air conditioning, and traffic noise rose from the street. I could hear my mom and Mrs. Lorenzo talking in the kitchen, but I couldn't catch enough words to make sense of what they were saying. They were taking a long time, longer than I expected, and I grew anxious about not being able to keep a watch on the street. Later, I would learn that Mom gave Mrs. Lorenzo a few Benadryl, and then insisted that they each have a large glass of red wine, which I guess seemed just the right thing to an Italian lady like the widow. When they finally left the kitchen, I pretended to be sleeping, and I pretended all the time that they used the bathroom and dressed for bed. When my mother came to the sofa and whispered good night and kissed me on the cheek, I lay there with my mouth open, breathing through it, making a soft snoring sound. Before she turned away and switched off the lights and went to her bedroom, she said, "My angel," which made me feel lowly and deceitful and the very spawn of Tilton Kirk, even though I knew that my motives were good and my heart sincere. Lying there in the dark, with the glow of the city invoking ghostly shapes from the familiar objects in the living room, I waited until I thought Mom and the widow might be asleep before I got off the couch and felt my way to one of the windows. The flow of traffic had diminished, and there were fewer pedestrians as well. I didn't see my father, but the longer I knelt at the window, with my arms folded on the sill, the more it seemed to me that of the people who walked past or drove by, every one of them appeared suspicious. More than suspicious. There had been another old movie I'd watched about 2/3 of before turning it off. Instead of zombies, the bad guys had been seed pod people from another world, and they had duplicated real people and had taken their place. You couldn't tell them from the people they imitated, except that they had no real emotions. Chapter 15. Eventually, I returned to the sofa, too exhausted to stand an entire night watch. I dropped into a deep well of sleep and floated there until, after a while, the dream began in a pitch-black place with the sound of rushing water all around, as if I must be aboard a boat on a river in the rain. I was lying on my left side, in the fetal position, on an uncomfortable surface, clutching something in my right fist, holding it so tightly that my fingers ached. A great fear overcame me, but of what I couldn't say. A blind terror in the blind dark of the dream, and my heart was as loud as a felt hammer on a timpani skin, beat and backbeat all but simultaneous. The object in my hand was a penlight. Later, I would realize that no previous dream had ever included a fragrance or a flavor, but in this one, I tasted blood. My lower lip was swollen, throbbing. When I licked, it stung where split. I was holding a penlight. For what reason, I don't know, as I never had possessed one in real life. Still lying on my side, I cried out, startled, when the beam revealed a face directly in front of mine, less than a foot away, a girl, perhaps in her early 20s, dark hair wet with rain and pasted to her face, eyes seeming to swell from their sockets, strangled to death with a man's necktie that still cinched her throat. Thrusting up from the darkness of the dream into the lesser darkness of our living room, I came off the sofa and onto my feet, breathless for a moment, and then inhaled with a gasp. I shuddered and put a hand to my mouth, expecting my lower lip to be split and bleeding, but it wasn't. Because my legs were weak, I sat down at once, grateful that I hadn't cried out in my sleep as I had done in the nightmare, hadn't awakened my mother or the widow Lorenzo. In my mind's eye, I could still see the dead girl as clearly as I had seen her in sleep. And as in the dream about Lucas Drachman a few months earlier, she wasn't a half-imagined phantom, but instead as vividly detailed as a portrait by Norman Rockwell. Wet hair thick and glistening with rain, blue eyes shading toward purple, the pupils wide in death. Delicate features, pert nose formed to the perfection of the finest porcelain figurine, generous mouth, smooth, creamy skin, unmarred except for a small beauty mark at the high point of the left cheekbone. When I'd awakened from the dream of Lucas Drachman, I had known that he murdered his parents sometime in the past, that what I'd seen wasn't prophetic, but instead a done deed. In this case, I suspected that I'd been given a predictive vision while asleep, that a day would come when I would find myself surrounded by the sounds of rushing water, enclosed in darkness with a corpse. As I sat there on the edge of the sofa, I caught the faint scent of roses and came to my feet. Turning, I saw a woman's silhouette at one of the front windows, backlit by the night glow of the city. She was too tall to be either Mrs. Lorenzo or my mother. She said softly, "Fiona Cassidy." And I knew that she had just given me the name of the dead girl in my dream. She moved away from the window, vanishing into shadows. When I switched on the lamp beside the sofa, I found myself alone in the living room. If she had really been there, she couldn't have exited so quickly. Yet I had seen her silhouette, had heard her voice. I had no doubt that she'd been present, although in what sense and to what extent I couldn't say. She wasn't a ghost, but she was something more than I had taken her to be on the day when she had first appeared to me, dressed all in pink and promising a piano. Chapter 16. I should have told my mother about Tilton chasing me into the alleyway, but for the next 2 days, she occupied herself with Mrs. Lorenzo, helping the widow to arrange the funeral, contacting the life insurance company regarding Tony's small policy, which would give the widow only a few years of security, and packing the deceased's clothes to take them to the Salvation Army because Mrs. Lorenzo had no heart for the job. At the end of each day, Mom was tired and sad, and I didn't want to burden her with my worries. By the time we returned to our usual schedule, I was hesitant to tell her what Tilton had done. By delaying, I had to some extent deceived her, which I had never done before, at least not about anything serious. Although my reason for doing so was honorable, I was concerned that she would in the future wonder what else I might be withholding from her, that this would in some way permanently change our relationship. Of course, I was keeping another secret. Miss Pearl, my guide through dreams of terrors both past and pending. The mysterious woman had instructed me to tell no one of Lucas Drachman, and I understood intuitively that the same discretion was required of me regarding Fiona Cassidy. Honoring Miss Pearl's instructions meant being less than entirely forthcoming with my mother, and though that wasn't the same thing as lying, it wasn't worthy of a well-churched boy. Miss Pearl had given me a piano, yes, but my mother had given me life. I adored my mother and hoped that she would always trust me. And so, having delayed telling her about my father's pursuit of me, I made the further mistake of deciding to remain silent on the subject. Most 9-year-old boys want to be seen as more grown up than they are. Considering that I was now the man in the house, I convinced myself that I alone should deal with Tilton if he came around again, that I could deal with him, and that in this troubled time, I needed to spare my mother from unnecessary anxiety. The nation seemed to be sliding toward one existential crisis or another. Growing casualties in Vietnam spawned street demonstrations against the war, and a 72-year-old woman named Alice Hertz had even set fire to herself in protest. The previous year, during Martin Luther King's march from Selma to Montgomery, Alabama, marchers were beaten and trampled by horses ridden by state troopers, and a shocked nation watched it all on television. Malcolm X was assassinated, not by racist whites, but by other blacks, probably black Muslims, and everywhere you looked, there was discontent and anger, envy and loathing. Respect for authority was down, crime was up, and illegal drugs were being peddled as never before. Not in our neighborhood, but in another part of the city, there had been race riots, as there had also been in Watts, a Negro section of Los Angeles, in which 34 people died and whole blocks were burned to the ground. And this summer was no less violent than the last one. A couple of times, I'd overheard Mom worrying about the future with Grandpa and Grandma, not about her prospects as a singer, but about my safety, and about the war, and about what might be in store for all of us. By comparison, my father seemed to be more of a nuisance than a threat. The summer wore on, hot and humid and eventful. Search and destroy missions in the Mekong Delta of Vietnam led to nightly death tolls reported on the evening news. In July, in Chicago, Richard Speck stabbed and strangled 8 student nurses in their dormitory. On the first day of August, an honor student named Charles Whitman climbed to the top of the 27-story University of Texas Tower and with a rifle killed 16 and wounded 30. An unprecedented slaughter that alarmed the nation because it felt not like an aberration, but like the start of something new. Mom came home from her job at Woolworth's one afternoon and found that I, having returned early from the community center, sat mesmerized by TV news, film of the war and the raging riots. I was only 9, but I think even before I started to recognize the tumult in the world, I already had an awareness of how unstable life could be. Born in part from my father's inconstancy, but also from the fact that, in spite of my mother's undeniable talent and drive, her quest for a career as a singer encountered setback after setback. The LA fires, the explosions in Vietnam, the gunfire in both places, the dead bodies in streets foreign and domestic, the crimes of Lucas Drachman and the death to come of a girl named Fiona Cassidy, Mr. Lorenzo standing up from the dinner table and dropping dead of a heart attack, the 2 trash-talking thugs who followed Mom and me through the park earlier in the summer, Speck, Whitman. All of it came together like many different winds joining forces and spinning into one tornado, so that, sitting there in front of the television, I suddenly felt that everything I knew and loved might be blown away, leaving me alone and vulnerable to threats beyond counting. Riveted by the spectacle of destruction on the screen, I said, "Everybody's killing everybody." Mother stood watching the TV for a moment and then switched it off. She sat beside me on the sofa. "You okay?" "Yeah, I'm all right." "You sure?" "It's just, all this stuff." "Bad news. Real bad." "So don't watch it." "Yeah, but it's still happening. And what can you do about it?" "What do you mean?" "The war, the riots, the rest of it." "I'm just a kid." "I'm not a kid," she said, "and I can't do anything about it except sit here and watch it." "But you turned it off." "Because there's something else I can do something about." "What?" "Mrs. Lorenzo's all alone, so I asked her to dinner." I shrugged. "That's nice." She turned on the TV but muted the sound. People were looting an electronics store, taking TVs and stereos. There's something you need to understand, Jonah. For every person who's stealing and setting fires and turning over police cars, there are 3 or 4 others in the same neighborhood who want no part of it, who are more afraid of lawbreakers than they are of the law. Doesn't look that way, because the TV only shows you the ones who are doing it. The news isn't all the news, Jonah. Not by a long shot. It's just what reporters want to tell you about. Riots come and go, wars come and go, but under the tumult, day after day, century after century, millions of people are doing nice things for one another, making sacrifices. Mostly small things, but it's all those little kindnesses that hold civilization together. All those people who live quiet lives and never make the news. On the silent TV, as the face of an anchorman replaced the riots, I said, I don't know about that. Well, I do. The anchorman was replaced by a wind-whipped, rain-lashed town over which towered a giant funnel cloud that tore a house apart in an instant and sucked the ruins off the face of the earth. When weather's big news, my mother said, it's a hurricane, a tornado, a tidal wave. 99.9% of the time, Mother Nature isn't destroying things. She's nurturing us. But that's not what gets ratings or sells papers. She switched off the TV again. What do you want to be, Jonah? News or nice? Nice, I guess? She smiled and pulled me against her and kissed the top of my head. Then help me get ready for Mrs. Lorenzo. You can start by setting the table for dinner. A few minutes later in the kitchen, as I was putting the plates on the placemats, I said, Sooner or later, do you think my dad's going to be news? She recognized the implication that I thought him incapable of being nice. Be respectful, Jonah. I figured she knew the answer as well as I did. Chapter 17. The following morning, after Mom had left for Woolworth's, I carried the kitchen trash bag to the alleyway behind the apartment building. The sky had lowered, as smooth and gray as concrete, as if the entire city had been roofed over and enclosed in a structure of fantastical dimensions. The air was still when I stepped outside, but as I tossed away the trash and turned from the dumpster, a cat's paw of wind came along the center of the littered alley, leaving most debris undisturbed, batting before it only a sphere about the size of a golf ball. It rolled to a stop in front of me as the breeze died, and I saw that it was an eyeball. Not a real eye. This was one that might have once been sewn to a stuffed toy. The orb looked up at me from the pavement. I didn't remember bending down to retrieve it, but the next thing I knew, I held the object in my right hand. It was made of neatly stitched furry fabric and filled with some spongy material. Overall beige, though affixed to it was a circle of white felt that bore a small blue disc at its center. Beige threads, with which it had been attached to some plush toy, trailed from it. Perhaps because of the recent strange events and disturbing dreams, I was disposed to regard the eye as if it were not merely litter, as if it must have some ominous significance. As it gazed at me from the cupped palm of my right hand, I didn't realize that the sounds of the city were diminishing, until suddenly I became aware that a profound silence had fallen over the alleyway. For an instant, I thought that I had gone deaf, but then I heard myself say, "What's happening?" The silence was real, not a failure of perception, as though the metropolis had never been a human habitat, as if it were instead a vast clockwork mechanism that, after centuries of reliable performance, had exhausted the tension of its mainspring. I glanced toward one end of the alleyway, then toward the other, wondering at the absence of traffic. In the warm August morning, many windows were open in the surrounding apartment buildings, though no voices issued from them, no music, no sounds of activity whatsoever. From the sky, no jet roar, no chatter of police helicopters. When I turned my attention once more to the faux eye in my hand, I couldn't dismiss the ludicrous conviction that it could see me. It was inert materials, crafted by human hands, just fabric and thread and a bit of colored plastic, and yet I felt watched. And not just watched, but also pondered and analyzed and judged, as if every detail this eye beheld was transmitted to some remote and highly curious entity that, but for me, was the only living creature still afoot in this silent city of stilled pendulums and frozen gears. As I recount this, at the age of 57, I remain full of childlike wonder, arising every day to the expectation of mysteries and miracles. When I was 9 years old, I wasn't such an unflagging romantic and delighted believer as I have now become, but that boy possessed the capacity for enchantment and awe that made it possible for time and experience to mold him into me. I swear that when I closed my fist around that fabric eye, I felt it roll from side to side, as though seeking some gap between my clenched fingers that would provide it with at least a narrow view of me. As if my spinal fluid had been replaced with a refrigerant, a chill climbed vertebra to vertebra from the small of my back to the base of my skull. Moving toward the nearest dumpster, remembering what Grandpa Teddy had said about juju, I intended to throw the eye into the trash. But before I could fling it away, I realized that the wiser course might be to retain possession of the thing, so that I would always know its whereabouts and could keep it in a container to ensure it remained blind to my activities. If memory serves me well, this bizarre notion came to me less as a thought than as whispered words in the vaguely familiar voice of a woman, a voice hardly louder than a breath in the inexplicable stillness of the city. Among the debris in the alleyway lay a discarded empty pint of whiskey and the brown paper bag in which it was now only partially concealed. I left the bottle, replaced it with the eye, and twisted shut the neck of the bag. Sound quickly returned to the world, faint at first, but within a few seconds rising to the usual level of a metropolis populated by industrious, or at least restless and bustling, citizens. I stood there for a minute, listening, wondering, no longer chilled, but mystified and wary. After using a key to let myself in through the alley entrance of the apartment building, I decided not to use the back stairs because I half expected to find Tilton waiting for me on the landing where Mom had put his packed suitcases back in June. I imagined that he might have with him a chloroform-soaked rag with which to subdue me and a steamer trunk in which he would take me away forever. I followed the first-floor hall to the front stairs, and having totally spooked myself, sprinted 2 flights before discovering a woman who was halfway up the 3rd flight. She was dressed all in black, her long hair black as well. On the handrail, her pale left hand appeared as well-formed as the finest porcelain. She heard me, paused, and looked back, blue eyes shading to purple, pert nose formed to perfection, generous mouth, small beauty mark at the high point of the left cheekbone. Here stood the dead girl from my dream, still alive, no throttling necktie cinched around her throat. Fiona Cassidy. In my surprise, I merely gaped at her, holding the twisted neck of the paper bag as if I might offer her the contents, and no doubt I appeared simple-minded. She neither smiled nor frowned, and without a word, she continued climbing the stairs. I left the stairwell then, hoping she wouldn't suspect that I was especially interested in her. I didn't allow the door to close entirely, but stood in the 2nd-floor hallway, listening to her ascend. And when I thought she had passed the 3rd floor and had continued toward the 4th, I returned to the stairs to follow her as stealthily as possible. Chapter 18. Fiona Cassidy went past the 4th floor, on which I lived with my mother, went past the 5th, where Miss Delvane wrote her magazine articles and researched her rodeo novel, where also Mr. Yoshioka led his quiet and perhaps tragic life in apartment 5C. She continued to the 6th and highest floor. Each floor of our building offered 3 apartments. 2 were of the size in which Mom and I lived. The 3rd offered twice as many square feet as those smaller units and was better suited to families with more than a single child, although they were far from spacious. The superintendent, Mr. Reginald Smaller, occupied an apartment on the ground floor, leaving 17 available for paying tenants. Because the building offered neither an elevator nor desirable views of the city, 4th-floor units leased for less than those on the first 3 levels, 5th-floor units for less than the 4th, and sixth-floor units for less than the fifth. Back in those days, rent subsidies for the poor were a trickle, not yet the flood they would one day become. My mother received no subsidy at all and didn't want one. If the government had covered all or nearly all of the monthly costs, the sixth-floor apartments would have been filled. But when tenants had to pay their own way, they were not quick to shell out good money for the privilege of climbing 10 flights of steep stairs and bathing in water that often came out of the tap lukewarm by the time that it was piped from the basement boiler to the top of the building. Consequently, rarely were more than 2 sixth-floor units rented, and there were periods when all 3 remained vacant. Some of our neighbors kept to themselves, but even if they were inclined only to grunt when I said hello and to avoid eye contact, I knew their faces and their names. I was no less inquisitive than I was imaginative. That August, I knew only 14 apartments were rented, and all 3 on the highest level were currently for lease. At each floor, the door to that hallway featured a foot-square window, so that as you approached it, you could see whether someone was about to open it from the other side. When I stood tiptoe, I could see through that pane into the sixth-floor hall, where Fiona Cassidy, just then, entered 6C. Maybe she was considering renting, and Mr. Smaller had given her a key so she could tour the unit. But I figured such a maybe was as thin as a human hair. The superintendent always accompanied potential tenants and never let them have a key until he had received the first month's rent with a security deposit. Mr. Smaller was a jack of all trades, capable of repairing any of the building's systems, but he was an eccentric, a believer in all sorts of conspiracies. He once told me that I should trust no one, not even God. In fact, especially not God, because he wouldn't have given us life and made us a whole world to live it in if he didn't want something big and terrible in return. Carrying the juju eyeball in a bag, I stepped silently along the hallway to 6C. The door stood half open. I knew that I should be cautious, that the wisest thing I could do would be to leave at once, return to our apartment, and engage both locks. I had seen Fiona Cassidy dead, however, if only in a dream, and the woman on the stairs had been no ghost. I felt that I should warn her, although I doubted that she would believe a scrawny boy who, in our first encounter, gaped at her as though he must be a simpleton. Through the open door, I saw a shabby vestibule with yellowed and peeling wallpaper. Beyond lay an unfurnished room carpeted in cracked linoleum, its ash-gray walls streaked with rusty stains. The city hadn't fallen silent again. The old building issued its endless settling noises, and the discordant symphony of the busy world outside penetrated its windows. But I couldn't hear any sound particular to the apartment. No footsteps, no closing of a door, no voice. Although I wasn't a reckless boy, I crossed the threshold, dismayed by my boldness, but compelled as if some powerful spell of mortal curiosity had been cast upon me. The lowering sky must have grown darker even in the short time since I had left the alleyway, because when I proceeded from the vestibule into the living room, the light at the windows wasn't just cheerless, but steely with storm threat. To the right lay a dining area and an open door through which I could see a portion of the kitchen. To the left, shadows as soft as crepe de chine swagged a windowless hallway. With no windows open for ventilation, the air was warm and heavy and stale, woven through with old cooking odors and the reek of cat urine and the sourness of cigarette smoke that had condensed into a thin yellow film on many surfaces. The linoleum looked as if it must be brittle and would crackle underfoot. Instead, it proved to be unpleasantly spongy, as if webbed with mold, and I made hardly a sound as I went to the kitchen door and dared to look beyond. No one. On the farther side of the living room, the hallway served a bathroom and 4 small bedrooms without furniture. In one of the latter, I discovered a sleeping bag beside which stood a large canvas satchel. All of the closet doors had been standing open, perhaps as a less than adequate precaution against mildew growing and sporing while the apartment had remained unoccupied. I didn't believe I had overlooked any corner in which Fiona Cassidy could have hidden. The bottom sash of the single bedroom window had been raised. A feeble influx of air couldn't stir the greasy, threadbare draperies. Surely the young woman had not bunked here the previous night, only to leap to her death in the morning. Nevertheless, with some dread, I ventured to the window and leaned out and peered down into the serviceway. No dead girl sprawled below. If my dream ever proved in fact to be predictive, her fate was to be murdered, not to leave this world by suicide. Turning from the window, I expected to find her behind me, but she wasn't waiting there. Heart knocking, mouth dry, wondering again at my uncharacteristic audacity, I returned to the half-open front door and stepped into the sixth-floor hallway without encountering anyone. Though I suspected that my intrusion had not gone unnoticed and that there would be a price to pay for having followed the girl across that threshold. As I reached the stairwell, but before I entered it, I heard the door to apartment 6C slam shut. I looked back. No one. Either the door had been closed by a draft or what? Was I to suppose that Fiona Cassidy had flown, not fallen out of that open window to elude me, and had flown back in after I'd gone? Even my spacious imagination could make no room for that possibility, and there had been no draft. Chapter 19. In our apartment once more, I took the plush toy eye from the paper bag and put it in the center of my freshly made bed, looking toward the pillows. I walked from one side of the bed to the other and back again, watching the eye, but it didn't turn to follow me. Idiot, I said, chastising myself for indulging in such a childish fear. In the kitchen, I took a pitcher of lime Kool-Aid out of the refrigerator, poured a glassful, and sat at the table. I thought about going to the community center and putting in 4 hours at the keyboard. School would start in less than 2 weeks, and after that, my practice time would be limited to at most 2 hours in the late afternoon. Usually, I couldn't wait to get to the piano and see Mrs. O'Toole, but that day, I felt something big was happening right under my nose, something incredible, like on Christmas Eve when I still believed in Santa. Except that this was not all sparkly and hopeful and fun like Christmas. It was something closer to that old movie about voodoo in the city. Except that this was for real. I couldn't just switch it off. On the formica-topped dinette table, sweat beaded the drinking glass. The droplets of water on the upper part of it were clear, glimmering, like diamonds. The beads on the lower part of the glass, which still contained the lime drink, were as green as emeralds. They were neither diamonds nor emeralds, of course. They were just beads of water. But I couldn't stop staring at them and thinking about Jules, about being rich, about how if I were rich, we wouldn't have any problems. Mom wouldn't have to work at Woolworth's lunch counter. We could own a nightclub, and she could sing there as much as she wanted, and we could own a record company, too, and she could be as famous and happy as she deserved to be. We wouldn't have to worry about Tilton trying to snatch me away from her because we'd have expensive lawyers and bodyguards. We'd live in a big house on a hill somewhere, with lots of land around it and a high fence, and we'd be safe from everyone, everything, even riots and war and young punks who talked dirty to women they didn't know. After all these years, I vividly remember that sweating glass of Kool-Aid, the anxiety that plagued me, anxiety on the trembling edge of foreboding, too much for a boy of 9 to handle, and the false hope of riches that, even if it had been fulfilled, would have solved nothing. One of the best things about growing up is that if you can learn from experience, you come to the realization that 2 things matter more than anything else: truth with a lowercase t and truth with an uppercase T. You have to tell the truth, demand the truth from others, recognize lies and refute them. You've got to see the world as it is, not as you want it to be, not as others who wish to dominate you might say it is. Embracing truth frees you from false expectations, fruitless pursuits, disappointment, pointless anger, envy, despair. And the bigger kind of truth, that life has meaning, is the surest source of happiness, because it allows you to recognize your true value and potential, encourages a humility that brings peace. Most important, the big T truth makes it possible for you to love others for who they are, always without consideration of what they might do for you, and only from such relationships arise those rare moments of pure joy that shine so bright in memory. Little more than 2 months past my 9th birthday, I was many years short of understanding all of that. In our tenement kitchen, I daydreamed of diamonds and emeralds, wishing away all troubles and threats. When I finished the Kool-Aid, I washed the glass, dried it, put it away. I wiped the condensation from the dinette table. I went into the living room and stared at the TV. I didn't turn it on, which I suppose might have been a small step toward a far-off maturity. In my bedroom, the fabric eye lay on the mattress, still gazing at the pillows. I'd been foolish to think it might be animated by juju. There was nothing supernatural about it. It was just trash. I didn't return it to the paper bag, which lay on the floor, where earlier I dropped it. But I didn't throw it away. Instead, I hesitated, picked it up, circled the bed, and opened my nightstand drawer, from which I withdrew a metal box with a hinged lid. The fancy painted box had once contained candy, a Christmas gift from Mr. and Mrs. Lorenzo the previous year. The lid featured a portrait of an Italian maiden dressed in a costume from centuries past. Flowing, gold-trimmed red script declared, La Florentine. And below that, in a different font, blazed the word Torrone. The box had contained 1.5 pounds of almond nougat candies, a product of Italy, in 3 flavors, lemon, orange, and vanilla. The candy had been delicious, but of the bonbons in the colorful metal container, the latter seemed to be a greater treasure. I kept things in the box that I valued, or that intrigued me for reasons only a boy my age would understand, some more important than others. There were a dozen items, among them a cat's eye marble in vivid shades of gold and blue, a penny flattened by train wheels and now the size of a $50, the copy of the lunch check from the restaurant where Mom and I ate the day after she sent Tilton packing, a silver dollar Grandma Anita had given me when I memorized the Our Father, which she said I should spend on the day of my confirmation. The box didn't contain the heart pendant with the feather. I still kept that in a pants pocket, always with me. I hesitated before adding the plush toy eye to the trove. In the unlikely event that some dark magic was embodied in it, perhaps it might in some way contaminate the other items. Idiot. I dropped the eye in the box and replaced the lid. I put the box on the nightstand, rose from the bed, and turned to discover Fiona Cassidy standing in the doorway. Chapter 20. I was certain that I had engaged the deadbolt on the apartment door. A couple of windows were open, but she couldn't have gotten to them either from the 6th floor or from the street. She didn't say anything. She stared at me, expressionless, her face lovely but robotic, as if what she did next would be decided by the application of certain algorithms and computations run on printed circuit boards. Her blue-purple eyes seemed to be luminous. I would like to say that I was worried but not afraid, though the truth is that she scared me. The way she materialized like a ghost, the way she just stood there, staring. Instinctively, I sensed that I shouldn't speak first, that repaying her stare with a stare, and silence with silence, might unnerve her. But I couldn't restrain myself. "What are you doing here?" She stepped off the threshold into the bedroom. "How'd you get in?" Not deigning to answer me, she looked around the small room, paying special attention to the poster of Duke Ellington in a tuxedo. He was standing in the Cotton Club sometime in the late 1920s, with the famous murals behind him. To a framed photograph of Grandpa Teddy with Benny Goodman, to a poster of my favorite TV star, Red Skelton, dressed as Freddie the Freeloader, because I hadn't found a poster of him as Clem Cadiddlehopper, the character who made me laugh the most. She closed the door behind her, alarming me, and I said, "You better get out of here." Returning her attention to me, still expressionless, she finally spoke. "Or what?" "Huh?" Her voice was soft and dead flat. "I better get out of here or what?" "You don't belong here." "Or what?" she insisted. "You'll be in big trouble." The lack of inflection in her voice chilled me more than would have any quality of threat. "What are you going to do? Scream like a little girl. I don't need to scream. Because you're so tough? No, because my mom will be home in a minute. I don't think so. Well, she will. You'll see. Liar. You'll see. I began to think that her emotionless demeanor was not the truth of her, that under her surface calm was volcanic potential. You know what happens to little snoops? She asked. I'm not a snoop. Bad things happen to them. In the ashen day beyond the window, light pulsed again, so that the building next door, just 6 feet away, seemed to leap closer, as if collapsing toward us, and in the aftermath of those flashes, thunder rolled deep in the throat of the sky. The woman started around the bed, and I thought about jumping onto it and plunging across it, but I knew she'd catch me before I reached the door. You don't scare me, I said. Then you're stupid. A stupid, lying little snoop. Backing into the corner, acutely aware of my vulnerability, I said, I'll bite. Then you'll be bitten. She was maybe 5'7". I was a lot shorter. I felt like a pygmy, if you want to know. As she rounded the foot of the bed, and as stutters of lightning again broke across the wall beyond the window, I said, The thing is, I saw you in a dream. This time when thunder chased the light, it seemed to me that she had brought the storm with her, had called it forth. How old are you, Snoop? What's it to you? Better answer me. I shrugged. Going on 10. So you just turned 9. Not just. She stopped and stood looking down at me an arm's length away. You dream about girls, do you? Just you, once. Awful young for a wet dream. Surprised, I said, How'd you know there was water in it? At least the sound of water all around. Instead of answering me, she said, Why did you follow me to the 6th floor, liar? Like I said before, I recognized you from the dream. That's the truth. At last an edge, just a thin one, came into her deadpan voice. I don't like you, Snoop. I'd love to smash your monkey face. Don't tempt me. Don't you ever follow me again. I won't. Why would I? You're not that interesting. I can turn interesting from 1 second to the next, Snoop. More interesting than you ever want to know. You stay away from the 6th floor. I don't need to go up there. You don't want to either. Unless you're even dumber than I think. And you don't want to be talking about me to anyone. Not to anyone. You never saw me. We didn't have this little chat. You get my point, Snoop? Yeah, all right. Okay, whatever, geez. She stared at me for a long moment, and then looked at the La Florentine box on the nightstand. What did you just put in there? Nothing. Stuff. What stuff? My stuff. Was it something you took from my satchel or my bedroll? I didn't touch your things, I just looked. So you say, liar. Open it. I picked up the metal box but held it against my chest. She wanted another staring contest, and I did my part, even though her eyes were disturbing, full of wildness. She said, What's black on the outside and red on the inside? I didn't know what she meant, what she wanted. I shook my head. From a pocket of her lightweight jacket, she took a folding knife, switchblade, 7 inches of razor-sharp steel flicked from the yellow handle. I'm very serious, boy. I nodded. I like to cut. You believe I like to cut? Yes? Open the box. Chapter 21. Using the blade of the knife, she probed through the contents of the box while I held it out to her. Just crap, she said. It's all my stuff. What, you're in training to be some junk-crazed pack rat? What did you put in here when I was watching you from the doorway? The eye. What eye? I found it in the alley from a teddy bear or something. She picked it up between thumb and forefinger. Why this? I don't know, it's interesting. Interesting? Why? I don't know, it just is. She searched my eyes again, and then she rested the point of the knife on the tip of my nose. Why? I was up against the wall, nowhere to go. Fear of the knife made me speechless. She slid the blade into my left nostril. Be very still, Snoop. You move too suddenly, you'll cut yourself. Why is this teddy bear eye so interesting? I thought it maybe had some juju. Juju? Yeah, juju is, I know what it is. Juju eye? You're a real little freak in the making, aren't you? She dropped the fabric eye into the box. Sparing my nose, she stirred the contents with the blade once more, but she quickly lost interest. Put it away. After I put the box on the nightstand, I couldn't take my eyes off the blade. For maybe half a minute, she didn't say anything, and neither did I, and finally she put the knife away. Good thing you were lying about your mama coming home. If she'd walked in and seen me with that knife in my hand, I'd have used it on her, and then on you. You love your mama, Snoop? Of course. Not everyone does. Mine was a selfish bitch. I turned my attention to the window to see if rain might be falling yet, though mostly so I wouldn't have to look at her. If you love your mama, then you think about what I said. I like to cut. I could make her a new face in half a minute. Look at me, boy. No rain yet. Don't you diss me, boy. I looked at her. You understand me? How it is? How it has to be? Yeah, I understand. No big deal. She turned away from me, crossed the room, opened the door. I don't know why I needed to make one more revelation, except that I was a small boy, rattled, and not thinking clearly. In the nightmare, you were dead, and I was very sorry for you. On the threshold, she turned and regarded me as when she'd first appeared, not with robotic indifference, as it had previously seemed to me, but with the contempt of a machine intelligence that despised weak creatures of flesh and blood. What are you trying to do with this seeing me in a nightmare shit? Nothing. I felt sorry, that's all. Am I supposed to be afraid? Is this a threat or something? No, it's just the way it was. In the nightmare, I mean. Then maybe you better not dream anymore. I almost spoke her name so that she might believe me about the nightmare, but something stopped me. Whether instinct or guardian angel, I can't say. What? What is it? She asked, as though she could almost read my mind. Nothing. Her face was simultaneously beautiful and cruel, but as I would learn in time, cruelty was the truth of Fiona Cassidy. She stared at me, and I held her stare because I thought that if I glanced away, she would come around the bed again and hurt me. Finally, she stepped into the hallway, leaving the door open, and moved out of sight toward the front of the apartment. At that moment, as though she willed it to add drama to her exit, the sky loosed an entire quiver of lightning bolts, and cataclysmic thunder followed closely, rattling window glass and reverberating through the walls as if the building were a drum, and rain fell in torrents. I stood there, trembling, mortified, having betrayed the image of myself that I had crafted and cherished, the man of the family. How absurd that seemed now. I was a boy, not a man, and the merest stick figure of a boy. Grandpa Teddy often said that musical talent was an unearned grace, that I should give thanks for it every day, and that it was my obligation and my honor to make the most of the gift. But right then, I would have traded talent for brawn, youth for age, wishing myself a grown man, thick-necked and broad-chested, a tower of muscle. Although I intended to give Fiona Cassidy plenty of time to leave the apartment, shame and a need for redemption compelled me to follow her sooner than might have been prudent. I hurried along the hallway to the living room, but she wasn't there. The apartment door was shut, the deadbolt engaged, which suggested that she remained somewhere in our few rooms. Summer rain slanted under the raised sash of each front window, spattering the sill and spilling into the apartment. I closed one, then the other, and with considerable trepidation, I searched our rooms and closets and even looked under my mother's bed, and then under mine. I was relieved to find myself alone, but I was also mystified. Creepy. Definitely creepy. But nothing serious yet. Chapter 22. When Mr. Smaller, the superintendent and conspiracy theorist, failed to answer his bell, I sought him elsewhere. He might have been in any apartment, attending to repairs of one kind or another, but first I went to the basement, where he could often be found. I used the interior stairs instead of going outside to the alley entrance, and as I descended those steep wooden treads, I heard my quarry talking to himself from somewhere in the labyrinth of mechanical systems that sustain the building. The footprint of that lower realm was the same as any floor of the apartment building, and yet it seemed larger, cavernous, partly because the pipes and boilers and electrical conduits and big fuse boxes and other equipment created a maze bewildering to one as small as me, and partly because the lighting scheme was decades old and inadequate. Shadows pooled everywhere and hung like funeral bunting along the work aisles. Here also were many unlabeled barrels and large packing crates stenciled with numbers that didn't reveal what they contained, contributing to the basement's air of mystery. With the muffled tumult of the storm echoing down through vents that led all the way to the roof, with wind-blown rain churning at the narrow and filthy ground-level windows near the ceiling, the basement had become an even more off-putting realm than usual. On the floor, a spider the size of a quarter scurried out of shadows and along a band of light. I froze at the sight of it. I didn't like spiders, but my aversion to this one was inexplicably strong. The encounter with Fiona Cassidy had spooked me more than any movie about space aliens or voodoo. My nerves were taut. Instead of stamping on the spider, I watched with apprehension as it crossed my path, convinced that every moment of this strange morning was fraught with occult meaning and peril, and I thought, worse luck than a black cat. When the spider vanished into shadows, I continued to follow the voice of Reginald Smaller as he grumbled to himself. I found him in the downfall of light from a portable work lamp that was hooked to an overhead water pipe, performing routine maintenance on the third of 3 large boilers, the one that brewed hot water and sent it to radiators throughout the building to heat the apartments. Here, in the waning days of summer, when no one needed heat, Mr. Smaller was draining sediment from the bottom of the big tank, an almost syrupy sludge with which he'd filled one bucket and was now filling a second. A short man with a big middle, he wore as usual a white tank top undershirt, khakis with an elastic waist, and suspenders as insurance against the failure of the elastic, industrial suspenders that looked as if they had been fashioned from racehorse tack. He once said that he had been raised by a grandmother who was a mean old cuckoo bird, and when he was a young boy, if he displeased her, she stripped him down to his underpants and turned him out into the street to be mortified. He insisted there was nothing worse than being pantsless in public, especially if you had bandy legs and lumpy knees that made people point and laugh. In Mr. Smaller's case, I thought it was just as bad to wear a tank top, because his chest and back and arms were covered in wiry, poodle curly hair, glossy black against his white skin, like the coat of a bear with an advanced case of mange. When I came upon him that morning, he was on his knees beside the hulking boiler, muttering almost as if he were 2 people having a vigorous debate. But when he saw me, he smiled and said, "Ain't it but Sammy Davis, Jr. himself? Will you sing 'What Kind of Fool Am I' for me, Sammy?" "You know I don't sing, Mr. Smaller." "Now, don't go pulling my chain, Sammy. You sing all the time in Vegas when they pay you the big bucks." "Maybe I would sing if I got the big bucks." "Soon as I drain this disgusting muck," he said, indicating the soupy stuff coming out of the boiler hose, "I'll hustle upstairs, get a couple thousand from my cookie jar. That'd be enough for just one song?" "Sometimes you're really silly, Mr. Smaller." Yeah, I guess you won't never sing no song that cheap. How much they pay you to star in Ocean's 11? About 100 million. He pretended to be impressed. Why are you still in this dump? Living flashy isn't my style. Guess it ain't. The last slop oozed out of the boiler, and he twisted shut the petcock. Wish you really was Sammy Davis. Then you'd know that actor Peter Lawford. I'd sure like to talk to Peter Lawford. He knows something about who really killed the president. You mean President Kennedy? Don't mean Abe Lincoln. Lawford, he's married to that Patricia Kennedy. Tell you one thing, it weren't no Lee Harvey Oswald pulled the real trigger. Castro might have been mixed up in it. If I had your 100 million, I'd bet it all ties back to Roswell in July of 47. Who's Roswell? Ain't a who? Roswell is a what? A place. New Mexico. Flying saucer crash there, July of 47. Some dead aliens was recovered, and maybe one alive. Government's been lying about it ever since. Wow. Disconnecting the short hose from the boiler drain, Mr. Smaller said, For sure the April 62 saucer crash near Vegas is part of it. 'Cause it just so happens Jack Ruby was in Vegas then. When I asked who Jack Ruby was, Mr. Smaller said, He killed Lee Harvey Oswald right after Oswald didn't kill Kennedy. Them Bilderberger bastards are mixed up in it too. From past conversations, I knew that the Bilderbergers were an international secret society headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland, formed to be the secret government of the world in league with the aliens from other planets who lived among us. Being only 9 years old, I didn't know if the Bilderbergers were real or something Mr. Smaller invented. I thought he was a little crazy, but mostly in a nice way. And some of his stories were fun to hear. Because he was so much older than I was, I owed him respect, and I never expressed disbelief. That morning, however, I had been spooked by Fiona Cassidy, who was without a doubt real, and who was a more immediate threat than the Bilderbergers out there in Geneva. I hoped it would seem the most natural thing in the world when I changed the subject. The new lady is pretty. Getting to his feet, Mr. Smaller said, All that's going wrong these days, war and riots, it's them damn Bilderbergers. He picked up a bucket of sludge in each hand and walked toward the exterior basement door, which was served by a short ramp. All them tornadoes last year, 200 dead, that nurse killer in Chicago, them dangerous new skateboard things, and Nat King Cole gone from lung cancer, only 45. Following him, I said, She has nice eyes. How they're blue and purple at the same time. Girls in silly go-go boots, miniskirts, all them weird fangled new dances, the Watusi, the frog. What kind of dance is a frog? Don't nobody foxtrot no more. It's all their plan, the Bilderbergers. As he put the buckets down and ascended the ramp to unlock the door, I said, I guess she's renting on the 6th floor. Disengaging the deadbolt, opening the door, seeming to be surprised by the rain, he said, Makes no sense in this weather. Sludge can wait. It's just sludge. Closing the door, locking it, turning, he said, Lung cancer ate up Edward R. Murrow, too. But pardon the hell out of me if I ain't grieving over that, 'cause all them big-time newsmen like him ain't nothing but puppets for the builder. He cut off in mid-word, cocked his head, and looked at me as if what I'd been saying had gotten to him on a delayed broadcast. Who were you talking about, Jonah? The pretty lady in 6C. When I had seen her sleeping bag and satchel, no furniture or other luggage, I thought maybe she was a squatter, that she might have picked the lock and settled in until someone found her and made her leave. She seemed too good-looking for a squatter, but you never know. When she threatened to hurt me if I talked about her to anyone, my suspicion seemed to have been half confirmed. Now Mr. Smaller proved me wrong. You think she's pretty? Well, sure, because she is. Not to me, she ain't. Truly pretty's more than looks. She's got a hard, cold edge. Can't never be pretty. A piece of work, that one. I knew what he meant, but now I was puzzled. Then why did you rent to her? Coming down the ramp, he reminded me of a well-meaning troll in a kid's book I'd read. On the part of his head that wasn't bald, the black hair bristled every which way like ragged twists of steel wool. Son, I don't do no rentin'. The lease agents work downtown where corporate bastards get big pay for picking their noses. He stopped at the buckets, considered them, decided to leave them where they were. He walked back toward the boilers. Black-hearted company owns maybe 100 dumps like this. I'm just a guy gets free rent, piss-poor pay, and all the cockroaches I want in return for keeping this here place from falling down on top of us. Following him, I said, "What's her name?" "Eve Adams." "Are you sure?" "So I've been told. Name could be Frankenstein for all I care. She ain't no business of mine, ain't a renter. She gets free rent like me, but only 2 months, till she scrapes off all the peeling wallpaper in 6C, takes up the crumbling linoleum, paints the walls. She goes place to place doing the same. Everybody has a way of getting by in a hard world." As he picked up his toolbox from beside the boiler, I said, "She doesn't look like an Eve Adams." "Is that so? What does an Eve Adams look like?" "Not like her. She should have a prettier name." He stared at me for a moment, and then put down the toolbox. He settled into a squat so that we were eye to eye. "Young boys, they get crushes sometimes. Had one on my second-grade teacher. Not just how she looked, the way she was, all she was. Figured she'd wait till I growed up so then we'd be together forever. Damn, but don't I find out she's married. Broke my stupid heart. Then what happens but she divorces him and marries some other guy. I realize she don't know or care how I love her. So then, I hated her as best I could, but that hurt me, not her. When you grow up, Jonah, women are gonna break your heart so often you lose count. You want my best advice? Don't let them start on you so young as you are." I didn't have a crush on Fiona Cassidy, aka Eve Adams, who in my experience might have been a maniac or even a witch. But for 2 reasons, I chose not to reveal as much to Mr. Smaller. First, it was nice of him to care about what happened to my heart, and he might be embarrassed if I told him that his tender advice was misdirected. Second, and more important, he must never let the woman know that I had been asking about her. She liked to cut. I didn't like being cut. His assumption that I had a crush on her gave me reason to plead with him not to humiliate me by informing her of my infatuation. He swore to keep my secret, and I promised to heed his advice. With a handshake, we sealed our agreement. 2 men of the world, generations apart, yet nonetheless united by our recognition that romance was perilous, and that no other sadness quite equaled the sorrow of unrequited love. Rising to his full height, Mr. Smaller morphed from fatherly advice giver to his more familiar role as paranoid curmudgeon. As peals of thunder rolled through the city and stormlight flickered at the high basement windows, he said, "Got work to do. Though it don't make no sense to do it if we're gonna nuke the Russians and they're itching to nuke us. War here, war there, crime everywhere, yet nobody cares about nothing but the Beatles. And some guy who paints giant soup cans and sells them as art. This movie star, that movie star, blah, blah, blah. The world's a nut house. It's insane. It's scary. It's..." "Those Bilderbergers," I suggested. "Ain't truer words ever been spoken." Chapter 23. Because I didn't feel like making my way to the community center in the rain, I should have gone down to the 2nd floor and rung Mrs. Lorenzo's bell and joined her little daycare group. I wasn't supposed to spend more than a few minutes alone in our apartment when my mother was at work. For a boy my age, I was responsible, and my mother had no reason to worry that I would do something like play with matches and burn down the building. Nevertheless, she was more of a Bledsoe than she was a Kirk, and Bledsoes didn't leave a young child alone for extended periods of time during which he might be tempted to engage in one type of misbehavior or another. Half a century after the fact, I better understand my potential for mischief than I did back in the day. In spite of all the trouble that found me, I wonder in retrospect why I didn't bring even more calamity down upon myself. I knew that my mother's rules were not to be subjected to the creative interpretations that wily attorneys brought to the wording of laws that snared their criminal clients. She was a plain-spoken woman who said what she meant. But after leaving Mr. Smaller to his grumbling in the basement, I convinced myself that the rule against being alone in our apartment for an extended period of time didn't apply to lingering alone for hours elsewhere in the building, as if Mom would approve of me loitering in concealment for the purpose of spying on one of our neighbors. I took the back stairs to the 6th floor, looked through the small window in the door. No one. Imagining myself to be as stealthy as Napoleon Solo, the man from U.N.C.L.E., which had been a hit on TV the previous year and had fired my imagination, even though the stories never made sense to me, I traveled shadow quiet along the public hallway, apartment 6C to my right. On the left, between apartments 6A and 6B, a door opened to a service closet. The hinges creaked but not loudly. I entered without hesitation and drew the door shut. Fiona Cassidy could be aware of my presence only if she had been standing in her vestibule, keeping watch through the fisheye lens in her door. After turning on the service closet light, I pulled down on the dangling cord attached to a hinged ceiling trap, which swung toward me and brought with it a ladder that unfolded in sections to provide access to the building's attic. Doubt afflicted me just then. The woman had threatened me with a knife. Hiding under a bed might be smarter than trying to learn more about her. No. I'd seen her in a dream, and she'd gotten into our apartment through a locked door. She was a threat like no other. I had to know who she was. I took from my pocket the heart pendant with the captured feather, and my confidence returned at the sight of it. I was a boy who readily believed in magic, even if I didn't understand the source of its power or its purpose. Perhaps I was so easily enchanted because, as a Bledsoe, I had been born to music, imbued with it. Music, good music, great music, is itself magical. Its mysterious inspiration entwined with the mystery of all things. When we are transported either by Mozart or Glenn Miller, we find ourselves in the presence of the ineffable, for which all words are so inadequate that to attempt to describe it, even with effusive praise and words of perfect beauty, is to engage in blasphemy. At the top of the ladder, on the frame that enclosed the trap, a switch brought sour light to bare bulbs in ceramic sockets placed at wide intervals between the overhead beams. Shadows didn't flee, but merely retreated and regrouped and stood sentinel. Clearance in the attic wasn't such that a grown man could stand erect, but a boy like me had plenty of headroom. Water pipes for the 6th floor units were routed through this space, as were electrical conduits and bathroom vents. Between the floor joists, the primitive insulating materials of previous decades had in recent years been replaced with rolls of pink fiberglass. I pulled on the top tread, and the segments of the spring-loaded ladder folded up on themselves with a faint, protracted twang. The trap thumped softly as it nestled into its frame. If I stepped wrong and missed the 2-inch wide edge of a joist, my foot would plunge through the insulation. If it also broke through the plasterboard ceiling, it would dangle in view of anyone below. Fortunately, here and there, thick sheets of particle board had been screwed to the joists, providing the equivalent of stepping stones. I carefully made my way north, to the flank of the building occupied by apartment 6C. The wide cooktop vent identified the kitchen below, and I settled there to listen. Even as skinny as I was, I raised a few creaks and crackles from underfoot, though I doubted that those noises would trigger Fiona Cassidy's suspicion. The driving rain upon the roof and the wind battering the walls brought forth numerous complaints from the bones of the ancient building, among which my movements couldn't be separately discerned. I had awakened sleeping moths, which darted now from lamp to lamp. They hovered, quivering, opening their gray robes to bare their vulnerable bodies to the light they worshipped. Between the floor joists, legions of busy silverfish no doubt lived in the layers of fiberglass insulation, on which they enjoyed dining, but only a few ventured onto the particle board and skittered through the denim folds of my jeans. I steeled myself not to brush them noisily away. A hole had been cut in the kitchen ceiling to accommodate the sheet metal duct that vented smoke and odors from the cooktop all the way to the roof. The hole was more than 1/4 of an inch wider on each side than the ductwork, and the gap had not been caulked. Through that narrow space, rather than by way of the duct itself, I might be able to hear activity in the room below. Having learned patience during the months that Tilton thwarted my desire to take piano lessons, I waited without fidgeting. After about 15 minutes, I heard muffled voices, and I was surprised when an upflow of light came through the gap and sheathed the metal ductwork at which I listened. If they had been looking up just before the kitchen light had been switched on, they might have seen the dim attic lamp glow through these same gaps, might have realized that someone lurked above them. I assumed that the woman's voice was that of Fiona Cassidy, although it was too muffled and distorted by intervening structures for me to identify it with certainty. I thought I caught the words "little shit" and "snoop," but I could just as easily have imagined them. The woman did most of the talking and seemed to be the dominant one. The man spoke softly, deferentially, I thought, and for all I could tell, he might have been speaking in a foreign language. After about 10 minutes, the man left. A door closed. The woman remained, humming a tune that I didn't recognize. Soon, I smelled coffee brewing. Spoon and china clinked as she stirred. She didn't switch the light off when she left the kitchen. Moving slowly and cautiously from one island of particle board to the next, I sought Fiona Cassidy. Eventually, through the white noise of the rain on the roof and the wind blustering around the building, I heard her singing "Paint It Black," which had been a hit for the Rolling Stones that summer. As a singer, she was no threat to my mother, or to anyone. Just as my mother never washed her dirty laundry in public, this woman should never sing outside of her apartment, if even there. Eventually, I was driven out of the attic not by her singing, but by boredom. Spying on her, I expected to learn some deep and terrible secret. But life isn't as predictable as the movies. In life, deep and terrible secrets are usually revealed not when you're searching for them, but when you least expect them and are unprepared. And if I'm going to be truthful, I have to admit, after a while, I began to suspect this strange woman knew that I was in the attic, that she was listening to me as I listened to her. When she started singing a painful version of "Hang On Sloopy," I was pretty sure she changed the word to Snoopy. Chapter 24. In spite of the rain, I went to the community center after all, and spent the afternoon at the piano. The storm faded as I came home shortly before 5 o'clock. The gutters no longer overflowed, and the streets were washed clean. The windshield wipers on all the cars were set at slow speed, and as if exhausted by the storm, motorists were not pounding their horns. The city seemed to be winding down. In the foyer, I found Mr. Yoshioka wiping his umbrella dry with a white cloth. He had already taken off his galoshes and wiped them as well. He nodded, sort of bowed a little, and said, "Good afternoon to you, Jonah Kirk." "Good afternoon, Mr. Yoshioka." "Is it very wet enough for you?" His smile told me that he thought this was an amusing question, and I smiled in return. "It's a good day for ducks." "Is it?" he said. "Yes, I suppose it must be. Though I have not seen one, have you?" "No, sir." Crouching to wipe up the water that he had tracked into the foyer, he said, "Perhaps even on days for ducks, they stay to the parks that have ponds." Because the foyer featured a tile floor, and because Mr. Smaller mopped it regularly on bad weather days, I had never thought to clean up after myself like this. In fact, neither had anyone else in the building except Mr. Yoshioka. He picked up his galoshes and his furled umbrella, half bowed to me again, and said, "Let us hope tomorrow is a day for songbirds." "Let us hope." I sort of bowed to him and immediately wished I hadn't, afraid that he might think I was mocking him, which I wasn't. He climbed the stairs toward the 5th floor. Because I was embarrassed to leave a puddle of rainwater on the floor, I didn't move until he was at least 4 flights ahead of me. In our apartment, I put the wet umbrella in a pot that stood beside the door for that purpose, and I set my galoshes to dry on a rubber mat beside the pot. By then, I had realized that Mr. Yoshioka lived in 5C, the apartment directly beneath that in which Fiona Cassidy, aka Eve Adams, was a temporary resident. The possibility that he might be enlisted as an ally in my investigation of the woman began to intrigue me. My mother had not yet returned from Woolworth's because she'd had some other task after work. She didn't expect to be home until 6 o'clock, which would leave her little time to change and be off to Slinky's. The previous day, she had made peanut butter cookies according to Grandma Anita's recipe. Unlike most cookies of that type, they were not oily or chewy, but crisp and crunchy. After she took them from the oven, as they cooled, she shredded dark chocolate on top, which melted and then solidified into a thin crust. The cookies were stored in a deep, round tin. Too pleased by my cunning, I put half a dozen of the treats on a paper plate, covered them tightly with saran wrap, and carried them up to the 5th floor to present them to Mr. Yoshioka, less as a neighborly gift than as an inducement to conspiracy. My motives were not entirely deplorable. I did in fact like the tailor, and felt sorry for him if, as everyone suspected, he had a tragic past. In our lives, we come to moments of great significance that we fail to recognize, the meaning of which sometimes doesn't occur to us for many years. Each of us has his agenda and focuses on it, and therefore we are often blind to what is before our eyes. On the 5th floor, when Mr. Yoshioka answered his doorbell, all I saw was a neighbor, a shy man, who was still dressed for work. He hadn't taken off his suit coat, hadn't loosened his tie. I held out the plate. "My mom made these. You'll like them." He appeared to be uncertain, not sure that I meant to give him the cookies. "These are the product of your mother's labor?" "She baked them. Peanut butter. They're delicious with milk, or without. You don't have to have milk to eat them. I mean, if maybe you don't like milk or it makes you sick or something." "I am making tea." "They might go with tea. Milk or coffee, absolutely." Tentatively, he took the plate of cookies. "Would you like to join me for tea, Jonah Kirk?" "Yeah, that would be great. Thank you." His dress shoes were on a mat beside the door. He still wore socks, but the shoes had been replaced by white slippers. "It isn't necessary for you to take off your shoes," he said. "No, I want to. I want to do what you do in your own place." "I don't keep all traditions of Japan." "You shouldn't be worried we will sit on the floor to eat. I do not." "Neither do we," I said as he closed the door. "We never did. My people, I mean. Unless, maybe back when they were slaves, maybe they weren't given furniture, though I think they were. Not fancy furniture, of course, not from Macy's, just crudely made stuff." He smiled and nodded. "I assure you also that I do not subscribe to the ancient tradition of seppuku." When I stared blankly at him, he said, "That is the polite word for harakiri." I'd seen some old war movies. I knew what harakiri was. Suicide by sword. Disembowelment. "Relax in the living room, Jonah Kirk. I will return with tea." I wondered if I had gotten myself in trouble, and if so, just what kind of trouble it might be. Chapter 25. After I removed my shoes, I went into the living room in my stocking feet. First, I noticed how clean Mr. Yoshioka kept his apartment. Mom was obsessive about cleaning, but our place didn't gleam like this. The room seemed immaculate partly because it didn't contain much. There was no possibility of clutter. The lines of the slat-back walnut couch were stark, with box cushions covered in a gold fabric. The matching chairs had black cushions. 2 simple side tables held black ceramic lamps with gold shades. The wood floor had been sanded smooth and finished in a high gloss. I figured Mr. Yoshioka must have done the work himself. Mr. Smaller performed only the most necessary repairs, not decor changes. Large 6-panel Japanese screens of pale gold silk faced each other from opposite walls. On the one to the left, a single tiger was lying at rest, though its eyes were wide and watchful. To the right were two tigers at play, their power and grace so convincingly portrayed that I almost expected them to move upon the silk. Mr. Yoshioka returned with a lacquered tray on which were two white porcelain plates, one bearing my mother's cookies, the other holding an assortment of inch-square cakes with pastel icing in a variety of colors. There were also smaller plates and cloth napkins. As he transferred the items on the tray to the coffee table, Mr. Yoshioka said, "You admire the screens. They're really cool. These are copies of those by the Meiji master Takeuchi Seiho. I commissioned these. Faithful reproductions, but the originals were more powerful. My family once owned them. Then they were lost." "Wow. How do you lose something so big?" I asked. "Not easily." "When were they lost?" "California," said Mr. Yoshioka, and he returned to the kitchen with the empty tray. The only other work of art stood on a pedestal between two windows that were covered by rice paper shades the color of weak tea. This was an ivory sculpture of unusual size, about 2 feet high and 2 wide and a foot deep. A pretty Japanese lady in an elaborate kimono carved with great realism. When Mr. Yoshioka returned, carrying a tray laden with a teapot and 2 delicate cups, he said, "That is a Meiji original by the unequaled Asahi Gyokuzan. It is dated 1898. In 1901, he unveiled a larger, even more splendid version that was acquired by the emperor." As Mr. Yoshioka poured tea, I stood transfixed by the ivory carving. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. She is a court lady. Her ceremonial kimono has 19 layers, the folds of each expressed by the sculptor in minute relief. The statue was so sensuous, I wanted to touch it, but I knew that I shouldn't. My family once owned it, but then lost it. Years later, I found it and purchased it. That was a most happy day. I have poured the tea." He sat on the sofa, and I took a chair. I sipped the tea, which was hot, almost colorless, nearly tasteless, and somewhat bitter. Watching me, Mr. Yoshioka seemed amused. "I thought you would feel that way," he said, though I hadn't complained. He indicated a miniature porcelain pitcher the size of a man's thumb. "Orange blossom honey will sweeten it." I added honey to the cup and was grateful for it. My host took his brew unsweetened. When I sampled one of the tiny cakes, it was subtly flavored, perhaps with almond extract, and only slightly sweet, but edible. He tried one of the cookies and was delighted, which didn't surprise me if those little pastel cakes were his idea of a treat. A whole new world must have opened to him when he took his first bite of one of my mother's peanut butter cookies. "What is Meiji?" I asked. "A period of Japanese history. The rule of Emperor Mutsuhito from 1868 to 1912. Meiji means enlightened peace." "Are you bored?" "No, sir. I really like the tigers and the court lady." "I'm not an interesting man," he said. "Sooner or later, I will bore you. Be certain to tell me when I do." "All right, but I don't think you will." "I will," he insisted. The Meiji artists continued to produce in that style long after Mutsuhito's reign ended. My sainted father and precious mother collected Meiji and from the earlier Edo period. They owned hundreds of pieces, objects of art. I grew up in rooms filled with Meiji magic. Hundreds? What happened to them? Lost. All lost except the court lady carved from ivory, which I found. Why were your folks always losing things? He shrugged. It was nobody's fault. Were they artists? My mother was of a kind. She worked with thread and needles on elaborate embroidered scenes. My father was a humble tailor. Your mother's cookies go with tea. So do these cakes, I said, and took a third, though I didn't really want it. The tea was better with honey, but it wasn't Coca-Cola. Your mother has great talent. You've heard her sing? Yes, at the club where she works. I couldn't picture him in such a place. You mean Slinky's? That is correct. I only went there once. They wanted me to order alcoholic beverages. From time to time, as seemed required, I asked for a martini. I think martinis are pretty potent. Yes, but I do not drink. I paid for the martinis but left them untouched. For some reason, this disturbed the management. I felt that I should not go back again. Something about the way he spoke, the formality of his sentences and the lack of slang, was familiar to me, as if I'd known someone else who spoke in this manner, not stilted, but with grave restraint. Did Mom see you at Slinky's? No. I sat in a corner table far from the stage. I did not wish to intrude, only to listen. I am boring you. No, sir, it's pretty much the opposite of boredom. Where did you and your folks live in California? First in Los Angeles, later in a place called Manzanar. Palm trees and beaches and always warm? I might want to live there when I'm grown up. Why did you leave? He was quiet, staring into his tea as though he could read the future in it. Then he said, I was able to get work here. Work is life and meaning. Sloth is sin and death. At the end of the war, I was 18 and needed work. I came here from California to work. You mean World War II? Exactly, yes. I calculated. You're almost 40, but you don't look old. Raising his stare from tea to me, he smiled. Neither do you. I didn't mean that the way it sounded. It sounded honest. Honest is good. I was blushing again, but still black, so he couldn't know. Now I am boring myself, he said. I must be boring you. I thought maybe this worry about boring me was his way of politely putting an end to our visit, and I realized that I hadn't even raised the subject that had inspired me to bring him cookies. Looking at the ceiling, I said, It's so quiet here, so peaceful. I hope the new lady in 6C doesn't ruin your quiet. Why should she? Stripping up linoleum, scraping off wallpaper. Most likely she will be doing that while I'm away at work. Yeah, but she looks... He cocked his head, his black eyes as inquisitive and direct as those of a wary crow. Yes? Looks? How does she look? Noisy. He studied me over his raised teacup as he tilted it and took a sip. Then he said, You do not mean noisy. I don't? You do not. Then what do I mean? I await the revelation. Nasty, I said. Maybe a little crazy? She's a little nasty crazy. He put down his teacup and leaned forward. I met this woman on the stairs yesterday. I said good afternoon, but she did not. What did she say? She made a suggestion I will not repeat. Nasty, I am sorry to say yes. Crazy? Maybe. He leaned forward even farther. May I share this with you, Jonah Kirk, and be certain you will never quote me? I raised my right hand. Swear to God. The best word to describe her is dangerous. I have known dangerous people in my life. Please believe me that I have. I believe you, sir. If you are intrigued by this Eve Adams, resist your curiosity. She is only trouble. We must hope she will be gone without damage. For a moment, I considered sharing my experience with the woman, but it seemed that if I told him about her threats, I'd have to tell him also that I had seen her in a dream, strangled and dead. I didn't want him to think that the best word to describe me was nutcase. I allowed myself to say only, I think maybe she's a witch. He raised his eyebrows. How extraordinary. Why do you think this? Sometimes she just appears. Appears what? You know, sort of like out of thin air, in places where she couldn't be. I myself have not observed this. Having said too much, I rose to my feet and added only, It's freaky. Anyway, If you hear anything funny up there, anything suspicious, I expect to hear many suspicious things, Jonah Kirk, but I will not listen. Huh? Won't listen? I tried to puzzle out his meaning. Don't you care if she's up to no good? I am concerned, but I want no trouble. I've had enough of trouble, you see. More than enough. Well, okay, sure, I guess. As he rose from the couch, I said, Thanks for the little cakes, and the tea, and the honey. Half bowing, he said, Thank you, Jonah Kirk, for sharing your mother's delicious cookies. It was most kind of you. Walking down to Mrs. Lorenzo's apartment, I carried a weight of disappointment. I had hoped Mr. Yoshioka and I might join forces to discover the truth of Fiona Cassidy. He was a small man, perhaps 5'6" and slender, but during our visit, I had become convinced, I don't know why, that he was brave, even courageous. Maybe I had been too impressed by the fact that he had tigers on his walls. Chapter 26. I don't recollect what I expected to happen next. Perhaps memory has failed me after all these years, or perhaps I didn't anticipate any specific act of evil, but instead lived in the shadow of general apprehension regarding both my father and Fiona Cassidy. The Labor Day weekend arrived. I would be back in classes at St. Scholastica School on Tuesday. Saturday, after a long piano session at the community center, I returned to our apartment at 5:20 p.m. after my mother had left early for Slinky's. In the bathroom, I washed my face and hands at the sink. Then I went to my room, took the chenille spread off the bed, folded it, put it on a shelf in the closet, and then turned down the bedclothes so that I wouldn't have to do all that later. The day was warm, the room stuffy. I put up the lower sash of the window for ventilation. In the kitchen, a note was fixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Tell Donata when you're home. She'll bring dinner and stay so you can sleep in your own bed. Love you more than anything, Mom. A couple of days had passed since I'd had tea with Mr. Yoshioka, and I had not seen Fiona Cassidy again. I considered going up to the attic for a few minutes to listen for whatever I might hear in 6C. Just as I decided not to be stupid, the doorbell rang, and through the fisheye lens, I saw Mr. Yoshioka. When I opened the door, he said in a whisper, "Good evening, Jonah Kirk. Has the day been gentle with you?" Taking my cue from him, I also whispered, "Gentle? I guess so. What about you, sir?" "I have known worse, thank you. I wish to have a word." Stepping back, I said, "Oh, sure, come in." "A word alone," he whispered. "There's no one here but me." He entered, closed the door, and stood with his back to it, as if to brace it shut against some hostile force. "I am sorry for the intrusion." "No problem," I assured him. "You want to sit down and have something to drink? I can't make tea, but I can make hot chocolate, or maybe open a root beer or something." "You are very kind, but I can only stay a moment. My apologies." "What's up?" "Miss Eve Adams has not been noisy, not at all. However, on 2 occasions, each lasting an hour, there has been a most disturbing—" He looked pained, as though by the necessary crudeness of his next word. "Stink." "A stink?" "Yes, quite strong." "What kind of stink?" "A chemical smell. It is like, but not precisely the same, as trichloroethylene. That is the fluid used by dry cleaners. Being a tailor, I know it well." "Maybe it's something she's using to take up the old linoleum." "I do not think so. Not at all, no." His brow was furrowed, his lips pinched. I said, "You seem worried." "It is like trichloroethylene, but I believe more volatile." "Volatile?" "I know some piano, nothing about chemicals." "More flammable," he explained. "Possible fire, explosion, catastrophe. I do not mean to be an alarmist." "Volatile," I said, and I thought the word applied to the woman as well as to whatever chemical Mr. Yoshioka had smelled. You sure it came from 6C? Last evening, I went to the 6th floor to smell. His skin was not dark enough to conceal his blush. I wasn't sure what embarrassed him. Maybe that he'd been snooping on a neighbor. Maybe that I would think he was an alarmist. The odor was strongest at her door. Did you tell Mr. Smaller? I decided to wait and see if it happened a third time, this evening. But minutes ago, when I came home from work, I found this in my kitchen. From a pocket, he produced 4 pieces of a photograph taken with a Polaroid camera. He handed them to me, and I didn't have to fit them together correctly to see. They constituted a photo of the 6-panel painted silk screen that featured 2 tigers. Mr. Yoshioka said, "The pieces were stacked and then pinned to my cutting board with a knife taken from one of my kitchen drawers." I returned the scissored photo, and his hand shook as he accepted the pieces. "I believe it to be a threat. I am being warned not to come smelling around her door again, or to complain about the stink." "You think Eve Adams saw you at her door?" "I do not know what to think." "How'd she get into your apartment to take a Polaroid?" "How indeed?" he wondered, his hand trembling as he returned the fragments of the picture to a suit coat pocket. "Your door was locked." "Yes, and like you, I have 2 deadbolts." He started to say something more, but then looked around the room, focused on one of the street view windows, and finally looked down at his right hand, first at the palm, then at the back of it, at his slender, well-manicured fingers, as he continued. "I have come here only to tell you that I intend to stay away from this woman, stay away from the 6th floor, and give her no reason to be angry. I believe you should do the same, for your sake and your mother's." A voice in memory. "I like to cut. You believe I like to cut?" "What is it?" he asked. "I haven't told you everything about this woman." "Yes, I am aware." Surprised, I said, "You are? How?" "What do they call the face of a good poker player?" "A poker face?" I said. "Yes, I believe that is correct. You do not have one. I have no idea what you have withheld, but I am aware you are withholding." I hesitated, but then said, "She threatened me with a knife." Although I thought he was shocked, I couldn't tell for sure, because he did have a poker face. "Where did this occur?" "Here, in the apartment. Remember how I said she can appear like magic where she wasn't a moment ago?" "Why would she threaten you with a knife?" I cleared my throat, wiped my nose on one sleeve, even though it didn't need to be wiped, laced my fingers together, and cracked my knuckles, and at last said, "Well, see, she left the door open to 6C, and I kinda like took a tour of the place." Poker face or not, he couldn't quite conceal the fact that my nosiness struck him as offensive. "Why would you do that?" I was not ready to tell him that I had seen her strangled and dead in a dream. "I don't know, she's different. Maybe I had a crush on her, a crush at first sight." His stare was direct, and somehow I met it, and after a moment he said, "That will be good enough for now. We all have things to say that can be said only when the time is right to say them." Although I considered telling him more, I shrugged and looked at my feet as if they were fascinating, as if I might break into a dance at any moment. Mr. Yoshioka sighed. "I keep my head down, Jonah Kirk. I do not make a great noise as I pass through the years. I do not allow myself curiosity about women like Miss Eve Adams. Head down. Head down. I do not wish to shine. I prefer shadows, quiet, periods of solitude. I do not wish to be noticed. If one is all but invisible to others, one cannot be envied, inspire anger or suspicion. Near invisibility is a way of life that I recommend." "You think Eve Adams might really kill you?" Although his hands hardly trembled now that he'd put away the pieces of the photograph, he remained disquieted and too embarrassed to look at me. There are worse things than death. I do not think the threat was to me. It is, as it appears, to the tiger screen. I cannot risk the screen. It is too valuable. Valuable? But didn't you say it was just some kind of copy, not the original? It is more valuable than the original. How can that be? I mean, if it's not an antique. Raising his head, he met my eyes. He seemed to want to reveal something of importance, but then he said, I only came to warn you. He stepped into the hallway and quietly pulled the door shut between us. I heard no receding footsteps. After a beat, through the door, Mr. Yoshioka said, Jonah Kirk. Yes? Lock the deadbolts. All right. I did as he asked. With one ear to the door, as I listened to the tailor walk away, I thought perhaps his embarrassment arose from his lack of courage, from his determination to keep his head down, to be nearly invisible. That possibility made me sad, and worse than sad. In those days when you were like Mr. Yoshioka, an American of an ethnic group whose former homeland had in the not-too-distant past waged and lost a world war, or if you were of a people who had only recently begun to emerge from a century of segregation following generations of slavery, the heroes in books and movies tended not to be like you. We could believe in the characters John Wayne inhabited and admire the grace and humility with which he played heroic men. We could agree that the honor and integrity and courage that were the essence of his image should be values we too embraced. But we couldn't see ourselves as John Wayne, or imagine he was us. Sure, there was Sidney Poitier, but in those days he played mostly in self-consciously liberal films, raising awareness of injustice rather than taking down bad guys. Taking down bad guys is fundamentally what you want in your model of a hero. Bill Cosby, on TV and I Spy, had the physicality and attitude to make bad guys wish they'd been good, but he mostly did so with humor, wit, and smarts, and you never felt he was at risk, therefore didn't need courage. My generation of blacks had two main sources of heroes: sports stars who broke through race barriers and famous musicians, who neither beat up nor shot down villains as part of their job description. When it came to inspiring ethnic icons of heroism in pop culture, Mr. Yoshioka had fewer men to emulate than I did. Japanese-American sports stars were unknown in those days, and the only Japanese singer to make the charts was Kyu Sakamoto, whose Sukiyaki went to #1 in 1963, even though the lyrics were entirely in Japanese. Back then, I had a narrow definition of heroism. My conclusion that Mr. Yoshioka lacked courage arose from ignorance, as later I would learn. After you have suffered great losses and known much pain, it is not cowardice to wish to live henceforth with a minimum of suffering. And one form of heroism, about which few, if any, films will be made, is having the courage to live without bitterness when bitterness is justified. Having the strength to persevere even when perseverance seems unlikely to be rewarded. Having the resolution to find profound meaning in life when it seems the most meaningless. Chapter 27. When I called to tell her that I was home, Mrs. Lorenzo came up to the 4th floor with what she said was a special secret dessert on a covered plate. Earlier, she left a pan of saltimbocca in our refrigerator, prepared but uncooked, as well as the fixings for 2 side dishes. As she made potato croquettes and peas with walnuts, I set the table and told her about my day. There wasn't much to tell, because I left out Fiona Cassidy, a.k.a. Eve Adams, and Mr. Yoshioka. I was leading a life more secret than the dessert on the covered plate. As she cooked, she gave me other small tasks, and I assisted as best I could, while she told me all about what 3 kids in her little daycare business did and said. I'm afraid I can't keep up with them quite like before I got so fat. Mr. Lorenzo had been dead only a couple of months, but already Mrs. Lorenzo was gaining weight. She wasn't yet fat, however, only a little plump, and I didn't like to hear her dissing herself. Mrs. Lorenzo, Has anybody ever told you how you look like Anna Maria Alberghetti? You're sweet, Jonah, but that's all behind me now. With one hand, she patted her backside and laughed softly. All behind me. Somehow I knew she didn't mean the new pounds, which were distributed evenly over her, and so I said, Behind you? What is? Caring about how I look. Men, marriage. Tony was the best of men. Trying to have all that again will only lead to disappointment, or worse. Her resignation made me sad. I couldn't think of any words that might change her mind about the future. The longer I was silent, the more awkward I felt, until I had to escape the kitchen for a few minutes. Maybe when I came back, we'd be able to talk about a new subject, as if what had just been said had never been said. I lied. I'm going to turn down my bed, so I won't have to do it later. Open a window and get some fresh air in there. When I went to my bedroom, the window was up as I had left it, and the bed was turned down, also as I had left it. But on the smooth cotton blanket, as if keeping watch on the doorway, lay the fabric eyeball with its blue plastic iris. In memory, I saw the purple stare and heard the dangerous woman say, Juju eye, you're a real little freak in the making, aren't you? I went to the window, closed it, locked it. When I tore open my closet door, she wasn't hiding in there. She wasn't in my mother's bedroom or closet either, or the hall closet, or the bathroom. In the living room, I found the front door locked as I'd left it after Mrs. Lorenzo arrived. I returned to my bedroom and met the cyclopean gaze. I plucked the eye off the bed. I retrieved the La Florentine candy tin from my nightstand, opened it, and confirmed that nothing else had been taken from or added to my collection. I put the eye in the tin and the tin in the nightstand drawer. The eye hadn't been there when I came home and turned down the bedclothes. While Mrs. Lorenzo and I were busy in the kitchen, Eve Adams, Fiona Cassidy, whoever, whatever, had come here to get the creepy thing and position it to gaze at the door. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I had no difficulty translating the message. The woman must have known that Mr. Yoshioka had come to tell me about the stink like dry cleaning fluid and about the cut-up Polaroid of the tiger screen. She was warning me not to conspire against her, to stay away from Mr. Yoshioka, to remember that she liked to cut. She was saying, You think the fabric eye is juju, boy, but the only thing that's juju around here is me. When my tremors subsided, I returned to the kitchen, where Mrs. Lorenzo had finished preparing the side dishes. She was frying the tightly rolled saltimbocca in a mixture of butter and olive oil, and the air was fragrant with the aromas of prosciutto, veal, sage, and pepper. She wanted water to drink with dinner. For myself, I poured cherry Kool-Aid from a pitcherful that Mom had mixed that morning. When I sat at the table, I had no appetite. I started picking at the food, certain that my suddenly sour stomach would throw it right back at me if I dared to eat. But it was a testimony to Mrs. Lorenzo's cooking that before long I'd finished what she served to me and was asking for seconds. The special secret dessert proved to be ricotta cream cake sprinkled with icing sugar and shaved chocolate. It wasn't just special, it was a piece of heaven. After dinner, when the dishes were done, we played 500 rummy at the kitchen table. Mrs. Lorenzo wanted to turn on the radio and find some good music, but I pretended that being an obsessive musician, I couldn't concentrate on cards with music playing. What actually concerned me was that music might mask the sound of Eve Adams coming back with bad intentions. I went to bed at 9:30, like I was supposed to, though I couldn't sleep. Mrs. Lorenzo was watching TV in the living room, but the sound was low. It wasn't the TV that kept me awake. It was the witch from 6C, if she was a witch. I got to thinking that maybe I should hope she was just a witch. There were worse things, after all. At 10:20, I got out of bed and went into the living room to see if Mrs. Lorenzo was all right. During less than an hour of insomnia, I'd thought of several ways Eve Adams might have killed her suddenly, quietly, with that switchblade. I found Mrs. Lorenzo lying on the sofa. She wasn't watching TV, but she wasn't dead either. Sound asleep, she snored softly. I went back to bed and assured myself that I was a big baby. Whoever the mystery woman might be, she wasn't a witch any more than she was a vampire or a space alien hatched out of a giant seed pod. She was up to no good in 6C, and she didn't want any interference. A 9-year-old kid was easy to intimidate. A shy tailor living in the shadow of some tragedy or other was easy to intimidate. All that she wanted was for us to fear her and stay away from her, and in a couple of months she would be gone. Nevertheless, at 11, I crept along the hallway to the living room again to see if Mrs. Lorenzo was still sleeping or maybe, this time, slashed and dead. She was neither, sitting on the sofa, bent forward with her face in her hands, ghost-like in the pale, flickery light of the TV. She wept quietly, but with such grief that her body shook. Nothing on television had made her cry. She didn't need a sad movie or the horror of the news to bring her to tears. No matter how crazy the occupant of 6C might prove to be, I was embarrassed to have all but forgotten how recently Donata Lorenzo's world had turned upside down. Although the dream of Fiona Cassidy strangled with a necktie had disconcerted me when later I saw her alive on the stairs, I was nonetheless responsible for whatever woe I brought down on myself. I was reckless when I followed her, and inexcusably bold when I entered her apartment and prowled its rooms uninvited. Mrs. Lorenzo, on the other hand, had done nothing to deserve her widowhood. She'd been an innocent whom fate had struck with great cruelty. Before she might look up and discover me watching her from the threshold of the hallway, I returned quietly to my room. My shame dampened my fear, and though I doubted that I would sleep that night, I slept. Chapter 28. The next morning, because it was Grandma Anita's birthday, she and Grandpa Teddy picked up Mom and me in their Cadillac Club coupe, and we went to 10 o'clock Mass. And after that, we stopped for brunch in a big hotel, where I went around and around through the revolving doors 3 times and would have completed a 4th revolution if Mom hadn't given me the look, which always brought me immediately to my senses. I had never been to a brunch before, and this was an all-you-can-eat buffet, which amazed me. I was also astonished by the fresh flowers on every table, and the ice sculpture of a swan, and the white uniforms, and tall white chef's hats worn by the men who carved the roast beef and the turkey. The posh surroundings and the spectacle seemed to sharpen my appetite. After finishing my first plate, when I wanted to go back for a second, Mom warned me to take only what I was certain I could finish. All you can eat doesn't mean waste as much as you want. When I came back with a full plate, they looked dubious, but I finished every bit of it. Grandpa Teddy said, "Anita, I suspect this grandson of ours is from another planet. He's really as big as a horse with a crocodile's mouth, but he's able to hypnotize us into seeing him as a young boy who might be blown away in a strong wind." Later, we went to a movie starring Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau. It was pretty funny, though not as funny as the cartoon we saw first. That whole day was perfect, and it is the nature of the 9-year-old mind to believe that each extreme experience signifies a lasting change in the quality of life henceforth. A bad day raises the expectation of a long chain of grim days through dismal decades, and a day of joy inspires an almost giddy certainty that the years thereafter will be marked by endless blessings. In fact, time teaches us that the musical score of life oscillates between that of Psycho and that of The Sound of Music, with by far the greatest number of our days lived to the strains of an innocuous and modestly budgeted picture, sometimes a romance, sometimes a light comedy, sometimes a little art film of puzzling purpose and elusive meaning. Yet, I've known adults who live forever in that odd conviction of 9-year-olds. Because I am an optimist and always have been, the expectation of continued joy comes more easily to me than pessimism, which was especially true during that period of my childhood. When we came home on the evening of Grandma Anita's birthday celebration, I gave little or no thought to the woman in apartment 6C. Such a day of unalloyed delight must mean that my world had begun to rotate around a warmer sun than before, that the mystery woman and the evil she represented were surely now on a different world from mine, in some far arm of the galaxy, and our orbits would never again intersect. I slept deeply and without dreaming. On Monday morning, Labor Day, I woke and yawned and stretched and sat up in bed and saw a Polaroid photo propped against the lamp on my nightstand. It was a picture of me sleeping. Chapter 29. Sitting there in bed, this is how I interpreted the meaning of the Polaroid. I can get at you any time I want, Snoop. I can put a shiv through your heart while you're sleeping, boy, and you'll be dead before you can wake up and see me. That wasn't the worst that she promised. As the glossy photo rattled softly in my trembling hand, I remembered what she had said when she paid a visit to me in this very room shortly after I had toured 6C. You don't want to be talking about me to anyone, not to anyone. You never saw me. We didn't have this little chat. You get my point, Snoop? She had threatened to use the knife on my mother. If you love your mama, then you think about what I said. Instead of running to my mother and spilling the whole story, I sat on the edge of my bed and took the La Florentine candy tin from my nightstand. I opened the lid and found the fabric eye staring up at me. When you keep a secret from those closest to you, even with the best of motives, there is a danger that you will create a smaller life within your main life. The first secret will spin off other secrets that also must be kept, complicated webs of evasion that grow into elaborate architectures of repressed truths and subterfuge, until you discover that you must live two narratives at once. Because deception requires both bold lies and lies of omission. It stains the soul, muddies the conscience, blurs the vision, and puts you at risk of headlong descent into greater darkness. As a boy, I couldn't have put any of that into words, but I sensed it all, and even if I sensed it vaguely, was distressed by every step I took further into secrecy. If I showed the Polaroid to my mother, I would have to tell her about the woman in 6C. Mom would want to know why I'd been so bold and rude as to venture, uninvited, into the apartment of a stranger. I doubted that I could convince her, or anyone, that previously I had seen the mystery woman in a dream, strangled and dead. Therefore, I would be suspected of compounding my error with an outrageous lie. I would raise in her mind the prospect that I might be more like my father than she could bear. And so I put the Polaroid snapshot in the candy tin with the fabric eye and other items, and I told myself that if I stayed well away from the 6th floor and from its temporary tenant, there would be no more threats. First, however, I turned the hateful eye upside down, so that it was looking at the bottom of the tin instead of at me. Mom had been up long before me. She'd showered, dressed, and set the dinette table. No sooner had I put away the tin box of treasures and curses than she rapped on my door. Rise and shine. Breakfast in 5, sleepyhead. Okay, I'm awake. Be right there. In a solemn mood, not the usual chatterbox, I went to the table in pajamas and slippers. I got through breakfast without arousing her suspicion, largely by pretending to be only half awake, still worn around the edges from all the activity of Grandma Anita's birthday. I was lucky, because Sunday had been so busy, my mother hadn't read that newspaper, which must have weighed 4 pounds. She gave her attention to it as she ate eggs, bacon, and fried potatoes. I borrowed the funnies, which gave me an excuse to keep my head down. Slinky's didn't feature live music on Mondays, except on certain holidays that ensured a good crowd, like Labor Day. My mother and Virgil Tibbins, the club's other contracted singer, were to perform that evening. She was the star of the early show, 6 o'clock until 9, and there was a rehearsal, which meant she would be leaving the apartment by 3 o'clock. After I showered and dressed, I hugged Mom and said, "Knock 'em dead tonight." I'll be happy just to knock 'em speechless, so there won't be any heckling. Shocked, I said, "Do they heckle you at Slinky's?" "Wherever there's enough liquor for enough time, everyone gets heckled, sweetie. But whatever there is tonight, it'll be saved for poor Virgil, since he's the second show." I reminded her that although the community center was sponsoring a couple of holiday events, the Abigail Louise Thomas room remained open for me to practice the piano. "If I'm gone when you get home," she said, "go down to Donata's. She's expecting you." When I returned at 3:15, I didn't proceed directly to Mrs. Lorenzo's. I didn't feel guilty about going to our apartment instead, because I was trying to figure out how to ensure our safety, which was the primary job of the man of the house, after all. As strange as it might sound, however, I did feel terribly guilty about not feeling guilty. In the kitchen, I opened the drawer nearest the wall phone and took out the directory and looked for a listing for my new friend on the 5th floor. I found one at our street address for Yoshioka, George. The mailboxes in the lobby featured only last names. I don't know why I expected him to have a Japanese first name when presumably he had been born in the United States, but I stared at the listing for maybe a minute, wondering if, unknown to me, there could be a second Yoshioka in the building. As I was finally about to dial the number, the phone rang, startling me. I stared at it, certain that the caller must be the witch. She knows I've come home. But then, embarrassed by my fearful reaction, I snatched up the handset. Hello? Good afternoon, Jonah Kirk, said Mr. Yoshioka. Oh, hi. I didn't think it was you. Who did you think I was? Eve Adams. I assure you that I am not her. No, sir, I can tell you're not. I must first inform you that I most happily consumed the last of your mother's cookies, and it was as entirely delicious as the first. Thank you for them. I could bring up some more if you want. With evident mortification, he said, No, I'm so sorry. I did not phone you to request cookies. If I did so, you would think me unspeakably rude. No, sir. I would think you know a good cookie when you taste one, that's all. My reply seemed to confuse him. He was silent for a moment before he asked, Are you entirely alone, Jonah Kirk? Yes, sir. Mom's gone to Slinky's and I'm supposed to go down to Mrs. Lorenzo's instead of her coming up here. I have something important for you, Jonah Kirk. Very important. May I bring it down momentarily? Sure. There are unwholesome forces at work in this building. We must at all times be most discreet. I will not ring your bell. I will not knock. You will be waiting for me, yes? Yes, I agreed. If I encounter wickedness on my way to you, I will retreat to my rooms and phone you to discuss another time to meet. Wickedness? I said. Wickedness, Jonah Kirk. Great wickedness. Chapter 30. I waited at the front door of the apartment, which I'd unlocked and opened just a crack. Peering through the gap, waiting for my co-conspirator, I was taken by surprise when suddenly he appeared from my left, having come down the back stairs instead of the front, as quiet as a cat. Mr. Yoshioka smiled at me through the gap, and I led him into the apartment. He was carrying a brown paper shopping bag with cord handles, which he put down next to the door as I closed it. How are you this afternoon, Jonah Kirk? Kinda scared, I guess. Scared? Frightened of what? Whatever great wickedness you're going to tell me about. You already know the great wickedness. It is Miss Eve Adams. Something about the tailor was different. Although this was a holiday, he still wore a suit and tie, but in spite of all his talk of wickedness, he seemed more relaxed than usual. You also said there were unwholesome forces at work in this building. That again is a reference to Miss Eve Adams and to those who are in league with her. Who's in league with her? Different people come and go. I hear their footsteps overhead, muffled voices, but I never see them. Has she been in your apartment again? He looked as solemn as if he were at a funeral. Yes, she left another photograph. Of the second tiger screen? Of the court lady carved in ivory? It is not a Polaroid. It is instead a page torn from a book, a photograph of Manzanar. I remembered from our conversation over tea. One of the places you lived in California. A photograph of the gates to the place where I lived. How could she know? I believe that she guessed and was right. Then she must be a witch for sure. Just then, I realized why Mr. Yoshioka looked more relaxed than usual. Although he wore a suit and tie, as always, for the first time, he wasn't also wearing a vest. He'd made a concession to the holiday. Only that morning, I'd been terrified when I realized that Eve Adams had worked her way into our locked apartment during the night and had photographed me in my sleep. But now I was excited to have an outrage to share with Mr. Yoshioka, an outrage that seemed to one-up a picture of some little town in California. I said, "She left another Polaroid here. Come on, I'll show you." I led him along the hallway to my bedroom. He stood swaying from side to side on the threshold, looking uncomfortable, and wouldn't enter. I got the candy tin and brought it to him. He smiled at the painting of the woman on the lid, La Belle Ferronnière. In truth, at the time, I didn't quite know what he said, except that it sounded French, which seemed strange coming from someone who was so obviously not French. Anyway, I was eager to show him the picture of me sleeping. "Did not the flashbulb wake you?" he asked. Nothing much can wake me when I really want to sleep. Frowning, he stopped swaying back and forth on the threshold and shook his head instead. "This is not good. This is very bad. What does your mother say?" "I haven't shown it to her yet. I wanted to think about it first. I didn't want to worry her." I took the fabric eye from the box and explained its history, but he couldn't quite understand. "This is an eye from a stuffed toy." "Not from my toy. I don't know whose toy. A wind blew it along the alleyway, blew it but nothing else, until it just stopped at me. I thought it had some juju, so I saved it." "What is juju?" "Kind of like voodoo." When I saw the word meant nothing to him, I said, Like in the movies." "I do not attend the movies." "Well, there was a voodoo in the city thing on TV not long ago." "I do not watch television. I have often been told that I should purchase one, but I do not believe I ever will." "No TV? Gosh, what do you do then?" "I work." "I mean, when you're not working." "I read. I think." "I read too. And my mom, we like books." After puzzling over the fabric eye one more time, he gave it back to me, and I carefully stored it upside down in the La Florentine container. As I returned the tin box to the nightstand, Mr. Yoshioka said, "There can be only two logical explanations. Either Miss Eve Adams is a most expert lockpicker, or she possesses keys to our apartments." Mr. Yoshioka was the essence of cool, but his kind of cool was unique to him. His precise way of speaking, without contractions or slang, never dropping the G at the end of a word, had appealed to my ear for music from the start of our relationship. Now, as we were engaged in deduction, trying to solve a mystery, though he had no accent, he reminded me just a little bit of that intellectual, super smart detective Charlie Chan in those old movies. In 1966, Charlie Chan films were still run on TV. Nobody yet found them racially offensive and worthy of censorship, maybe because Mr. Chan was always the smartest person in every scene. Charlie Chan, of course, was Chinese American, and Mr. Yoshioka was Japanese American. I could tell the difference, though I was just 9, because I had seen Mr. Moto on TV in a series of funky old films about an intellectual, super smart Japanese American detective based on a series of short stories and novel-length mysteries by John P. Marquand, who won a Pulitzer Prize for a mainstream novel titled The Late George Apley. To tell the truth, Fiona Cassidy, aka Eve Adams, scared me. But there were moments when the fun of playing sidekick to Mr. Yoshioka outweighed my fear of that mystery woman, probably because there never had been a series of movies featuring an intellectual, super smart Negro detective, which was how I was beginning to see myself. Closing the nightstand drawer and returning to the doorway in which my visitor stood, I said, "She must be a master lockpicker, because where would she get keys?" "Perhaps the building superintendent gave them to her." "Mr. Smaller? He wouldn't do that. He could lose his job for doing something like that." "I am told that men do reckless things for pretty women. In fact, I have seen it." I shook my head. "Mr. Smaller says women break your heart so often you can't count how many times. He says don't let them start. Besides, he doesn't like his bosses downtown, and they sent her here to do the work in 6C. He says they're all black-hearted company men. They get big pay for just picking their noses. Anyway, since they sent her from downtown, he probably thinks she's a Bilderberger. Mr. Yoshioka's mouth moved as if he were working the word around his tongue, trying to taste some meaning in it. What you just said? It's a long story, I replied. Not important. Mr. Smaller wouldn't have given her the keys, and black-hearted company men probably wouldn't either. So she must be a fantastic lockpicker. What did you bring in the shopping bag? A device to guarantee your safety in the night. What, a shotgun? He smiled, but it was a thin and nervous smile. Let us hope that it does not come to that. Chapter 31. From the small shopping bag, Mr. Yoshioka withdrew a manual drill with a crank handle, a tape measure, a pencil, a hammer, a nail, and a 2-piece security chain lock with screws. I have already installed one on my door. Of course, this cannot keep Miss Eve Adams out when no one is at home to engage the chain, but it will assure us that she cannot intrude at night when you are sleeping. He held the jam plate to the door frame and with the pencil marked the holes where the 4 screws would go. Hey, wait a second. How am I going to explain this to my mom? What is there to explain? Miss Eve Adams is a dangerous and unpredictable person. I haven't told my mom about Eve Adams, or the knife threat, or the Polaroid of me sleeping, none of it. He blinked at me, as though I had suddenly blurred and he were trying to bring me back into focus. Why have you not told her about such an important thing? It's complicated. He regarded me with a look that reminded me of someone else, and for a moment I couldn't think who. But then I realized this was the look with which Sister Agnes regarded me on those rare days when I showed up at St. Scholastica without my homework complete. You do not seem to be a boy who would lie to his mother, said Mr. Yoshioka. I haven't lied to Mom about Eve Adams. I just haven't mentioned her, that's all. I suppose there must be a distinction if we think hard enough. I didn't want to worry her. She's got enough on her mind. Putting down the brass jam plate and the pencil, picking up the hammer and nail, he said, I will explain to your mother that I worry about the 2 of you alone in these times of high crime. Therefore, I installed this security chain as I have in my apartment. But see, the thing is, why just us? Excuse me? Why wouldn't you put one on Mrs. Lorenzo's door and on everyone else's door? Why just ours? He smiled and nodded. Of course, because you are my friend, and the others are mere neighbors, many of whom never speak to me, none of whom ever brought me cookies. Well, okay, but my mother doesn't know we're friends. You brought me cookies, we had tea together. We both recognize that Eve Adams is a dangerous person. We are men of very different experiences, yet of like minds. Of course we are friends. When he said, men, I think I loved him a little then, like the way I love Grandpa Teddy. Mr. Yoshioka didn't pause before using the word, didn't say it with any calculation, but included me among the grown-up and mature with apparent sincerity. Embarrassed, I said, well, see, I didn't tell Mom how I brought you cookies and then had tea. At nearly 40, he possessed a face as unlined as mine, most likely because he didn't often squinch it up in dramatic expressions. His gentle smile was always slight, his frown hardly detectable, and to assess his mood, you were left with little to read other than his eyes. Now, smooth-faced, allowing no clue in his eyes, his voice without telltale inflection, he said, You seem to keep more from your mother than you tell her. Abashed, I said, Not really. We share almost everything, we really do. Sometimes she calls me a chatterbox because I'm always sharing so much. It's just that if I tell her about the cookies and the tea, I'll have to tell her about Eve Adams, and I don't want to do that because you do not want to worry her. She has enough on her mind. He finished for me, sort of quoting me. Suddenly, I thought I saw the solution to our dilemma. You know, maybe instead of the security chain, we should just call the police and tell them Miss Adams is messing with stinky chemicals in 6C. She might blow us up or something. Because it is impossible for me to turn pale, I am especially aware when white folks lose what color they have, just as I am quick to notice when they blush. Mr. Yoshioka was a kind of light bronze, but when I suggested calling the police, he went pale in his own way. His skin was still bronze, but a little gray now, as though it were an alloy of bronze and pewter, if there was such a thing. "No police," he said. "Sure, that's the way. They could go up there, and she'd have to let them in. So if she's up to no good, and we know she is, then the cops would see it and arrest her, and we wouldn't have to worry about her taking revenge on us or anything like that." He shook his head. His skin was more pewter now than bronze. "No police, bad idea." "Why is it a bad idea?" "Not all police are reliable, Jonah Kirk." "I know that. We all know that, but this woman, anybody can see she's trouble. Not all cops are corrupt either. Heck, not even most of them." "They do not have to be corrupt. Sometimes they see bad things being done. They know it is bad, and many of them are not happy about it, but they allow it to happen." "Why would they let it happen?" "Maybe they are afraid, maybe unsure. Maybe they are concerned about losing their jobs. They have to obey their superiors." "What superiors?" "The chief of police, the mayor, the governor, the president. They have many superiors." He put the nail to one of the pencil marks he'd made on the doorframe, lightly tapped the head of it with the hammer, pulled the nail loose, and explained, "Starter hole for the drill bit," as though I had asked. As I watched him make 3 more starter holes, I said, "Well, this doesn't look good for me. How am I going to explain this to my mother?" "You could simply not say anything about it. That approach has worked for you before." I thought there might be a little sarcasm in his voice, but I couldn't be certain. "I'm going to have to say something when she asks who put in the security chain." "Maybe she will not ask." "Oh, she'll ask all right." "If she does not notice right away, she will not ask right away." He picked up the manual drill, which already had a bit in its jaws, and began to drill out one of the starter holes. I didn't have to raise my voice to be heard above the soft clicking of the crank handle turning the bevel gears. How couldn't she notice? It's bright brass. She will assume Mr. Smoller installed it. What if she asks him about it? He moved the drill bit from the first to the second starter hole and turned the crank. "You worry about too many small details, Jonah Kirk. Save your worrying for big problems. Life will bring you enough of those." "But see, I've tried to be the man of the house, and that means not bothering her about stuff I should be able to handle myself. So I didn't bother her about this thing, and then that thing, and this other thing, until now it's a giant mess, and she's going to be mad at me for hiding things, which she has a right to be." Mr. Yoshioka stopped cranking the drill, looked at me, and said, "Now there is a problem big enough to worry about." Chapter 32. The funny thing was, nothing that happened next proved to be anything that I worried would happen. Every night, my mother locked the apartment door, sometimes early in the evening, and sometimes well after the witching hour on a singing night, after she first fetched me from Mrs. Lorenzo's. She routinely engaged both deadbolts and the security chain without saying a word about the new addition. The 5th or 6th night following Mr. Yoshioka's installation of the chain, at 1:30 in the morning, she seemed to realize for the first time that it hadn't always been there. "When did this happen?" she asked, holding the chain and slide bolt in one hand, jingling it slightly. Half asleep, I might have inadvertently made a revelation that would have untangled the entire ball of deception. To my discredit, however, even semi-conscious, I was guileful enough to mumble, "Don't know. It's been there a while." She frowned at it, shook her head, and said, "I just realized I've been using it for days, I guess. Huh. Didn't think the landlord would spend $1 to improve anything in this place." Then she slid the bolt into the doorplate and walked me back to my room to tuck me into bed. Never again did she mention the security chain. I already thought Mr. Yoshioka was a cool guy in his own sort of buttoned-up way. Now I decided he was a genius, too. Mother never asked Mr. Smaller about the chain. Later, I realized that she pretty much always steered clear of him, most likely because when Tilton lived with us, he sometimes took a 6-pack of beer to the superintendent and hung out with him. My father liked to hear Mr. Smaller's wild conspiracy theories, which later he would repeat to my mother and me, making them sound even crazier, mocking Mr. Smaller. Often Tilton's accounts of those theories were funny, but he was so mean in the way he portrayed the superintendent that I couldn't bring myself to laugh. I figured Mom didn't ask Mr. Smaller about the chain because she didn't want him to ask her how Tilton was faring these days. Sylvia Kirk, soon to be Bledsoe again, didn't believe in saying bad things about anyone, but she didn't have a good word for the man who kept abandoning her. One day in early October, about a week before the legal papers were to be signed to dissolve the marriage, my mother went to the restaurant where Tilton was working for a modest salary plus 5% per year of the business, which eventually he would own. She had no phone number for him, communicated only through his attorney, who was handling the divorce, and wanted to talk face-to-face one more time about the wisdom of what they were doing. She discovered that he had been fired from that job 7 months earlier, long before he had walked out on us. He had never been more than a salaried employee. Worse, his salary had been substantially higher than what he pretended when he lived with us and relied on my mother to pay the rent. The weak spot she had for him in her heart finally healed that day, much to my relief. As for Eve Adams, a.k.a. Fiona Cassidy, she never bothered either me or Mr. Yoshioka again that summer and early autumn. Periodically, disturbing chemical smells came from 6C, though never for more than an hour at a time, and my friend, the tailor, reported them to no one but me. Not long after my mother discovered the truth about Tilton, Eve Adams moved out of 6C. We only learned she had gone when, a week later, a crew of workmen set about stripping off the wallpaper, taking up the rotten linoleum, and painting that apartment. In the months she had lived there, she had addressed none of the tasks that she supposedly had been brought in to complete. When I discovered this, I tracked down Mr. Smaller, who was working again in the spider-infested basement, and I asked about the pretty lady with the purple-blue eyes. I played the crush-stricken boy, bereft that he might never again see that goddess. Mr. Smaller wasn't dealing with boiler sludge this time. He was filling a glass jug with some kind of smelly lubricant that poured from a tap in one of the unlabeled barrels. He sported the usual elastic waist khakis with racehorse tack suspenders, but not the tank top undershirt that completed his summer uniform. Instead, in recognition of the cooler weather, he wore a gray sweatshirt with black letters, "Get Off My Cloud," which had been the title of a #1 hit by the Rolling Stones almost a year earlier. The faces of the Stones were arrayed across the sweatshirt. This seemed a most unlikely garment for Mr. Smaller. He must have been 50, not of the demographic that wore garb purchased at rock concerts. Because he never seemed to be concerned whatsoever about his appearance, I suppose that he wore whatever second-hand clothes he found at thrift shops. That Get Off My Cloud sweatshirt had perhaps been thrown out by someone who no longer got a thrill from being a fan of Mick Jagger and the Boys, and Mr. Smaller had bought it most likely not because he was an admirer of the Stones, but because the size and the price were right. She never done nothing in 6C, and I never checked on her to see was she doing what she was getting free rent for. Them penny-pinching suits downtown send some hippie skank up here so she'll do a cheap job and make their sacred bottom line look good. Then they got no right expecting me to supervise her on top of all my other damn work. I'm happy she stiffed them. They ain't deserved nothing better, but I'm even more happy she's out of here. She's a weirdo, got a screw loose. We'll see that freak on the news one day, and it ain't gonna be 'cause she won herself some Nobel Prize. Son, I done warned you not to go mooning around her. You're lucky she ain't cut out your heart, dried it, and smoked it to get high. This was a Friday, after school, when ordinarily I would be in the Abigail Louise Thomas room, being encouraged by Mrs. Mary O'Toole to move from American standards and current pop to classical music, not as an ultimate destination, just to see if Mozart stirred me as much as did Duke Ellington and Claude Thornhill and Fats Domino. Before I got home from St. Scholastica's, Mom had left for a meeting with a talent manager, after which she would catch a cab to Slinky's. I had come home to freshen up before going to the community center, but when I'd found the work crew from 6C taking a cigarette break on the front stoop, my plans had changed. After racing up to the 6th floor to verify that Eve Adams was gone, and after plunging down to the basement to see Mr. Smaller and confirm that the woman was never coming back, I went next to our apartment. Inside, I engaged both deadbolts behind me, but neglected to fix the security chain to the door plate. Excited, almost giddy with relief, I went directly to my bedroom and opened the nightstand drawer and took out the La Florentine candy tin. I intended to take scissors to the Polaroid of me sleeping and throw the pieces in the dumpster in the alleyway. Thus far, I had kept the photograph because it seemed to be proof that Eve Adams had threatened me. I couldn't have taken a snapshot of myself in sleep, especially considering that we didn't own a Polaroid camera. If someday events unfolded in such a way that Mother learned part of what I had been withholding from her, and I was required to explain myself, or if Eve Adams, under one name or another, became aggressive toward me again, and I needed at last to ask for help, my Polaroid and the one of Mr. Yoshioka's tiger screen, and to a lesser extent the photo of Manzanar torn from a book, would serve as proof, if thin, that she had threatened us. Now that she had left our building, where obviously she would never again be welcome, the photo would not be needed as proof of anything. But it could serve as evidence that I had kept secret from my mother events of considerable significance. Although she would never invade my privacy, if by some chance she saw the Polaroid, she would wonder who had taken it, why, and when. I could imagine no satisfactory explanation, except the truth. Whatever she might decide was proper punishment for deception. Nothing could be worse than her disappointment in me and the sorrow in her eyes. But with Eve Adams gone, I had no need of proof against her, and no desire to keep evidence that would convict me of being less of a good son than I wished to be. In retrospect, as a man of 57, it's difficult to reconstruct the reasoning of my 9-year-old self, because at that age, the brain is literally still forming. The power of reason is not as strong as the power of fantasy. Yet if I remember correctly, when I took the lid off the La Florentine box, my mood was akin to that of a prisoner freed, for the architecture of deceptions and evasions I'd built seemed to be dissolving like a structure in a dream, freeing me from the prospect of one day being shamed before my mother. Of the familiar items in my eccentric collection, 2 were missing. The photograph of me sleeping, the fabric eye. I had not looked in the box for more than a week. I knew instantly that Eve Adams had been in the apartment during the day, one day or another, when the security chain was not engaged, that she, no one else, had taken the items. I couldn't imagine why she wanted the fabric eye. One thing had been added to the collection: a strip of glossy paper clipped from a magazine, 2 inches by 6 or 7 inches, cut from what must have been a full-page photo of a woman's face, perhaps a glamour shot. The eyes and eyebrows and the bridge of her nose. The subject of the photo must have had blue eyes, but with a purple art pencil, they had been colored to approximately match the shade of Eve Adams' eyes. I rubbed one of those eyes, and some of the soft purple color came off on my finger. With the Polaroid, she had taken the evidence of my deception, but also the proof of her interest in me. I assumed that the eyes clipped from a magazine meant, "I won't forget you, Snoop. I know where to find you, and if you ever speak of me to anyone, I'll have great fun cutting you to pieces." Maybe she would start with my eyes. At that moment, I realized how foolish I had been to think that she was out of my life forever. I had seen her in a dream before I'd seen her for real, which must mean the dream was true, prophetic. So her name indeed was Fiona Cassidy, not Eve Adams, and she would not be out of my life until sometime after I switched on the penlight and found myself in a staring match with her fixed, dead eyes. Chapter 33. What I did next may seem ridiculous and perhaps amusing, but I can assure you that nothing about it struck me as funny at the time. I sat there on the edge of my bed, the strip of paper stretched between the thumbs and forefingers of my hands, staring at the eyes clipped from a magazine photo. Those eyes weren't hers, weren't real, and yet I felt that Fiona Cassidy could see me clearly through them. No matter where she might be at the moment, that they were juju for sure. She wasn't just strange, not merely mentally disturbed. I had wanted to believe that she was a master lockpicker, but now I felt dead certain that she could conjure herself through doors and walls, that she possessed some occult power of which I had thus far seen only the simplest manifestations. My first intention was to tear the Eiffel strip into tiny pieces and flush them down the toilet. But the next thing I knew, I was in the kitchen, opening a cabinet door under the sink. Among the items stored there was a can with a tightly fitted lid in which my mother kept a box of 6-inch-long matches that she used to reignite the pilot light on the gas oven when occasionally it went out. From a drawer near the cooktop, I withdrew a pair of chef's tongs. In the bathroom, I held the strip of paper with the tongs and burned it over the open toilet. Curls of ashes fell into the water, and when no paper was left, I flushed them away. I left the noisy bathroom ventilation fan running, put away the tongs and matches, and returned with a can of air freshener, which I sprayed liberally throughout the bathroom. By the time my mother came home from performing at Slinky's, there would be not the slightest scent of smoke to suggest that I'd been playing with fire. In my bedroom once more, as I approached the open candy tin, I panicked and became certain that another item had been missing from my collection, its absence previously unnoticed. The lucite heart containing the small white feather. For the past few weeks, I hadn't been carrying the pendant with me, as I had faithfully done when it was new and still seemed to glow with imminent magic. A sudden flare of intuition filled me with the conviction that in some way I couldn't understand, the pendant provided ultimate protection, that if the woman had taken possession of it, then I would be defenseless and doomed. I shuddered with relief when I found it in the metal box, and I put it, chain and all, in a pocket of my jeans. By then I had worked myself into a sweat of dread, so that it wasn't surprising I became obsessed with the missing fabric eye. I had saved it because, considering the eerie way it had rolled along the alley to me in a breeze that affected nothing else, I thought it might have some juju in it. When I told Fiona Cassidy as much, while she held the tip of her switchblade in my left nostril, she'd regarded me with contempt and declared, "You're a real little freak in the making, aren't you?" Now I wondered if her mockery had been misdirection, if in fact she saw some power in the fabric eye and had taken it to use against me and my mother. There have been times during my life when I have wished to be a boy again. Not to have the energy and perfect health of youth, but to know once more the innocence and the delight in even the smallest of things that we often fail to feel full strength as the years drift by. What is easy to forget, however, until you apply yourself to the task of memory, is that childhood is a time of fear as well. Some of those fears are reasonable. Others irrational and inspired by a sense of powerlessness in a world where often power over others seems to be what drives so very many of our fellow human beings. In the swoon of childhood, the possibility of werewolves is as real as the schoolyard shooter. The idea of vampires as credible as the idea of a terrorist attack. A neighbor possessing paranormal talents as believable as a psychopath. After putting away the La Florentine box, I searched my bedroom for the fabric eye, which the woman might have concealed somewhere, under the bed, atop the chest of drawers, behind the radiator, in the folds of the draperies, behind the valance above the window, where it would enjoy at least a narrow view of a portion of the room. When I found nothing, I sorted through the contents of drawers and inspected every niche in the closet, because after all, when I went to bed and turned off the lights, it might roll out of concealment to watch over me. Undoubtedly, such an eye would have perfect night vision. Again, I found nothing. In the hallway, I stood at the threshold of my mother's bedroom, convinced of the necessity to search it as thoroughly as I had combed through my room. Fortunately, a sense of propriety restrained me from rushing madly into her boudoir. At just that moment of recaptured sanity, the telephone rang, and I hurried into the kitchen to answer it. "Jonah," said Mrs. Lorenzo, "you were supposed to come down here as soon as you got back from the community center. Supper's going to be ready soon." I failed to tell her that I had not gone to the center after I'd learned the woman in 6C moved out. I don't know if that qualified as a lie of omission, but at least I was deceiving a neighbor rather than my mother. "I'm on my way now, Mrs. Lorenzo." Reluctantly, I left the apartment, locked the door, and went down to spend the evening with the widow. Not an ordinary Friday, but nothing serious yet. Chapter 34. Saturday morning, breakfast out with my mother. A neighborhood diner on Forrestal Street. Pancakes with pineapple and coconut sauce, a rare treat. Great fun. Going places with my mother was always fun. She was always fun. But I couldn't stop thinking about the purple-eyed witch. Mom and I took a bus to the planetarium. I love that place. Planets and stars and galaxies. A new show about meteors, asteroids, comets. It was good. It was interesting. It was interminable. Then, the Museum of Natural History. What a great place. The huge skeleton of a real brontosaurus. The convincing life-size model of a T-Rex. Always before, the T-Rex spooked me. It didn't spook me that day. Lunch at Woolworth's. A grilled cheese sandwich and coleslaw. Mom couldn't believe I didn't want dessert. She assured me that we could afford it, but I said, "No thanks, I'm stuffed." The truth is, I wanted it, but I didn't want to take the time to eat it. We rode a bus back to our neighborhood, all the way down to the community center. For 20 minutes, Mom sat beside me on the bench and listened to me play piano in the Abigail Louise Thomas room. Then she had to go home, change, and head off to Slinky's. She said, "You're the man, Jonah. Duke Ellington's got nothing on you." And she kissed my cheek. She thought I'd spend another couple of hours at the keyboard, and on any other Saturday I would have. But I had other intentions. Besides, I was too nervous to practice effectively. Nevertheless, I needed to remain at the community center for half an hour to avoid encountering my mother when I returned home. I passed the time by playing the melody of Magenta Haze, one of Duke's symphonic pieces, a slow and easy drift from first note to last, which I had to translate from the soprano saxophone solo that was the heart of it. I needed feedback about what to make of the witch's final visit to my bedroom the previous day. The only other person with unnerving experience of her dark side was Mr. Yoshioka. When I rang his doorbell on the 5th floor, having brought 6 of my mother's chocolate chip cookies on a paper plate, I didn't know if he would be home. He worked long hours, sometimes on Saturdays too. But when he opened the door, he seemed to be expecting me. "Will this be a celebration, Jonah Kirk?" "A little bit, yeah, I guess." He accepted the cookies, and I took off my shoes. Minutes later, we were sitting in his living room with tea, cookies, and those odd little cakes that I pretended to like more than I really did. I told him everything about Eve Adams that I'd so far withheld, including that her real name was evidently Fiona Cassidy, and that I had first seen her in a dream. I didn't mention Miss Pearl, who had brought me that dream as surely as she'd brought me a piano, because she was a mystery in herself, and one mystery layered on another seemed sure to confuse us at a time when I desperately wanted some clarity. Although Mr. Yoshioka had been understanding in the past and treated me with the same seriousness that he would bring to any conversation with an adult, I was prepared for his expression of disbelief when I spoke of a prophetic dream. Instead, he listened without expression, and when I finished, he nodded and sipped his tea and closed his eyes as if to consider what I had revealed. His silence somewhat unsettled me, so that I said, "It's true, sir. She was in the dream, the two of us in some tight space with the sounds of rushing water all around." He opened his eyes and said, "There is no need to insist. I do believe you. When I was 15, I dreamed that my mother and sister perished in a fire. 7 days later, they did indeed burn to death. Their screams were at first very shrill, sharp, with pain and terror, but soon they became like the haunting cries of certain nocturnal birds, as if they were beyond pain but not beyond sorrow, as if they were sorrowing over their untimely departure from this world, as their souls were borne away on wings and into silence." As on my previous visit, my host had provided a tiny pitcher of orange blossom honey, with which I had sweetened the tea that he took straight. His revelation was so horrible that I could not think what to say, and I picked up my cup and took a sip to buy a little time to process what he had just told me. Although the tea had been sweet a minute ago, it was bitter now, and I put down the cup. "When did it happen?" I asked. "On September 14th, 1942. But I do not wish to talk about it further. I brought it up only to explain why I accept the truth of your dream without reservation. Over the years, Jonah Kirk, I have come to believe that we, who have suffered greatly, may from time to time be given the grace of foretelling, so that we may act to spare ourselves from further torment. But in spite of your dream, your mother and sister, they died 7 days later. Because of my failure to believe in that grace, because of my anger and my bitterness and my denial. Usually, the condition of his heart could be read, if at all, only in his eyes, for he wasn't given to dramatic facial expressions. Now, however, for a moment, his face became a portrait of desolation. Because of my failure, he repeated. I liked him too much to bear easily his self-condemnation, and a kind of grief overcame me. Although I was curious, I knew better than to ask him to tell me more about that mortal fire 24 years earlier. Apprehension led me to speak. You said foretelling is sometimes a gift for people who've suffered greatly. But I dreamed of Fiona Cassidy, and I haven't suffered greatly. He said, then in time, you will. Chapter 35. That night I dreamed of moonlit woods through which a creature unseen stalked me, of a moon-washed shore along a dark coast where black waves tumbled to the sand and where I felt drawn into the water even though I knew that beneath the turbulent surface swam something more ominous than mere sharks, of a moon-dappled plain where massive slabs of rock thrust skyward like pieces of shattered vaults of fallen castles, and where some presence whispered to me from among the ruins, enticing me into byways where not even the faintest blush of moonlight revealed the way. Fright woke me. I sat up in bed, listening to the near-total darkness, but nothing in it rustled or creaked or whispered. After a minute, I stood my pillow on end against the headboard and leaned back, waiting for my heart to stop knocking like a horse's hooves on cobblestones. In a while, I could hear the distant traffic noises of the city at night trembling against the window glass. My dream of fluidly shifting locations and unspecified monsters was too vague to be prophetic. All of it had been just the phantasms of the sleeping mind, and I knew that if ever I were stalked by an enemy of murderous intention, or enticed into a moonless dark where death waited, the fatal moment would not occur in any of the eerie landscapes from which I had awakened. I harked back to my conversation with Mr. Yoshioka after he had said that in time I would suffer greatly. Why would she take those things from the candy tin, the picture of me sleeping, the stuffed toy eye? In part to unsettle you, to say to you that by her possession of them she will remain aware of you. In part, why else? Since our previous tea, in which you raised the subject of juju, I have researched the issue. Juju in Africa, and the variation that in the New World is called voodoo. If this woman truly believes in black magic, she might keep the photograph of you for use as an effigy. A what? Like a voodoo doll, an effigy, a representation of you. She might believe that if she sticks pins in it, she can torment you long distance. That's bad. Do not worry, Jonah Kirk. There is nothing true about juju or voodoo. Neither works. It is all nonsense. That's what my grandpa says. Then you should listen to him and not worry. Okay, but why did she take the stuffed toy eye? I do not have a theory. This Eve Adams, this Fiona Cassidy, is perhaps a psychopath, in which case we have no hope of understanding her motives or her mind. That's not very comforting, sir. No, Jonah Kirk, it is not. Our little get-together to mark the woman's departure had taken on a decidedly solemn note for a celebration. When we found ourselves sharing dour silences more than conversation, I decided it was time to leave. As I opened the door, Mr. Yoshioka handed me a plain white business card that featured only his name and centered under it a single word in italics, Taylor, and under that, a telephone number. That is my work number. If I am not at home, you can call me there in an emergency. What emergency? Any emergency, Jonah Kirk. Maybe there won't be one. Maybe there will not. But I kind of think there might be. I think so as well. Chapter 36. 1966 had been a year of growing tumult. Escalating war in Vietnam, all those murdered student nurses in Chicago, the Austin Tower sniper shooting down and down upon people as though he were a mad god on a high throne. Race riots had rocked Atlanta and Chicago, and our city too. In the civil rights arena, sober men like Roy Wilkins and Martin Luther King and Ralph Abernathy advised change by peaceable means, while Stokely Carmichael found threats effective, and more radical groups like the Black Panthers advocated violence. As you might assume, Grandpa Teddy's sympathies were entirely with the advocates of nonviolence, as were Grandma Anita's and Sylvia's. Anti-war protests were growing. In our city on October 18th, bombs went off during the night in 2 military recruiting offices. No one was killed or injured. Police released an artist's rendering of a suspect based on eyewitness accounts of a man seen lurking in the vicinity of one of the targets. I'd never seen him before, and yet something about him was familiar and intriguing. In fact, after my mother dropped the newspaper in the trash, I quietly retrieved it and clipped out the police artist's portrait and put it in my La Florentine box. I didn't know what to make of all the social chaos, and I tried to heed my mother's advice, which was essentially to live from the inside out, not from the outside in. The news wasn't all the news, she'd said, and what held the world together was the way all those people who never made the news were inclined to live their lives. Whatever else might be happening, the music that year was so fine. Percy Sledge, the Mamas and the Papas, Simon and Garfunkel, Motown, the Four Tops, the Supremes, the Miracles, the Beatles album Revolver, Bob Dylan's Blonde on Blonde, Pet Sounds by the Beach Boys, Jim McGuinn's shimmering guitar on the Byrds, 8 Miles High. October gave way to November, and with the approach of winter, the country calmed down somewhat, though not for long. The divorce papers came, signed by my absent father, approved by a court, and although marriage was a sacrament to Sylvia, we were living in a time when fewer and fewer people agreed with her. We enjoyed a wonderful Thanksgiving at my grandparents' house, and they invited friends who had no families of their own. On Christmas Eve, my mother and I and Teddy and Anita went to Mass together. The shadowy church was lit only by an overhead light trained on the altar and by the flames of hundreds of flickering candles in glass cups set all around the nave. If you squinted, the columns and vaults seemed to melt away. All the grandness of the architecture receded, and the space became intimate, almost as if you were cast back many centuries to a humble place where a miracle had occurred, where the radiance issued not from candles, but from the air itself, back to a less hectic era, before the invention of clocks, to a night of peace from which a renewed world would then begin to date itself. 4 days later, on the evening of December 28th, after reading in bed for an hour before turning off the light, I took the tin box from my nightstand. In the weeks immediately after the destruction of the 2 recruiting offices, I had occasionally studied the pencil portrait of the suspected bomber, not sure why it fascinated me, but my interest had waned, and I hadn't looked at the drawing for perhaps a month. This time, the moment I turned the clipping face up in the lamplight, I realized that the description given by the witness to the police artist had resulted in a woefully inaccurate portrait of Lucas Drachman. Before I had dreamed of Fiona Cassidy, I had dreamed of Lucas Drachman. On the night of the day that I had gone to the community center, discovered the promised piano, and had begun formal lessons with Mrs. O'Toole. When in sleep I first saw him, he was a teenager who had already killed his parents in their bed and was busy stealing what cash and jewelry and credit cards he could find. In memory, I could still hear him as he stood beside the bloody bed, speaking to his dead father. "Hey there, Bob. What's it like in hell, Bob? You think now maybe sending me away to a frickin' military academy was really stupid, Bob? You ignorant, self-righteous son of a bitch?" Either the witness had given an inadequate description, or the artist had not successfully translated the description to paper. Lucas Drachman's deep-set eyes had not been captured, nor the true bone structure and shape of his face. Although the nose appeared hawkish like the murderer's, it was too narrow, too pointed. The feature most accurately portrayed was his ripe and almost girlish mouth, which in life contrasted even more dramatically with his otherwise ascetic face than it did in the drawing. Chapter 37. The next day, December 29th, was a Thursday, and of course I was still on school holiday. Mom didn't have to sing that night. Slinky's had closed to be lavishly decorated for the huge business it would do on the last 2 nights of the year. She had a 5-hour shift at Woolworth's, and then she would come home to spend the evening with me. Because she couldn't be there on New Year's Eve or on the eve before, she wanted that night's dinner to be our celebration. She gave me money to get takeout from The Royal, the nearby diner on Forrestal Street, where on some of our most special days together we had breakfast. They made the best chili in the world. A sign in their window announced that fact, and cheese bread so good that I sometimes dreamed about it. I was tasked with buying chili, which Mom would serve over buttered noodles, cheese bread, and whatever I wanted for dessert. The day was cold, but not bitter. I wore my zip-up quilted jacket, which was somewhat too big for me, because even though I was skinny and a bit short for my age, I grew too fast to get much use out of clothes if everything was bought to fit perfectly. Coats were more expensive than jeans and shirts, so I always had to wear them somewhat large to start, and then gradually grow into them. I wore my new toboggan hat, too, which was striped red and white and topped with a red pom-pom, that, in retrospect, I'm amazed to reveal I thought was the essence of cool. Although it was smack between breakfast and lunch rushes when I got to the Royal, the place was busy as always. A few tables were available, so that the only people standing were those at the takeout window near the front. I got in line to place my order, not at all impatient because I delighted in the atmosphere of the diner. Such a melange of aromas. Hamburger patties on the griddle, bubbling with melted cheese, bacon, butter scrambled eggs with ham, mere bread becoming toast. All of those smells and more were threaded through with cigarette smoke. If you didn't live through those times, you will need some imagination to understand how reliably people tolerated one another's habits and foibles in those days. Clink of flatware, clatter of dishes, waitresses calling out orders in diner lingo, a ceaselessly rising and falling and rising tide of conversation among the customers. It was music of a kind, at the same time soothing and invigorating. Such a human place and time, when no one texted at the table or had an internet to surf while they ate or carried a cell phone the ring of which could never be ignored. Waiting in line, I enjoyed looking around, seeing the different kinds of people, wondering who they were, what lives they returned to when they left the Royal. And it was then that I saw Tilton, my father. Against the farther wall, a row of booths extended the length of the diner. He sat in one toward the back, in animated conversation with someone across the table from him, gesturing with a fork. I almost didn't recognize him because he'd grown a beard. He wore a black turtleneck and some kind of silver medallion on a silver chain. Because the booths had high backs, I couldn't see the companion with whom Tilton so vigorously conversed. I wondered if it might be Miss Delvane, the writer and would-be rodeo novelist. I was curious, of course, but I was more spooked than anything. If Tilton glanced in my direction and spotted me, nothing good could follow. Not yet having placed my takeout order, I turned at once away from him and hurried to the door, praying that nothing I wore would identify me to him. The quilted jacket was identical to a million others. Although my striped toboggan cap was a beacon on my head, my mother had given it to me for Christmas less than a week earlier, and my father had never seen it. Outside, leaving the congenial world of the Royal, slapped in the face by a gust of cold wind, I initially intended to run, to get out of the immediate neighborhood and beyond Tilton's reach. But I'd gone not 10 feet when intuition took hold of me as surely as a hand gripping my arm, brought me to a stop, and told me that I needed to know with whom my father was having a late breakfast or early lunch, that the identity of his companion must be of crucial importance. After all these years, I occasionally wonder how my life would have been different if in that fateful moment I had followed my first impulse and had run. But I suppose that what we call intuition is just one of the many ways that the still, small voice in our souls speaks to us, if we will listen, and that inner companion wants only what is best for us. If I had run, no doubt what might have happened to me would have been far worse than what did happen, my losses even greater than they have been, my story darker than the one I've lived. And yet I wonder. Chapter 38. Directly across Forrestal Street from the Royal stood a shoe repair shop on the ground level of a century-old, four-story brick building, the upper floors of which might have offered either offices for businesses with uncertain prospects or apartments even cheaper than our own. Beside that structure lay an empty plot of ground where another building had been torn down in the name of progress, but progress evidently had gone elsewhere. A decrepit chain-link fence surrounded the lot. Years earlier, the gate had been broken down and never replaced. In warmer weather, neighborhood kids gathered there to play kickball and other games. When I came out of the diner, traffic was light, and I crossed the street in mid-block. The bright sun painted the pavement with the black shadows of bare-limbed trees, and in the fitful winter wind, those silhouettes twitched underfoot like the many tangled legs of agitated spiders. I went through the gap in the fence where the gate had once been and stood behind the chain link, watching the diner. Around me, the ground was mostly barren, hard-packed dirt with here and there a few bristles of withered weeds, empty soda pop cans, and scraps of paper litter. Overhead, the winter-stripped limbs of the trees scratched at one another and rattled when a gust of the inconstant wind passed through them. The last birds hardy enough to perch in those leafless bowers cast themselves, with much flapping of wings and shrieking, into a rush of wind and let it carry them to roosts in the more sheltered eaves of nearby buildings. When my father came out of the diner, he was not in the company of Miss Delvane. Instead, the man with him was a few inches past 6 feet, with long, dirty blonde hair that the wind tossed. They huddled for a moment, sharing a last word, and then my father walked west toward the avenue. His tall companion stood at the curb until a cluster of cars passed, and then he crossed the street as if he had business at the shoe repair shop. Having crossed, however, he turned east toward me, and I found a soda can to kick along the fence, hoping to pass for a bored kid with nothing more interesting to do than to haunt a vacant lot and hope others like me might come along for a game of kickball. I noisily booted the can eastward, then turned and kicked it toward the west, looking up at him as he approached along the farther side of the chain link. Although his short hair was now long, although he had a poorly groomed mustache when once he had been clean-shaven, although he was perhaps 25 instead of 17, as he had been when I had seen him in a dream, I recognized him at once. Lucas Drachman, murderer of his parents, bomber of military recruitment offices. He so little resembled the police artist's portrait that he was in no danger whatsoever of being identified by it. In memory, I heard the voice of Miss Pearl, who had seemed to be in my bedroom, sitting on the edge of my bed on the night that I dreamed of this killer. "Go to sleep, ducks. Go to sleep now. I have a name for you, a name and a face and a dream. The name is Lucas Drachman, and the face is his." His dragon smoke breath pluming from his open mouth, he met my eyes through the fence, and for a moment I couldn't look away from him, for I felt that I was staring into the eyes not of a man, but of a demon. Perhaps in that moment he sensed that my interest was not that of someone to whom he was a stranger, because when I moved again and sent the can tumbling, he came to a halt. I kept going, kicking that tortured scrap of aluminum to the west end of the property, turned, and started back, pretending that I didn't realize he was waiting for me. As I approached him, he said, "Hey, kid." Trying to look pissed off at the world rather than frightened, I dared to look at him. He studied me for a moment and then said, "What's with you?" I did what I thought a juvenile delinquent in the making might have done. I flipped in my middle finger and turned away and booted the can hard toward the center of the vacant lot. I gave that can hell for a while, kicking it this way and that half a dozen times, and when at last I looked toward the fence, Lucas Drachman had gone. Chapter 39. At home, after putting the cheese bread in the oven, which served as our bread box, the chili and cupcakes in the refrigerator, I took Mr. Yoshioka's business card from my wallet and went to the telephone. The card provided no company name, but a woman answered the phone with, "Metropolitan Suits, may I help you?" Although she must have thought it peculiar that a young boy would be ringing them up, she didn't hesitate to give me their address when I asked for it. I felt the need to consult with Mr. Yoshioka at once, but what I had to tell him could be conveyed convincingly only face to face. The address I'd been given was in the city's garment district, 2 short blocks and 4 long blocks from our apartment, farther than I had permission to roam alone. I regret to say that I hesitated not at all to be disobedient, but instead set out at once. At the street number that I'd written on the card, I found a large, plain, single-story building, impressive only for its size. The street was almost clogged with big trucks making deliveries and picking up shipments at an array of businesses. A marshalling yard on the north side of Metropolitan Suits, adjacent to the company's loading docks, seemed to be the busiest place of all. The front door brought me into a reception area. To the right, a counter separated the public space from 4 desks where women sat typing, working adding machines and answering phones. The center of the room was open, and to the left were 8 chairs, all empty, and a coffee table on which glossy magazines were fanned like a hand of cards. One of the women got up from her desk, a nice older lady with curly gray hair, and came to the counter and smiled and asked if she could help me. "I need to see Mr. George T. Yoshioka, please. I'm sorry to bother him on the job. I don't want him to get fired or anything, but it's very important. It's an emergency." "And your name?" she asked. "Jonah Ellington Basie Hines." I checked myself. "Jonah Kirk, ma'am. I'm Mr. Yoshioka's neighbor. He's 5th floor, see? And my mom and me are on the 4th. Indicating the chairs around the table of magazines, she said, "Have a seat, Jonah, and I'll let Mr. Yoshioka know you're here." I was too nervous to sit. I stood in the center of the room, shifting from foot to foot, taking off my gloves and stuffing them in my jacket pockets. When the lady returned to her desk and picked up the phone, I could hear her voice, soft and low, but I couldn't make out a word. The many trucks in the marshalling yard suggested the company must be successful, but you wouldn't know it from the condition of the reception lounge. Painted concrete floor, cheap wood paneling, an acoustic tile ceiling. The chairs looked like army surplus. At the counter again, the gray-haired lady said, "Mr. Yoshioka will join you in a minute." She seemed to realize that in my highly agitated state, I couldn't bear to sit down. Pointing to an inner door directly opposite the outer one, she said, "He'll be coming through there." She didn't invite me to open that door, but I opened it anyway, without thinking. Beyond lay an immense, well-lighted chamber with a complex truss ceiling, the thick tie beams of which were supported by rows of tall steel poles. A couple of hundred people toiled in what appeared to be long-practiced rhythms. At the nearer end, men worked in pairs at wide tables, with great bolts of material that could be drawn as needed from enormous spools suspended from the beams overhead. They chalked the material to match patterns they placed upon it, and then, with large and wickedly sharp shears, cut quickly and precisely to the chalk line. Farther back, still more men sat at smaller tables, operating industrial sewing machines. Each was attended by a younger man, ever on his feet, supplying his superior with pre-cut pieces of material, lining fabric, and other items just when needed. These younger men were the only employees on the floor who didn't wear suits and ties, though the older men worked in their shirt sleeves, their suit coats draped on nearby chairs. To a boy's eye, that farther end of the vast room had a macabre quality, for throughout stood tailor's dummies, mannequins of various sizes, all of them headless. In the back wall were 3 widely separated pairs of doors leading to other realms of the metropolitan maze. The sewing machines stuttered ceaselessly in their stitching, and the place smelled of wool. Warm air came in through wall vents near the floor, and exhaust fans pulled it toward fewer but larger vents in the exposed ductwork that snaked through the truss system overhead. In the ascending currents, I saw fabric dust rotating as it rose, like galaxies of tiny suns and planets and moons. Some might say these were tedious jobs involving mind-numbing repetitious motions, but to a boy like me, the great room and all in it were astonishing, wondrous. The men who labored there seemed too engaged in their work to be bored, and the confidence and speed with which they performed their tasks struck me as wizardly. Mr. Yoshioka appeared in one of the aisles, in his shirt sleeves, but pulling on his suit jacket as he approached. He smiled and gave me a half bow and said, "What a pleasant surprise to see you, Jonah Kirk." "I'm so sorry to bother you at work, sir, but something really bad has happened and I don't know—" He interrupted me. "Perhaps it would be wise to wait until we can discuss this without raising our voices." To the left of the door hung a time clock, and next to it, a file board with hundreds of slots containing envelope-sized cards arranged alphabetically. Mr. Yoshioka took his from near the end of the array, inserted it in the clock, and put it away after it had been stamped with the time. In the reception lounge, we sat in the 2 chairs farthest from the 4 women busy at their desks. We didn't whisper, but we spoke softly. "You know, when I finally told you everything, how I'd seen Eve Adams dead in a dream, and her name was really Fiona Cassidy?" Mr. Yoshioka nodded. "This was after you brought me a plate of your mother's superb chocolate chip cookies, for which I remain most grateful. I thought you wouldn't believe me about the dream, but you did. I'll never forget how you believed me. It was like a huge relief." He smiled at me and waited. With some embarrassment, I said, "Well, I didn't really tell you everything. I mean, I told you everything about Fiona Cassidy, but she isn't the only dream." "And now you will tell me everything?" "Yes, I have to. It's all tied together somehow. Perhaps it is a good sign that you have not brought me cookies this time." "Sir?" "When you bring me cookies and tell me everything, it turns out that the everything was not everything. Perhaps the cookies are your way of apologizing in advance for not telling me everything." I progressed from embarrassment to mortification. "I'm sorry, I really am. It's just that, I don't know, it's all so weird, so big and so weird, and I'm just a kid no matter what I tell myself about being the man of the house. I'm just a kid." Mr. Yoshioka's eyes twinkled, like you read about the eyes of good and magical creatures twinkling in fairy tales. "Yes, you are still a child. That is why I have, as I have heard it said, cut you some slack. Now you will tell me the rest of everything?" I had another dream. This was even before the one about Fiona Cassidy dead. I told him about Lucas Drachman, seeing him with his murdered parents in a dream, and then seeing him with my father earlier this same morning. Mr. Yoshioka listened attentively, and when I finished, he sat with his eyes closed, which by now I knew meant that he was puzzling through the ramifications of what I told him. When his silence made me nervous and I started to speak, he anticipated that I had nothing more to say that wasn't babble, and he put one forefinger to his lips to suggest the wisdom of silence. When he opened his eyes, he said, "You dreamed of Lucas Drachman, and now Lucas Drachman knows your father. Therefore, it is logical to assume that because you also dreamed of Fiona Cassidy, she might also know your father, or will come to know him in the near future." "That's what I'm thinking. But if—" forefinger to lips again. "It is likewise logical to suppose that if both Lucas Drachman and Fiona Cassidy know your father, they might know each other." I nodded, although until he put it into words, I hadn't reached that conclusion. "If you are correct that the police artist's portrait of the bombing suspect in the newspaper is a badly rendered likeness of Lucas Drachman, one might conclude that he is destroying recruitment offices with explosives concocted by Eve Adams, aka Fiona Cassidy, when she was using odorous and volatile chemicals in apartment 6C. I said, "Holy Mother of God!" and at once mentally accused myself of profanity and made the sign of the cross and said, "But that would mean, might mean that my father, Tilton—" Mr. Yoshioka finished the thought that I couldn't quite speak aloud. "Your father might know Lucas Drachman in some other context than bombing recruitment offices, but the possibility is real that the 3 of them are part of a conspiracy, the Bilderbergers written small." Chapter 40. At the desks behind the counter at the farther end of the room, the four women remained busy and, as far as I could tell, were not curious about my visit with Mr. Yoshioka. We had been talking softly, but now I whispered, "Is Tilton a mad bomber?" As I said, he may know Lucas Drachman in another context and have no idea that the man is a criminal. And if your father is indeed involved in a conspiracy, he is not necessarily mad, if I am correct that by mad you mean insane. I guess I didn't. Tilton's not insane. He's troubled. We've got to tell the police. Judging by his expression, a compression of his lips and sudden little crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, Mr. Yoshioka was no more enthusiastic about going to the authorities than he had been when he had installed security chains to keep Fiona Cassidy out of our apartments. We cannot tell the police merely that your father is troubled. Of crimes we have no evidence, Jonah Kirk. You saw your father with someone you think might be the bombing suspect. That is even less than hearsay and of no interest to the police. But for sure this Drachman guy killed his parents. Shot them in bed while they were sleeping. He's already wanted. For sure? How do you know? Well, good grief, I saw it in the dream. Oh, okay, I guess not evidence. So what can we do? He tugged on one cuff of his white shirt and then on the other, so that a precise half-inch was displayed beyond his coat sleeves. He brushed a few all but invisible specks of lint off his pants. He adjusted his necktie. If perhaps we were to telephone an anonymous tip to the police regarding your father, what address would we give them? Since Mom threw him out, we don't know where he lives. A telephone number? We don't have one for him. Where does he work? As far as we know, he doesn't. He's not big on work. All we have is the name of some lawyer that handled the divorce for him. That does not help us. The lawyer-client privilege will keep him silent. So what can we do? I asked again. What about an anonymous tip to the cops about Drachman? We do not know where he lives either, and we do not know under what name he may be living. We're dead. Never say die. With one finger, he traced the crease in his pants along his thigh to his knee, first the left leg and then the right. I need some time to think about this. It is quite complex. Yeah, sure. My head hurts thinking about it. Now that it has come to this, do you think that you will tell your mother everything? If I could have gone pale, the thought of telling my mother everything would have bleached me white. Oh man, no. I mean, where would I start? What would she think of me? How could she trust me again? The truth heals all. Even when it's revealed late, Jonah Kirk, if it is revealed in its entirety and with apologies. I reminded him that I hadn't actually lied to my mother, that I had only withheld certain things. And he said, well, I would never counsel you to continue to withhold information from her. But in all honesty, I must say, for the time being, it might be best not to tell her. If she believed you and if she went to the police, she would likely achieve nothing except to alert your father and his associates, and then I believe that both of you might be in grave danger. For the moment, at least, you are not. He got to his feet, and so did I, and he half bowed to me, and I returned the bow. He held out a hand, and I shook it. I said, I'm really sorry I had to come and dump all this on you. You should not be sorry. I am not. Give me a few days to work on this. Meanwhile, as detectives say in novels, you should lie low. He headed toward the door that opened to the work floor, and I started toward the front entrance. But then he called to me. We met in the center of the reception area. He said, there must be some missing link in this story. You don't mean like half man, half monkey? No, I do not. I mean some connection shared by your father, Fiona Cassidy, and Lucas Drachman. I suggest that for the time being, you should avoid Mr. Reginald Smaller. As I was about to defend Mr. Smaller, I remembered how Tilton sometimes took a six-pack to the superintendent, supposedly to loosen his tongue and pump him for ridiculous conspiracy theories with which later to regale Mom and me. I find it conceivable, said Mr. Yoshioka, that the black-hearted company men he talks about had no idea that Miss Cassidy was living rent-free in apartment 6C. I was disappointed. I wanted to think he was a good guy. He might in fact be a good guy, but I would not stake my life on it. Mr. Yoshioka returned to work, and after the door fell shut behind him, I went to the counter and thanked the nice lady who had called him off the factory floor for me. I hope he doesn't get in trouble for taking a break. She had a lovely smile, and I was pleased to see it because I don't think she'd smile if I'd gotten the tailor in trouble. Don't worry, Jonah. Mr. Yoshioka is highly regarded around here. He's highly regarded by me, too, I said. As I spoke, a funny thing happened. The words turning thick in my throat, almost as if I were going to get all choked up. And the nice lady blurred a little, too. Outside, the wind blew cold and the sun shone bright. On that bustling street, among those many big trucks and busy people, with the city all around for miles and miles, I felt terribly small, and worse than small. Suddenly, I felt alone. Chapter 41. I hiked 4 long blocks and 2 short blocks from Metropolitan Suites to our apartment building. Then I walked 2 more long blocks to the nearest library. This branch wasn't as large as the central library that stood across from the Museum of Natural History, and it featured a plain limestone floor instead of different colors of marble laid in fancy patterns. But it housed a lot of books. Although I knew how to use the card catalog, I didn't know under what subject to search. With the librarian's help, in 5 minutes, I settled at a table in the reading room with 4 books, 3 that included limited information about Manzanar, and 1 that was devoted entirely to the subject. Manzanar, which in Spanish meant apple orchard, had been a farm town 225 miles north of Los Angeles in Owens Valley, founded in 1910, but abandoned before 1930, after Los Angeles purchased more than 6,000 acres of the valley for the water rights. After the bombing of Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, fear of homeland sabotage swept the country, and in early 1942, President Roosevelt signed Executive Order Number 9066, forcing nearly 120,000 Japanese Americans in western states to 10 relocation centers in isolated areas. Whether he had the constitutional authority to do so is argued to this day. Even before 9066, accounts in all American branches of Japanese banks were frozen. Most who were forced into 10 internment camps by the War Relocation Authority lost their homes or sold them at a loss, and their businesses were either sold for a fraction of true value or closed without remuneration. Even Japanese orphans residing in institutions run by nuns and by the Salvation Army were transported to Manzanar, where a camp orphanage was established for them. Caucasian foster parents caring for Japanese and half-Japanese babies were forced to surrender those children to the War Relocation Authority. Manzanar, like the other 10 camps, was self-sufficient. It had its own hospital, post office, a few churches, schools, playgrounds, football fields, baseball diamonds, tennis courts. The barracks apartments were small, 16 by 20 feet, providing no privacy, which was especially stressful to the women. The government contractor used inferior materials. The workmanship was poor. Summer temperatures topped 100 degrees. Winters were cold and snowy. The internees did their best to improve accommodations, but comfort was not easily achieved. The barbed wire fences and 8 guard towers surrounding the 540 acres of the main camp made it impossible to imagine that this was ordinary life. The internees beautified their surroundings with rose gardens and rock gardens, with ponds and streams and a waterfall. When a nursery wholesaler donated 1,000 cherry and wisteria trees, internees created a park of considerable grace. Eventually, they were offered the opportunity to sign loyalty oaths, swearing allegiance to the United States and agreeing to serve in the U.S. military if called. Those who did so could leave the camp if they could find sponsors either for jobs or schools in the East or Midwest. Nearly 200 from Manzanar eventually served in the armed forces, and one of them, Sadao Munamori, received a posthumous Medal of Honor. No one was physically brutalized in any of the camps, and they were paid for the work they did, if not well. 2 of those interned at Manzanar died of gunshots during a protest of their incarceration, but there were no other deaths by violence among the 10,000. In the 4th book, the one that concerned only Manzanar, I found the tailor's surname in the index and paged to a passage about the deaths of Mr. Yoshioka's mother and sister. Each of the 36 residential blocks in the camp had its own mess hall and detached kitchen. Kiku Yoshioka and her daughter, Mariko, were members of the culinary staff for their block. A leak from a propane tank had led to an explosion and a flash fire fueled by cooking oil spilling from shrapnel-pierced containers. They were the only 2 unable to escape. Mariko was 17, 2 years older than her brother, and her mother 38. Omi Yoshioka and his son, George, had been eating lunch in the adjacent mess hall when the explosion rocked the building. Kitchen staff burst through the connecting doors, chased by billows of fire. Even before Omi and George could determine that Kiku and Mariko were not among those who escaped the flames, they heard familiar voices screaming and entreating God. They tried to enter the kitchen, but the heat proved too great, and suddenly there were as well masses of blinding smoke. Disoriented, they themselves had to be rescued from the mess hall. The book contained 3 signatures of photographs, and in the second group, I found the official black and white internment camp photos of Kiku and Mariko. Kiku appeared solemn and beautiful. The daughter smiled shyly and was even lovelier than her mother. A tragic past, as long suspected, but not distant relatives lost in the momentous, ever-echoing, man-made thunder of Hiroshima. Not just 2 souls among many thousands atomized as a terrible consequence of Japan's war crimes and its refusal to surrender. This was a loss more intimate, random, haunting, impossible to rationalize by resort to history or to the necessary brutalities of war. I sat in the silence of the library for a long while, staring at those faces. A public Xerox machine required a nickel to make a copy. I folded the copy twice and put it in a jacket pocket. I left the 4 volumes on the book return counter. The librarian asked me if I had found everything that I'd been looking for, and I said yes, but I didn't say that I wished with all my heart that I'd found nothing. Not a single cloud threatened the December sun, and all the way home, I walked in crisp, cold light. Chapter 42. Mrs. Lorenzo came to our apartment on New Year's Eve. My mother would be very late getting home from Slinky's, and she didn't want to wake me at 3:30 or 4 in the morning to bring me upstairs from the widow's place. I was allowed to stay up to watch the New Year's celebrations on TV, Guy Lombardo and his Royal Canadians at the Waldorf Astoria or whatever, but music wasn't everything to me. Although only in 4th grade, I read at a 7th grade level, and to celebrate, I preferred a novel to watching people be silly on TV. 2 days earlier, I had checked out Robert Heinlein's Pod-Cane of Mars from the library, and it was extremely cool. I went to bed with the book, a glass of Coca-Cola, and a bowl of pretzels. I finished the Coke, the pretzels, and 3/4 of the novel before falling asleep shortly after midnight. When I woke up at 8:40 in the morning, I found a note from my mother on the nightstand. "Sweetie, going to bed almost 4 a.m. We'll sleep till noon. Then you and me in a fancy hotel for a late lunch." In the kitchen, I quietly made toast and built 2 open-faced sandwiches of thickly spread peanut butter and sliced banana. I washed them down with a glass of regular milk and then with a glass of chocolate. I figured if I ate this aggressively every day for a month, I'd still gain only an ounce. I'd given up daydreaming over those Charles Atlas bodybuilding ads in magazines. I conceded the portly end of the piano business to Fats Domino. Maybe I would call myself Skinny Kirk. Better yet, Skinny Bledsoe. I let myself out of the apartment, intending to loiter on the 5th floor to listen for activity in Mr. Yoshioka's apartment. I had heard nothing from him since I'd gone to Metropolitan Suits on Thursday morning 3 days earlier. I was anxious to know if he had learned anything or had any ideas about what we should do next. As I locked the deadbolts, I noticed a 3x5 envelope propped against the baseboard to the left of the door. There was no return address and no indication for whom the contents were intended. I opened it and withdrew a note card on which 4 words were neatly printed. Information has been obtained. On the 5th floor, when Mr. Yoshioka opened the door, I smelled coffee brewing. Happy New Year, Jonah Kirk. Happy New Year, sir. I'm thinking of calling myself Skinny Bledsoe. As he closed the door, locked the deadbolts, and engaged the security chain, he said, Is that how you wish to be addressed? Not yet. I'll probably have to be 18 to get my name legally changed. Then I will restrain myself until you have done the deed. We will convene in the kitchen. He led me there. Would you care for anything to drink? I smell coffee. I thought you drank tea. I do drink tea and coffee. I drink as well water, orange juice, the occasional soft drink, and numerous other beverages. But not martinis. No, I merely buy martinis and leave them untouched to perplex the managers of nightclubs. Would you like the usual tea and honey? I'm allowed coffee now and then. How do you prefer it? Cream, sugar, both? Black like me? I am impressed. We sat at the kitchen table with mugs of black coffee. The brew was strong but flavorful. Mr. Yoshioka said, Mr. Yabu Tamazaki, who calls himself Robert and even Bobby, but never Bob, has worked for 17 years at the Daily News. He is an acquaintance of mine and a reliable person. At my request, he spent some time in their morgue looking into the Drachman murders. Morgue? They keep dead people at the Daily News? The morgue is the name they give to the file room in which they preserve back issues of the newspaper. Cool. Because Mr. and Mrs. Drachman were wealthy and prominent in the Chicago arts community, their murder became nationwide news. Even our rather self-involved city was fascinated by the story. They were murdered in a suburb of Chicago on the night of October 7th, 1958, a little more than 8 years ago. The coroner estimated the time of death at between 1 and 3 o'clock in the morning. The crime was never solved. I shook my head. Their son, Lucas Drachman, he killed them. Like I told you, I saw it in the dream. When he was a sophomore in high school, this Lucas Drachman's parents sent him to a private military academy located a few miles south of Mattoon, Illinois. What kind of name is Mattoon? I did not ask Bobby Tamazaki to research the origin of the name Mattoon. Yeah, okay. I guess it doesn't matter. Mr. Yoshioka didn't consult any notes, having committed the entire report to memory. Young Lucas Drachman remained at the academy during summers and came home only on a few selected holidays. On the night that his parents were murdered, he was a senior at the academy, which is 190 miles from the Drachman residence, a drive that police estimate would have taken 3.5 hours, 7 hours round trip. Maybe he didn't obey the speed limits. Lucas Drachman had no access to a vehicle. Maybe he stole one. At 10 o'clock, when bed check was conducted, Lucas Drachman was in his room. Maybe it was a dummy of him, like in one of those prison break movies. Mr. Yoshioka gestured with his right hand, as if chasing away an annoying fly, though the fly was me with all my maybes. He spoke to the dorm master at bed check face to face. Thereafter, he would have had to pass through security to leave the dormitory, and he did not. What is more, Lucas Drachman reported to breakfast, in uniform, at 7:30 in the morning. Well, so, that's still 9.5 hours, I protested. Time enough. He lived with 2 roommates. Both of them told the police that the 3 remained up far past the turn-in hour. They played cards by flashlight until almost 1 o'clock in the morning. That would leave only a meager 6.5 hours to complete a 7-hour drive and 2 murders. Maybe the roommates lied. People lie, you know. They lie all the time, even to protect a murderer. After sipping his coffee and savoring it, Mr. Yoshioka said, "I wonder how a 9-year-old boy can have become such a suspicious soul so young. I'm almost as close to 10 as to 9. I gazed down into my mug. A distorted reflection of part of my face floated on the coffee, a gargoyle peering up at me, as though the full truth of myself could not be seen in an ordinary mirror, but only indirectly, as in the undulating surface of the coffee. Spooked, I said, "When you told me you believed me about the dream, I thought you really did." He smiled. "I did believe you, Jonah Kirk, for reasons that I explained, and I still do believe your dream showed you the truth." "You do?" A moment before he spoke, I saw that, in his way, he had been teasing me. One of the 2 roommates was a young man named Felix Cassidy. Chapter 43. Felix Cassidy. Fiona Cassidy. "How can you be sure they're related?" I asked. "Mr. Yabu Tamazaki is a most thorough man. He did some research beyond what he was able to find in the Daily News morgue. Felix and Fiona Cassidy are twins. Not identical twins, of course, fraternal twins. Interestingly, like Lucas Drachman, they are now orphans." Until this point, I'd had the impression that Mr. Yoshioka, though allowing himself no expression, was on the verge of a smile, as if it pleased him to watch my reaction to his revelations. But now, although his face remained placid, I sensed that his mood had become solemn, darker. Like Lucas Drachman, Felix Cassidy was 17 then and is 25 now. 2 years later, when Mr. Cassidy and his sister were 19, their parents, who lived in Indianapolis and who were also people of means, died in their sleep of carbon monoxide poisoning caused by a furnace malfunction. He watched me, waiting for a response. Considering that he had called me a suspicious soul, I figured he expected me to be skeptical of the circumstances of those deaths. It was murder. Curiously, police were initially reluctant to conclude that these were accidental deaths. They took more than a year to reach that conclusion. "Perhaps you should be a detective." "I'll stick with piano. Bad guys hardly ever shoot at a piano man." "I am pleased that you are not just a particularly suspicious young man, but also prudent." He got up to fetch the coffee pot. "May I refresh yours, Jonah Kirk?" I was already kind of nervous even without coffee. "Do not expect that I will offer you a martini instead." I hesitated. "Thank you, yes, I'll take a little more." When he returned to his chair, he said, "Felix and Fiona inherited everything, but they would not seem to have been under suspicion. At the time of the deaths, he was in New York City, and she was in San Francisco. Their alibis were ironclad." "Where was Lucas Drachman?" "That would have been interesting to determine, but 2 years had passed since the Drachman murders. The Cassidy deaths were not in the same state. No one would have thought to make a connection. But that is not the end of it." "The end of what?" "Perhaps, by virtue of the time we have spent together, you have inspired me to become no less suspicious than you. And now, because of me, poor Mr. Yabu Tamazaki at the Daily News has become no less consumed by suspicion than the 2 of us. He may never be the same. Do you recall that Lucas Drachman had 2 roommates at the academy?" "Yes." "The second was Aaron Kolchak. His family lived in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Did you know Wisconsin is called America's Dairyland?" "No, sir." "Did you know that Milwaukee is called the machine shop of America because of its industrial capacity?" "I didn't know that either." "I imagine it must be stressful to be a citizen of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and have to do your part every day to ensure that the state and city live up to those honorable titles. Mr. Aaron Kolchak's father died when Aaron was 11, perhaps from stress. The boy became something of a delinquent, and his mother sent him off to the academy in Mattoon, Illinois, when he was 13. I guess the family was wealthy, huh? As usual, your suspicion serves you well. Mr. Kolchak had been a most successful real estate developer, and his widow proved to be equally adept at the family business. When he paused to savor his coffee and left me sitting in an expectant silence, I began to suspect that Mr. Yoshioka had once aspired to be a storyteller of some kind, perhaps a novelist, before fate had made of him a tailor. He resumed. Mrs. Renata Kolchak, the widow, greatly enjoyed vacationing on cruise ships. I assume, Jonah Kirk, that you have never vacationed on a cruise ship. No, sir. Neither have I. A year after Mr. and Mrs. Cassidy suffocated in their sleep, Mrs. Kolchak was aboard a Caribbean cruise when she went missing and was eventually determined to have fallen overboard and drowned, lost at sea. No body ever found. Holy jeez, I said, and accused myself of profanity and quickly made the sign of the cross and said, jeez, again, and had to do it all a second time. I bet no one thought to ask where Lucas Drachman was. If he was aboard the same vessel, sampling the delights of the Caribbean, he most likely was wise enough to travel under a false identity. But poor Mr. Yabu Tamazaki of the Daily News has become so curious that he is looking into that. My host was intent on my reaction, but I gave him some of his own medicine and savored my coffee for a minute. Finally, I said, so in return for Cassidy and Kolchak giving Lucas an ironclad alibi on the night he murdered his parents, he must have made a pact with them to murder theirs, you know, after enough time passed not to raise suspicion. We can spin up all kinds of theories, but under the law, the suspect is always presumed innocent until proven guilty. I remembered Manzanar and said, maybe not always. Shouldn't we go to the police? Ah, but which police? None of these crimes was committed in this city or state. Police here have no jurisdiction. 2 murders occurred in Illinois, 2 more in Indiana, and Mrs. Kolchak was out of the country when she was perhaps thrown overboard. Maybe it's an FBI thing. Maybe it is indeed. But I believe that it would be most unwise to approach the authorities until it can be proved that Mr. Lucas Drachman was on that cruise ship with Mrs. Kolchak or in Indianapolis around the time that Mr. and Mrs. Cassidy died. Why wouldn't it be wise? The police, FBI, all those guys know how to prove things. Inevitably, Lucas Drachman would be alerted that he was being investigated for some reason. He is not likely to think it is about all those killings because that is behind him. Criminals think only in the short term. They live in the now, not in the past or future, which is why they always think crime pays, for in the now, they are still free. I looked in my coffee mug again. Then I pushed it aside. Do you know Mr. Moto? I am sorry to say that I have never made his acquaintance. Who might he be? Never mind. He folded both hands around his coffee mug, as if to warm them. The danger is that if Mr. Drachman were to be alerted, he might put 2 and 2 together. What 2 and 2? Miss Fiona Cassidy believes that you were suspicious of her. She warned you off. Now you turn up across the street from the Royal when Drachman is leaving there with your father. He didn't know it was me. If he describes you to Miss Cassidy, she will confirm that it was you. He won't remember anything but my red and white toboggan cap. All little black kids probably look alike to him. But if they do not all look alike to him, then once he has been put on alert by an investigation, he might come looking for you. I recalled Drachman in the dream, his eyes wide and wild, his tongue ceaselessly licking his full lips, and I thought of him on the farther side of the chain-link fence, his breath smoking from his mouth as if, should he wish, he could breathe fire. If we don't report him to the cops or the FBI, how would we ever prove that he was on the cruise ship or in Indianapolis? We must wait for Mr. Tamazaki of the Daily News and hope that in his obsession he can find proof. I hope he's quick about it. Be prepared that he might find nothing. That was unthinkable. Anyway, what are Drachman and my father doing together? What are they up to? That's pretty darn scary. If you and your mother were to be killed, Mr. Yoshioka said, would your father inherit millions? How could he inherit millions? We don't have anything. Anyway, he divorced my mom. Exactly. Whatever your father and Lucas Drachman are involved in, it surely has nothing to do with you. We can afford to let poor Yabu Tamazaki take his time with his investigation. But you should never again wear that toboggan cap. Chapter 44. Assuming that Mr. Yoshioka had told me everything, I pushed my chair back from the table and got to my feet. I wanted to ask him about Manzanar. I had at least 100 questions, but I didn't know how to broach the subject. One more thing, Jonah Kerr.